This podcast contains explicit language and graphic descriptions of violence. Please be advised. It is November 14th, 1993, a Sunday, when George Martin hears a knock on his front door. Opening it, he sees his neighbor Jerry, who looks rattled, as if he's seen a ghost.
Came over to my house and he said, I want you to go somewhere with me. He said, I think I seen a mannequin up on the bank next to the fence, down on the dirt road.
George drives with Jerry down a red dirt road running parallel to Interstate 10. It's on the outskirts of Mobile, Alabama, near a small town called Theodore. It is the very definition of middle of nowhere. The day is gray and misting heavily, just shy of real rain. The kind of day George would rather spend inside watching football. But he's here, driving along this red dirt road. The highway to his left, blur of green and brown to his right. Jerry points to a silhouette up in the distance, up in a grassy cove. It's the mannequin he saw. George pulls up and stops the car, but Jerry refuses to leave the passenger seat. So George steps out alone. He's a Korean War veteran. He's seen the worst of the worst. But as he climbs the gentle slope to the bushes, he sees it. Sees her.
And sure enough, it wasn't a mannequin, it was a body. And I walked up to it, and I hate to tell you all this, it had no head, and it was laying on its stomach. And the body had been cleaned out, had no fluids, which was strange to me. They wanted that body found, I think, because of the way it was put, you know. This road wasn't traveled much.
What George sees is the nude body of a woman, prone, that is facing down. Her arms reach out ahead. Her body is empty of blood, and she is decapitated. Her head is nowhere to be seen in this crude resting place.
And when I seen the body, I said, well, you know, I'm gonna have to get out of here and go call the cops.
Hours later, the remote dirt road is crawling with police cruisers, yellow tape strung from the trees. A few locals gather round as the medical examiner signs off on the removal of the body. The victim's head has still not been located. The next day, cadaver dogs will locate the woman's head a full 100 yards away, on the other side of the road, in the bushes right alongside I-10. But even before they find the head, a fingerprint record search will identify the woman George found that day as Maria Martinez. For the next 29 years, her murder will remain unsolved. From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? Everything about the I-10 service road is different today than it was on that Sunday in 1993 when George Martin discovered the body.
I'm not sure exactly where it is since they paved the road. You know, this happened, it was a dirt road.
Back in 1993, the service road was only red dirt and gravel. Today it is paved for at least half a mile. Back then, houses were scarce. Today, a dozen or so pepper the mile-long stretch, as does a new truck depot and a Waffle House. Back then, on the day George found the body, it was gray, but still warm. Today, the sun is shining, but it is bitterly cold. Still, George returns to the service road, a road he maybe has driven only a few times since. This time, at the request of Amanda Campos, the daughter of the woman whose body he found.
Hi.
I'm Amanda.
Amanda. George
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
a lot. This means a lot.
This is a spot.
Amanda was only 10 years old when her grandpa sat her down in their living room.
And he said, we got a phone call about your mom. And they found her body. She went to heaven. And I remember saying, no, she didn't. You're lying. You're lying. And then after that, I remember crying and then asking how, what happened? What happened? And they're like, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
The morning of her mom's funeral, Amanda spots a newspaper on the kitchen table. It is open to a story on her mom's murder. She reads only one word: beheaded.
And like, my mom was beheaded? Is that what happened? And I ran away and I went in the other room and cried until my grandma came in there. But it was a closed coffin.
In the nearly 3 decades since her mom's death, Amanda has avoided this stretch of road in Mobile. She lives less than 2 hours away in New Orleans, but she won't take the interstate through Mobile if she can help it. In fact, she's visited this particular spot only once. That is until today with George.
I wish I hadn't seen it.
I know. I wish you didn't, but I am so thankful that you did and that you called the cops.
Yeah.
I just can't even imagine that sight. And, it's personal to me, but even as a person, as a human, like you said, Sunday, I just want to watch some football, and then this gets thrown at you, and it's like so traumatic. And even 26 years later, you can remember the details. And I want you to know that does give me peace, that she wasn't forgotten by somebody.
Even though they don't express it, I've talked to people probably a year or so after that, and it's fresh in their mind. They thought about, they knew something had happened. Nobody had solved it. I don't guess it ever got solved, did it? That I know of.
Not yet.
No. Okay. I hope you can do it.
On my 24th birthday, I began my training at a federal police academy. Before that, I was a thespian, a serious one. I played Ophelia in Hamlet, Abigail in The Crucible, Kate in Taming of the Shrew. Difficult women, sometimes dead women. But at the age of 24, I gave all of that up to become a cop. For almost a decade, I worked patrol, mostly third shift, middle of the night. Gun runs, bar fights, domestics. I taught at the academy. I enjoyed it all. But every so often, I got pulled into the bureau to work on special investigations into sex crimes. And the more I saw of that, the more I knew my time in a uniform and a cruiser was going to come to an end. I needed to go back to school and study what really drew me to law enforcement in the first place. You see, I grew up in Gainesville, Florida. I was 15 the summer Danny Rolling terrorized and brutalized college students in my hometown. He remains one of the most vicious serial killers on record, raping, dismembering, and mutilating his victims. He's known in the true crime world as the Gainesville Ripper, but we locals recoil at that name. We hate it. We don't refer to him at all when discussing the case. We simply say the student murders. He doesn't deserve to be glorified with some splashy nickname. It's all too real to us. My family stashed pepper spray strategically around the house, just in case. My cousin had a class with one of his victims. Before Rolling, we lived in the shadow of Ted Bundy. He was just 20 minutes away at Rayford Prison, a facility he nearly escaped twice. These serial killers loomed over my childhood and teen years, seemingly ever present. And that shaped me. For years, I informally consumed anything and everything on the subject. I read all the FBI profiler memoirs like Mindhunter and Whoever Fights Monsters. I dove even deeper, buying and studying textbooks on forensic psychology. I paid out of pocket to attend training seminars on the subject. But I wanted to formalize that knowledge, put it to use in more practical ways. I wanted to understand the mind of the serial predator. And more importantly, I wanted to devote the rest of my career to tracking down and stopping that very specific breed of monster. But leaving law enforcement to become a criminal behaviorist meant that I was now a civilian. I didn't have access to active cases the way I had in my cop days, so I was relegated to the role of expert consultant. I worked with families, I worked with journalists and authors, and I even eventually worked with lawyers, including ones with the Innocence Project. I examined cases. Sometimes I even got to help solve them, but always from the outside. But then, in 2017, I crossed paths with a detective from Alabama. His name was Captain Paul Birch. He was, still is, the head of major crimes for the Mobile County Sheriff's Office.
There's a long family history of law enforcement in the city of Mobile, and there's been a Birch on the police department since the city's been in existence. So I always knew that's what I wanted to do.
I met Paul while working on a case possibly connected to serial killer Jeremy Jones. Jones is regarded by forensic psychologists as one of history's most unrepentantly evil killers. Paul is the guy who managed to capture Jones, following a brutal 2004 murder in Mobile County. This is after Jones dodged police and FBI agents for years across a whole swath of the Deep South. Paul is the one to whom Jones finally chose to confess his crimes. So, Paul is kind of a big deal. At the Mobile County Sheriff's Office, Paul is a commanding figure. When he says jump, the response is always, how high? But he's also gentle, friendly, and thoughtful. The kind of man open to doing things a different way than they have always been done. Paul, Captain Birch, has spearheaded a number of groundbreaking programs and initiatives at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. Years before there was a national spotlight on the problem of rape kit backlog, Paul made sure that all of them in Mobile County were tested and processed.
Right is right, wrong is wrong.
That is why Paul invited me, a civilian, down to Mobile, to look at the agency's list of cold cases, to bring a new perspective, an outside perspective, and see if maybe I could help. I cannot stress enough how rare it is for a sheriff's office to do this, to invite an outsider like me into the fold. But Paul did it. So in 2019, I traveled down to Mobile and sit in Paul's office. It's a windowless yet spacious room, tastefully decorated. Framed awards and honors hang on the walls. A large L-shaped dark wood desk takes up most of the room. Sitting on the desk is a collection of photos, a proud father with his family. I sit down opposite Paul at his desk. He hands me a list of Mobile's unsolved cases going back to the 70s. The list is about 20 pages in total, stapled together, listing out case numbers, each with a short description, no more than a dozen words. I have some idea of what I'm looking for. I know I'm not going to be of much use in a gang-related shooting, or a hit-and-run fatality, or an arson for profit. The cases I can actually be a real benefit to, the cases that I specialize in, well, they all have a look that sets them apart, even at a glance. And one case on that list had that look. Maria Martinez, 27, black female, prostitute. Let's see. I Google her name. A handful of short articles from 1993 and 1994 turn up. They describe the gruesome scene, the remote location, a reminder that anyone with information should contact authorities. Nothing indicating that this is a major case, or that there might be much available for me to start with. Also, although the description of this case identifies the victim as black, all of the news stories show a victim who is white. Huh. I asked Paul, does he know anything about this case?
I remember when it happened, when there's a crime such as a beheading, that spreads throughout the law enforcement community, city, county, smaller agencies, because it's unusual. And through the years, I kind of poked into it, and just because I was intrigued about the case and it remained unsolved, primarily because I just don't like having unsolved cases.
So Paul and I decide to print out whatever digital files are available on the Maria Martinez case. I expect no more than a dozen pages, at most. As the files begin to load, the printer hums. We are shocked to see the number of pending pages climbing and climbing. 50, 100, 200, 500, 800. As the file hits 1,000 pages, the screen goes black and the printer stops. The whole system has crashed. What the hell did we just find? I sit in my hotel room that night, surrounded by boxes filled with papers, photos, and cassette tape interviews. This is the entire Maria Martinez case. The actual files from the records room, from way back in 1993. Paul and I had given up on the idea of printing it out once it became clear there wasn't enough paper or ink in the building. As I slowly sift through these files, I begin to piece together what some of the first steps of the original investigation looked like. After George Martin, the man who discovered the body, called the cops, a deputy checked out the location with him. Seeing the body and the state it was in, the deputy called for more officers, detectives too. And then he called for the medical examiner. The officers who arrived began taking crime scene photos. By that point, the mist had turned to rain, the red dirt road clumping into clay. The crime scene photos show the woman's body as it had been found. Nude, prone, exsanguinated, that is drained of blood, and decapitated. She was partially obscured by the tall grass and some overgrown bushes, but not hidden, not covered. No care was given by the killer to preserve the victim's dignity. Given that there was no blood in the body or anywhere at the scene, it was clear that the victim had been killed somewhere else and then taken to this spot. Police wrapped the victim's hands in paper bags after fingerprinting her for identification. They wrapped her ankles too, hoping to preserve any possible fingerprints from a perpetrator. Someone had clearly dragged her to this spot in the brush, probably by her ankles. Photos of drag marks from the road through the grass seem to further evidence that.
Yeah, this one was pretty hideous. Really dating ourselves now with Polaroids.
This is Dr. Tim Hughes. Today, he's the sheriff's surgeon of the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. But back in 1993, Dr. Hughes was a third-year medical student and an intern at the forensics lab.
As I was looking through the file, I was actually working that Sunday evening that her body was brought to the lab.
Though he was not at the crime scene, Dr. Hughes received the victim's body when it came into the lab, and he drafted the initial autopsy report. As
most people in public safety will tell you, there are cases that you really never forget. This one is one that clearly remember this is not fortunately not a type of case that you see very frequently, at least in our community.
So what was the nature of those injuries, the brutality that the victim went through? It's important that you know, I do not believe in sharing these facts gratuitously or in any more detail than is absolutely necessary. However, to fully understand this crime, the mind of the criminal who could commit it, and how I plan to go about trying to find that person, sharing some description of these injuries is necessary.
First was the injuries to the neck, which involved, number one, decapitation. There were also a number of incised wounds about her body, most notably around the upper spine of the cervical spine or neck. Then there were a number of sharp force injuries to the abdomen. Most notably was a very wide, gaping, incised wound to the abdomen that extended fairly deep into her abdominal tissues. Also described in the report were a number of blunt force injuries. So she had a number of these types of injuries around the shoulders, the majority of her arms and her hands, her legs, particularly her thighs, around the posterior aspect of her torso or her back, and there was also a large contusion on her right buttock. Those all were consistent with her sustaining a pretty good beating.
Initial discovery at the scene revealed that the victim had been decapitated, her head fully removed. She was naked and laying down, but once the detectives turned her over, they saw that she had been cut several inches deep and at a slight angle from her navel to her pubis, that is roughly from her belly button down to her labia. And she had extensive smaller cuts, bruises, and abrasions all over her body, including what looks like a bite mark. The wounds and bruises tell us this was not a sneak attack. She was not restrained. She fought, perhaps even viciously, to save her life. Once they performed a medical examination on her, more injuries were discovered. Dr. Hughes says it looks like her vagina was penetrated and raped with an object, specifically the blade of a knife, but that there was no evidence of penile rape. But there is another odd detail. She had been exsanguinated. When she was found, there was no blood in her body, and she looked like she'd been cleaned. She almost certainly had to have been at least hosed down, if not fully washed by someone before placing her there. When her head was located the next day, it was discovered that her face had also been mutilated, cut from each corner of her mouth across the cheeks, extending to each ear. The autopsy would reveal significant contusions on her head, but the medical examiner ruled that the decapitation itself had been the most likely cause of her death.
The wound and the manner in which this perpetrator did this decapitation, at least to me, appears to be somewhat amateurist in that it was done in a very inefficient manner. The incised wound was not straight. It had a lot of angulation to it, and for lack of a better description, took some work. It just appeared to be a very tedious piece of work from a physical standpoint.
Her injuries can tell us a lot about the kind of person who killed her.
As in with a lot of these wounds and injuries, they're just indicative of someone who was in a state of rage, just trying to do as much damage as they possibly could, however they possibly could, focusing on certain areas of the body. So the goal clearly was to kill this woman, physically abusing her probably after she was already unconscious. The fact that she was found unclothed tends to direct you towards a perpetrator that either consensually or non-consensually was intimate with this person.
When Dr. Hughes received this body on Sunday, November 14th, 1993, she was identified as Maria Martinez. This was according to fingerprint records collected by the sheriff's office. So he proceeded to draft the report under the assumption that that was her name. He continued to meticulously document not just the injuries to her body, but also all of the little details that could help a loved one identify her, like her tattoos. A colorful butterfly in the web between her left thumb and index finger, a small, broken heart just above her left ankle. Unknown to him, those details would be key to helping the victim's loved ones identify her. And in fact, days later, when her body was checked out of the facility to go to a funeral home, she left under a different name. Renée Michelle Bergeron. They didn't even get her name right in the case file. Her name. How could that possibly happen? It's as if they set off on a journey with the wrong map. How could they expect to get to their destination? This makes up my mind. I want to take what was done, what did exist in those files, and draw a whole new map. And maybe this time we might end up in the right place at the journey's end. But there is something I need to do before I can officially accept the case. I want to find out if Renée Bergeron has any family still living. I want their permission, before I tear into something that might open wounds they'd prefer to keep closed. Among the victim's personal belongings in the case file are quite a few photographs of the same little girl at different ages through the years. In one, the child is perched on the woman's lap, wrapped up in her arms, both of them beaming at the camera. It looks like it was taken shortly before Renée died, and the little girl seems to be probably 9 or 10 years old. It takes a few hours of online searching. I have little to go on. Just a name, Mandy, scribbled on the border of a Polaroid. I find a woman named Amanda in her mid to late 30s in the right part of the country who might be a match. I pull up her Facebook page and send her a message. I explain who I am, tell her that I hope I have the right person, and what I want to do for her mother's case. I expect the message might end up in a request folder. I might not get a reply for weeks, if ever. But within minutes, I see those little bouncing dots telling me someone is responding. I assume such a quick reply means that I've either messaged the wrong person or that she is going to tell me to go away. But her reply pops up.
Thank you very much. I have waited my entire life for this. The last time I tried to reach out, no one was available.
Renée Bergeron. That is the name of the woman found on that Sunday in November 1993. Not Maria Martinez. Renée Bergeron of New Orleans. Over the next few months, I pore over anything of Renée's I can get my hands on, trying to piece together the life of a woman who led, well, many different lives. The case file has photocopies of her personal papers. She kept a date book, appointments listed meticulously, her dog's vet appointment, scheduled maintenance on her car, names, addresses, phone numbers, all annotated with important details. Next to a name, she might make a smiley face or write a cute nickname. Some people had less, approving notes. She wrote cheap in all caps, underlined with exclamation points next to one name. Asshole, she wrote next to another. She was careful with her money, finances fastidiously tracked, receipts for bills, checklists for holiday savings, money put aside for her daughter Amanda's Christmas gifts. But papers can only take me so far. In order to really know Renée, I need to speak with those who knew her, those who still love her to this day.
That's our birds. We have 2 cockatiels. We recently got a new one, Allie and Willie.
This is Amanda, Renée's daughter. Today, she is almost 40 years old. But back in 1993, she was just 10 when she lost her mom. I meet with her at her home outside of New Orleans. It's full of life. There's a pair of cockatiels, aquariums filled with fish, and a little dog. I ask Amanda to tell me a bit about her mom.
She was fun. She was loving. She lit up a room. Whenever she walked in, everybody knew she was here. You know, just because her presence, she has such a big personality and life of the party kind of person and wanted everybody to be happy. She was just that happy-go-lucky person.
Renée was 26 years old when she died. She had big, blue, deep-set eyes. She was fair-skinned, tall, with naturally auburn curly hair, which she dyed and styled in 100 different ways.
That was her. All the jewelry, the bright pink lipstick, smiling, curly hair. She had shaved on the side. She would stand out today. Even today, she would stand out.
We looked through family photos.
Yeah, so that's me and my mom. Nice 1980s hairstyle. Let's see, I think it doesn't say how old I was on the back, but I'm assuming I was probably about 2 or 3. A little sundress on. My mom loved going to take pictures at Sears, as you could tell. She would go get her picture taken all the time. At like Sears or whatever, JCPenney's, and get her picture taken. Just her. And then she would bring it to my grandma and give it to us. And then she'd have, like I have a mug with her picture on it. I have a plate with her picture on it. You know, like a button pen with her picture on it. She always had pictures of herself, always.
Amanda has a folder full of handwritten letters Renée sent to those she loved. We read through them. In one letter, addressed to her childhood best friend, Leanne, she wrote, "Hey girl, what's up? I'm in Dallas, Texas. Thanks for accepting my call. I had to catch a plane early that morning to go to Myrtle Beach. As soon as I get a decent car, I'm coming home. I miss it exceptionally. I'm getting older and Mandy is growing up. Anyway, let me know when the wedding is. I want to be there. Love you, girlfriend." In another, to a boyfriend, she wrote, "When you're away, it feels like a part of me is missing, like my leg or an arm, and my heart for sure." And of course, she wrote to her daughter Amanda.
So every holiday, my mom would send cards. And when I say every holiday, I mean like Christmas, Valentine's Day, Halloween, my birthday. You know, of course, my birthday, like the big things, but every little holiday she would send. Easter, like who really sends Easter cards, you know, that kind of thing. A Valentine's wish right from the heart, because that's where all good wishes start. Happiness always. Love and miss you, mommy. February 1989. I love you and miss you, your mommy. 1987 Christmas. Be good for your granny. Hope your Easter is colored with more fun than you can imagine. With love, mommy. Another Valentine's Day card. For a sweet daughter with love. You're a darling little daughter and a perfect Valentine. Happy Valentine's Day. I love you, mommy. 1990.
A window into the life of Renée Bergeron is beginning to open. By speaking with her family and studying her belongings, I feel like I am slowly piecing together the story of who Renée really was, with all its ups and downs. According to Amanda, Renée was young when she had her, still a teenager. The story I get from her family is this. She fell in love with an older boy from Mobile, Alabama, but tragically and unexpectedly, he died from a brain aneurysm shortly after Amanda was born. Young, effectively widowed, overwhelmed, Renée struggled to keep up with the demands of a young baby, so she turned to her parents for help. They agreed to take care of her baby, of Amanda.
And I'm sure if my dad wouldn't have got sick and passed away, it would have been a different life. My mom said that too, because they really did love each other. And it would have been completely different. But when he passed away, my mom, at 16 years old, you have a child, you get married, and then he passes away in 6 months. What is she supposed to do? You know, and as a parent, I can't imagine what she went through. I can't imagine having to make that decision. And she was a young parent. She was 16 when she had me. To fully say, you know, I can't do this. I need help. She just knew she couldn't be a full-time mom.
From that point on, Amanda lived full-time with her grandparents. Over the years, Renée regularly sent letters home and visited when she could. Amanda cherished these moments.
And I remember, like, whenever she would come in, she made time to make sure I felt special. We would go ride bikes, just the two of us. We would talk, you know, in my room. She would do my hair, and, you know, we'd take showers and just talk, like, all night. We'd stay up all night just talking, tell me about everything that she did. I tell her about everything at school that I was, you know, scared to tell my grandma, that kind of thing. We watched all kinds of movies, and she was, like, into thrillers and stuff just like I am. So we would watch Unsolved Mysteries, and, like, Steel Magnolias is one of our favorite movies to watch. Fried Green Tomatoes, kind of thing like that. You know, everything, really. Just anything to spend time together.
Amanda also shares letters Renée wrote to her parents over the years. Unlike the cheerful holiday cards she sent to her daughter, these letters are honest and raw, always expressing gratitude for the care her parents took in raising Amanda.
And I found this letter, well, my grandma gave it to me a while back, but it's from December 1985. So it says, "Parents, how are you all? Especially fine, I hope, and pray. I'm very confused at this holiday time. Lonely is my biggest feeling. I was going to call, but I decided to write because I just never get to say what I want to say on the phone. I want to, first of all, thank you all for loving my baby girl as if she was yours. It means a lot to me, even when I never show it. I'm sorry for the terrible pain I put you both through. I know Mandy doesn't understand too much now, but all I want for her to really know is that her mom does love her very much."
I'm starting to get the sense that Renée struggled, in many more ways than one. And this prevented her from being able to be a full-time parent to her daughter, despite their close and loving relationship.
I've been through different emotions with the whole situation. As a kid, of course, I idolized my mom. I didn't understand why my grandma was upset or why she was mad at her for certain things, or, I didn't get it. But then when I had my son, I became very mad at my mom. Very mad. Like, I couldn't be away from my son. I wouldn't even let them take him in the nursery in the hospital. So for her to give me up at 11 months, it was inconceivable to me. I didn't understand that. For years, I was just very mad at her because of that, because I didn't understand. And then, I don't know what it was, but it just kind of like, my son got older, I just started looking at him, and you truly do want the best for your kid. And it's hard to understand that, for people from the outside to understand and say, well, oh, she gave you up, but she gave me up for a better life. She knew she couldn't give me what she wanted to give me. It's the most unselfish thing that you could possibly do.
All that travel, all those postcards, as I continue to look through her date book, it's starting to become clear to me that Renée spent her early 20s living two different lives. One as Amanda's mom, the other as Maria Martinez. As Maria, she worked as a high-end escort and exotic dancer, traveling around the U.S. She had contacts from Chicago to Houston, from Wheeling, West Virginia to Jackson, Mississippi. Between her travels, she went home to a little house outside Mobile, Alabama, that, in the last years of her life, she shared with her boyfriend, Maurice. She had a little sports car, a bright blue Datsun 280Z, a dog named Blackie. She attended cosmetology classes, and she regularly commuted to New Orleans to spend time with her daughter, Amanda. However, after Renée's murder, media coverage harped on only certain parts of her life.
Yeah, so, this is just the weird things that they put. Like, Renée Michelle Bergeron of Marrero, wild, rebellious, and hell-bent for trouble since she was 12, didn't seem to consider the possible consequences of her lifestyle, her parents said last week. I'm sure my grandma didn't say that. I'm sure they said, yeah, she was troubled, she was wild, but,
Yes, Renée was a sex worker. That was no secret, not even to her family. But why is that the singular focus of her entire story? And this made Amanda feel like she couldn't talk about her mom or what had happened to her. In another conversation, she shared with me what that was like.
It's very kind of hush-hush, and I guess because it was a rough situation to talk about and things weren't talked about back then. I feel like she was left out because of the circumstances of what happened, because it was a murder. It was a brutal murder. And it was hard for anybody to even talk about it. I remember trying to go to the counselor at school, and she didn't even know what to say.
She didn't think much of it until another classmate's mom died in a car crash, and the school held a special mass and fundraiser in support of that classmate's family. It made Amanda wonder, why didn't anybody do this for my mom?
And I, going to a Catholic school, I'm sure, had something to do with her lifestyle, what she was involved in, what people thought she was involved in. And they didn't want to memorialize that. Why can't we talk about what happened to my mom?
We are all aware of the ways in which murder is covered in the media. There are certain templates and stock formats. There's the misanthropic bad guy, the hero cops who catch him. There's also, of course, the tragic victim. Sometimes young women, fresh-faced and virginal, stolen in their prime. Other times, the victims are mothers, saintly caregivers ripped apart from their families. You probably recognize their names. Shanann Watts, Jennifer Dulos, Susan Powell, Lacey Peterson. I believe the blame lies within the Madonna whore complex, the way we are all trained to see women as only one or the other. And stories about people of color, stories about indigenous people, stories about poor people or drug users or sex workers rarely get the same coverage. What happens next is a feedback loop. in which the media prioritizes these stories of murdered suburban white moms. So, under community pressure, the police prioritize those murders too, pursuing them to the ends of the earth, while other cases, the far more likely murder cases, get abandoned when the momentum slows or the leads dry up. A leading criminologist named Dr. Stephen Eggers actually coined a term to refer to these marginalized victims: the less dead. I believe Renée Bergeron is one of the many less dead. Judging from these news stories following her death, Renée's sex work and assumed, quote, lifestyle was what a lot of people focused on. I believe that this influenced how the original investigation saw Renée. Like, for instance, instead of the most recent photo of Renée, the one with Amanda on her lap, the initial investigators canvassed the community with a mugshot of Renée from years earlier. Not only was it an old photo of a woman who often changed up her look, but it signaled to everyone that this person was at one point a criminal. Sex workers tend to be forgotten victims and are also often victim-blamed. Renée engaging in sex work shouldn't mean that she isn't deserving of a fair investigation. She is a victim of a terrible, vicious murder. She was also a mom, a daughter, and a friend, with people around her who loved her and who deserve answers. She was someone, her own person. That alone makes her worthy of justice. And at the end of the day, the reason people like me investigate cases like this is to give some answers to those who lost their loved ones. In everything I learn about Renée and her personal belongings, everything Amanda shares with me, I see a woman fiercely devoted to her child's well-being, fiercely loyal to her friends and family, fiercely in love when the time was right. And she was a mom. She was Amanda's mom. So why can't I find the articles, the local news pieces, the public outcry at this case so long unsolved? Why has this case sat cold, untouched for years? The victim misidentified in a records room, surrounded by hundreds of other cases, completely unremarkable or unremarked upon. I call Captain Paul Birch, my friend at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. I tell him that I have reviewed the files, spoken with the family, and received their blessing. I want to look more into this case, see what I can find out. Paul then does something that totally surprises me. He says, yes, go ahead. But not just that. He names me the lead investigator as a civilian. This means that I will be the one driving the investigation, interviewing old witnesses and suspects, compiling evidence, even drafting search warrants and affidavits. And he instructs the other detectives in major crimes that they will be working with me. What's more, Paul gives me permission to record the entire process, to share our investigation as it happens. Every new lead, every new suspect interview, every new piece of evidence. You will hear it all. As the lead investigator, there are so many questions that I want to ask, like, who was Maria Martinez, and why did police confuse her for Renée? How did Renée begin doing sex work? What was her life like on the road? What was her life like in Mobile? Who knew her best? And most importantly, who killed her? And why did they do it?
Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2. Okay, this will be a taped interview. Case number is 9311-0576. Date is 11/17/93.
This is Detective Kevin Putnam of the Mobile County Sheriff's Office, preparing to interview someone as part of his investigation into the brutal murder of Renée Bergeron. For nearly 3 decades, this murder has remained unsolved. Renée Bergeron's file has sat, collecting dust, untouched for all these years, until now. For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom, a podcast documenting my 3-year investigation into the 1993 murder of Renée Bergeron. Last episode, we learned about Renée, a 26-year-old woman from New Orleans who lived in Mobile, Alabama. In 1993, Renée was murdered and decapitated. Her body deposited on a service road off Interstate 10 in a rural corner of Mobile County.
It had no head, and it was laying on its stomach. The body had been cleaned out, had no fluids.
The wound and the manner in which this perpetrator did this decapitation appears to be somewhat amateurist.
You know, when there's a crime such as a beheading, that spreads throughout the law enforcement community because it's unusual.
They served her a huge injustice by not looking at it thoroughly. It's kind of like one less prostitute on the street.
There are approximately 4,000 to 5,000 pages of files as part of the investigation into the murder of Renée Bergeron, and I need to go through these files, every single page of them. There are interview transcripts, forensics documents, crime scene photos, cassette tapes, press releases, tips, even police reports from other investigations that at some point might have been considered relevant to this case. I even find copies of Renée's personal documents and effects, her calendar and address book, mail from her house, letters, photos. But there's one thing, well, technically 4 things, I find that will become my Rosetta Stone in this case. 4 steno pads, filled entirely in handwritten notes, each page covered front and back. Mostly in the handwriting of a guy named Kevin Putnam. Detective Kevin Putnam, that is.
President K. Putnam, PUTNAM.
Now, Putnam was one of the 2 lead detectives on the Renée Bergeron case in '93. The other lead was Sergeant Estes, but most people just called him Cookie. We'll talk more about him later. Back to Putnam. Like most officers, he writes in all caps, block letters. It's the way many of us are trained, an attempt at uniform legibility. I had this same writing habit drilled into me almost 25 years ago, back when I first started work as an officer. In law enforcement, an officer's notebook is practically sacred. Like being taught to write in block letters, we have it drilled into us early and often that our notebooks are forever. It's a permanent record that can be called upon for court or referenced in future investigations or even serve to protect us from claims of negligence. This is why, when it came time to understand the original investigation in '93, I went straight to the notebooks. These notebooks are written in a kind of code. They're meant for the individual officer to be able to reference later, if necessary, to recall people or events. Jotted notes, names in the margin with an arrow drawn to another name or to an address, phone numbers with only initials next to them. They are not exactly a clear narrative, but they are in chronological order, documenting the progress of the detective. These 4 notebooks tell the story of the initial investigation into the murder of Renée Bergeron. They begin with the date and time Putnam was first called to the scene, Sunday afternoon, November 14th, 1993. There, he logs a few bullet points describing what he saw when he arrived. He sketches a quick diagram showing the location of Renée's body in reference to the roads and buildings nearby. From there, his notes progress, with interviews, leads, pieces of evidence, continuing until the spring of 1994, when they begin to peter out. This is when the Mobile County Sheriff's Office appears to have hit a dead end, even though her case was not yet solved. Not even close. Basically, these notebooks show the meat of the case and help me piece together how the initial investigation went down, who investigators spoke with, what they looked into, and how they talked about Renée. And all of this is important because as far as Renée's family is concerned, law enforcement is to blame here. Not for the murder itself, but for the fact that Renée's case has yet to be solved.
It was never looked at her as a human being, or definitely not as my mom or anybody's daughter or anybody's sister. It was looked at as one less prostitute we got to worry about. So I was like, good luck dealing with them, because we had no luck, no help.
Amanda's skepticism is understandable. She believes that the early investigators, including Putnam, made stereotyped assumptions about who her mom Renée was and who might have been responsible for her murder. And worse than that, she says that detectives ignored Renée's loved ones, even as they begged them to pursue new leads. So I'm now going to examine the original investigation into Renée's murder, who worked it, what they did and did not do, and whether they might be responsible, in part, for the fact that this case remains unsolved.
When I first got on with the sheriff's office, it was a small group of guys that were best friends. They partied together, they drank after work together. I never fit in.
This is Mitch McCrae. He worked at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office for 27 years before retiring as a detective sergeant. He describes his early days in the office in the 1980s and 1990s.
I came in and worked. I worked hard, and I worked long hours. I'm not that smart, so I got to make up for it by working harder than anybody else. That's just my mentality. And these other guys, the way I pictured them is if I'd come in a substation, they'd be sitting at a desk, feet up on the desk, waiting for the phone call of somebody wanting to confess to a murder, where I was always out trying to chase people down, find out who did it. And their opinion was, well, just sit here, somebody will call. We'll get that magic phone call and solve the murder by somebody calling us and telling us who did it.
I'm speaking with him because I need to learn more about the sheriff's office back then, the same office that led the investigation into Renée's death. How did this even happen? I need some answers. I need a real look inside the culture of this office in the 90s. And Mitch isn't the only one I'm speaking to. I ask almost every officer I meet, what was this place like back in the day? And according to just about everyone you ask, the answer is, not so great.
Well, there's some things I could tell you, but it's not going to be on camera.
It's difficult to get cops to speak publicly and critically of their own department, even if it was in the past. They don't want to be unprofessional and disrespectful or air dirty laundry. But privately, internally, these things are discussed, criticized, complained about even. It's fair to say that the Mobile County Sheriff's Office of the 1990s was a vastly different agency than the one it is today. And that included the Major Crimes Division, the guys responsible for solving murders.
There was two superstars here. It was Larry Tillman and Cookie Estes. They were the murder police. They worked all the cases, and they were the best.
It's important to remember one name here, Cookie Estes. Detective Sergeant William Estes, actually. Cookie was a nickname.
I actually trained under Detective Sergeant Estes. He had a lot of street smart, and I learned a lot from him, a tremendous amount, but he also taught me a lot of what not to do. And Cookie's passed away now. He's a good man. He tried hard, but my personal opinion of him, he would put on blinders. He would focus on you, and if he could prove it was you, fine. If he couldn't, he'd just lose interest in it. One other thing about Cookie is he didn't want anybody else interfering in his cases. He didn't want anybody else's opinion.
So that's Cookie for you. He was one of the two leads on the investigation into Renée's murder. The other lead on the case was Putnam. It is his handwriting that is all over the steno pads. Still, both detectives show up in the cassette tape interviews. And these, combined with the notebooks, give a loose account of how the investigation went down.
Following the taped interview taken with the Urquhart.
Today's date is 1/21/94. Time is 9 a.m. This is a interview at Metro Jail with Archie Lorenzo McPherson.
In the first days after Renée's body is found, the detectives interview a number of people.
Following is a taped interview taken with Maurice Hill. Maurice, the purpose of this interview is a reference to a young lady that you know, named Maria Martinez.
They interview Renée's boyfriend, Maurice, which makes sense.
When is the last time you saw Maria?
To the best of my knowledge, it was Thursday when I got off from work.
They also interview a friend of his named Freddie.
And you would describe Maurice as your best friend? I like him. He's a good guy. Maurice wouldn't harm him fly.
Okay, the purpose of this interview is in reference to a situation. I showed you a photograph earlier of a white female. Have you ever seen her before?
They interview a local sex worker named Paulette, who said she had seen Renee on Wednesday.
We don't care what you girls done or who you done it to or how much dope you smoked or what you stole from the Dollar General. All we concerned with is who killed Maria. That's all we're concerned about. All this other conversation we had, don't worry about it, okay?
Thank you. And I want you to know I'm not doing this for the money. I'm doing it more for Maria.
They interview a guy who Renee had hung out with on Thursday.
John, I understand that you were acquainted with Maria Martinez. Is that correct? That's correct.
Funny enough, they actually interview 3 teenagers who Renee had gotten into a spat with in a parking lot outside a convenience store shortly before her death.
Tell me what that woman was wearing that night, that you remember.
A blue jean jacket, I don't know what the shirt looked like, some tight blue jean pants, and some ugly boots that had 3 zippers that zip all the way around with purple and green and orange and pink on them.
It's not clear what the spat was about exactly, but it must have been bad for one of the teen girls to still take the time to insult Renee's boots after she died. The detectives also chat with a convenience store clerk who calls in a tip. Someone came in talking about the murder in graphic detail. They collect security cam footage from that store. As I go through the files, I create a database of every single name, address, phone number, vehicle license plate, and detail in the file. I want to see patterns, to connect names and addresses to interview transcripts. But still, I'm not totally sure how some of these people came onto their radar, and I'm struggling to understand how relevant some of this information is to the case. But what's an even bigger mystery to me is who they didn't choose to interview. The detectives do not take the time to speak at length to Renee's mom, Joyce, or her dad, Raymond. They do not ask Renee's boyfriend, Maurice, about whether he knows of anyone else who they should speak to, at least not in the recorded interview. There are other tips called in. A guy who goes around town with a laminated picture of Renee. He describes her murder in detail, first to a DMV employee and then to his doctor. Another guy calls in a tip on a friend of his who drunkenly bragged about raping someone who matched a description of Renee. A woman calls the office repeatedly the week after Renee's body was found. She leaves a message for the detectives saying she heard screaming in the middle of the night in the woods near the crime scene. The notebooks include her original tip, then another note left saying she called while the detectives were away. But there's no record of the detectives following up with her. What Putnam and Estes do is canvass the community. They print flyers offering a $15,000 reward. "Do you know who killed this woman?" the flyers read, with "woman" in all caps, followed by 3 question marks. They use an old mugshot of Renee on the flyer from a time when she was arrested, despite the fact that they have other, more recent pictures of her on hand, including one of her with her young daughter in her lap. In press releases, the sheriff's office makes mention of her record, writing, and I quote, "She made her living through prostitution, was a frequent user of crack cocaine, and spent much of her time on the street," end quote. Maybe the detectives think they are being smart about this. They probably think they stand the best chance of getting real information if they present Renee in the terms by which they view her, a sex worker and drug user, because that's how they assume others will know her. The press takes this narrative and runs with it, not that they needed much encouragement. Prostitute, crack addict, mugshot, lather, rinse, repeat, a toxic feedback loop. When the detectives canvass Theodore, the small town where Renee lived and was later found dead, they speak with 2 men who claim they saw a woman resembling Renee get into a car with a known drug dealer named Dineski Brown on either the Thursday or Friday before her body was found. But they state they only saw this from a distance and don't know for sure if it was her. This tip, written down in the steno pads, will become the first lead that Cookie and Putnam pursue. Casual Friday. I didn't know. I didn't get the memo.
Yeah, I'm not staying here all day. It's Friday. I'm not on call. Hallelujah.
This is Detective Matthew P. Matt is the most all-American guy I know. He loves baseball, chews tobacco, celebrates National Hot Dog Day.
Today's National Hot Dog Day.
Wait, it was National Hot Dog Day the other... Maybe it was international.
Yesterday.
It was probably National Hot Dog Day without a bun, and now it's Hot Dog Day with a bun. And
hot dog and chili and sauerkraut and all.
Oh, God, that sounds good.
Yeah.
When I am at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office, Matt is my partner in this investigation. Together, we look through the case files, interview suspects, walk through theories and hurdles, and figure out next steps. I trust him. Matt and I want to learn more about the original investigation, beyond what we could read in the case files. So we decide to speak to Detective Kevin Putnam, one of the two lead detectives on the original case, the only one still living, and the guy whose handwriting fills up most of the steno pads. So we ask him to come in and review his notes with us. Putnam is tall, very tall. He seems to almost fill the doorway when he enters Matt's office before sitting in a chair beside the desk. In speaking with people at the sheriff's office who knew him back in the day and know him now, there's always a pause. They say he's an odd duck or just different from most cops, stuff like that.
You know, we were talking about the other night. There's 10 commandments. One of them is, thou shalt do no murder, and that there are more murder victims out there than we will ever fathom. There's as many murder victims out there as there are liars or lies that have been told.
As we go through the case files, Putnam offers up whatever pieces of information he can.
And then Tammy.
Which one? Hutchinson?
Tammy Hutchins, yeah. Her name was all up in it. She used to run with the crowd down there.
We discuss the sources Putnam interviewed, the people who seem to know Renee.
Now here's William David Young's name in my book. I didn't think it was there.
Yeah, it seems like somebody talked to him once, briefly. He even says that he came in and talked to somebody once.
Came to get DL, had laminated picture of victim talking about murder.
On the whole, things line up with how I had thought his investigation went.
I thought I kept better notes than this.
Look, honestly, if you didn't keep the notes that you kept, we wouldn't have anything. Cookie and Putnam zeroed in on a lead suspect within the first 48 hours after Renee's body was found. Dineski Brown, the drug dealer mentioned earlier. So here's what happens next. The detectives drive to Dineski's house. They ask to speak with him about a case they are investigating. Smartly, Dineski asks for a lawyer. The detectives ask to search the inside of Dineski's car, a blue Toyota Celica. Again, Dineski asks for a lawyer. So the detectives bring cadaver dogs to sniff around the car. The dogs signal that there's an odor related to human remains inside the Toyota. So now the detectives have probable cause, that is, a legal basis to search and seize the car. As they search the car, they find sneakers, shorts, and a buck knife, the folding kind often used in hunting. The tip of the knife is broken off. The blade has a single blood smear on it. The handle has blood in the crevices. They send the knife to the state lab for testing to see if the blood matches Renee's. A month later, the results come back. No, the blood does not match Renee's. At this point, the detectives have nothing else to go on, except some guys saying Renee maybe got into Dineski's car. No other evidence suggests that Dineski's connected to her murder. The detectives are left with just hunches and biases. Dineski was black and a drug dealer. And maybe Renee owed him money since she was known to use cocaine. It is at this point, when their lead suspect, Dineski, is reasonably excluded from consideration, that the case begins to go cold. Over the next few months, the detectives pursue a few more leads, but none quite as ardently as Dineski Brown. But talking to him in the present day, Putnam does remember other suspects, including one particular suspect, Renée's boyfriend, Maurice.
But I do remember going to the house, and I do remember him saying, sure, go ahead and look around. I remember walking through a room and looking around on the floor, especially the floor, because I think it had a wood floor. And, you know, blood gets in wood floors and it just gets way down in there deep. It was dark that night.
You went at night?
Yeah.
Yep.
We went at night.
Was there blood on the porch?
Seems like there was something worth looking at on the porch.
Right.
Cookie would have collected it.
So Putnam confirms this. There was blood on the porch at the house Renée shared with her boyfriend. He saw it the same night that Renée's body was found.
I just never got the sense that he was involved in it. He just seemed like he was, you know, he had her around because they were friends and buddies, and I'm sure they had sex.
They were together for 6 years. They were a couple for 6 years.
Yeah. And what makes him go off the reservation?
But I am of the same mind as you that in this case, I don't think that he's the one who did it. I think he was probably a shitty boyfriend, but I don't think he killed her. You know what I mean?
I mean, she's got a place to live. He's paying her bills.
He wasn't paying her bills. That was her house.
That's not what we heard.
It doesn't matter what you heard. The lease was in her name. That was her house. She made $42,000 that year. She wasn't living off of anybody. I'm not saying she was a saint, but I think it's important to recognize that there were a lot of tales about her at the time that were not accurate. Everything I could find in the original case files makes it very clear that Renée was not living off anyone. She had money in the bank. She owned her car outright. She lived in a house leased in her name. She tracked every penny that she brought in and that she spent. Putnam should have known this. There's the title to her car in the original case file. Notes in the steno where her landlord says he leased the place to her, not Maurice. It just feels important to clarify because these kinds of misunderstandings about a victim can shape a case, lead it in different directions, and bias those who are supposed to solve it. And even if the detectives did not suspect Maurice, someone did. And she was beating down the agency's door, pleading for them to please pursue new leads, to please solve her daughter's murder.
I'm Joyce Bergeron, and I was Renée's mother, and still is. She's still in my heart after 29 years.
This is Joyce, Renée's mom. I speak with her early in my investigation because I want to get to know the people who knew Renée best, and who knows you better than your own mom. Today, Joyce lives in the same house she raised Renée and her 5 siblings in. It's also the house that Amanda grew up in. It's a modest ranch just outside of New Orleans.
I gave them a tour to see all of the nutcrackers.
She loves to collect things. Her kitchen is filled with Coca-Cola memorabilia. Her living room has, I kid you not, hundreds of nutcrackers, all gifted to her by her children, grandchildren, neighbors, and friends. The Bergerons were, and still are, a picture family. There are stacks of photos, album after album, the walls of the family home adorned in every room with more and more pictures of them all. Even though Renée is gone, she's still present in the household. Her photos are everywhere. Joyce first found out that Renée had died when the sheriff's office called her and her husband. But she didn't learn the exact details until she traveled to Mobile to recover her daughter's body from the funeral home.
The guy from the funeral home told me, he says, Miss Joyce, before we make arrangements, I want you to talk to the guy that did the autopsy in Mobile. So he got him on the phone, and he's the one that told me. He said, are you aware how your daughter died? I said, I was told she was found on the side of the road. And that's when he proceeded to tell me that her head was found 2 days later.
Given the extent of injuries to Renée, the family had to identify her body through small, cropped pictures of her tattoos. A butterfly in the web between her thumb and index finger, and a broken heart above her ankle.
We went to the Mobile police, and I wanted to talk to him.
She says Mobile Police Department here, but she really means the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. It's a common misnomer, but important to clarify.
But the guy who was in charge of the police department at the time was a total a-hole. His attitude was that she was a street person and that she didn't have a place to stay and all this. And I said, "You're going to tell me she was homeless?" I said, "The house she was living in, she rented it. The furniture that was in there, she had already."
Regardless, the agency dismissed her. But Joyce pushed back on the detectives. She knew her daughter rented her own place, bought her own furniture, took good care of herself. She wasn't a, quote, street person.
And that's when he backed up his chair, he crossed his leg, put it on the table, and proceeded to describe my daughter to me, how she was a street person. And I looked at him and I told him, I said, "I don't know if you're married. I don't know if you have kids. But I said, you got to remember that girl was somebody's daughter, she was somebody's mother, and she was somebody's sister."
One of the detectives dismissed the mother of a murder victim, literally putting his feet up on the table and telling her that her daughter was a street person. Can you imagine? The thing is, Joyce knew about Renée's occasional sex work. She says Renée reassured her that it was closer to chaperoning rich guys than working as a street prostitute. Joyce says that she knew she couldn't control Renée. It was better to make peace with her daughter's choices at any given point in her life, even if she didn't agree with them. But what she did not make peace with was how the sheriff's office treated her. Not only was it cruel, it also hurt their investigation, because Joyce knew who Renée's good friends were. She knew who they should talk to. And Joyce had her own suspicions. One that she wanted them to investigate. Renée's boyfriend, Maurice. Joyce remembers that Maurice did not come to the funeral. But more than that, Joyce remembers another crucial thing about Maurice. Renée had told her mom that Maurice was abusive towards her. Apparently, Renée and Maurice would get into huge, awful fights. In fact, right before her death, Renée told her mom that she was going to leave Maurice.
She says, "Well, Mom," she says, "it's at this point. If I don't leave him, either he's going to kill me or I'm going to end up killing him." She says, "I can't take it anymore."
Joyce told the detectives that she thought they should at least investigate Maurice more.
Not that I felt Maurice did it, because, quote the Mobile police, the man is a musician. He wouldn't use his hand to kill anyone. Any professional man didn't do it. And I looked at him, I said, "What about O.J. Simpson?" I said, "Wasn't he a professional football player?" And I said, "Don't hand me that bowl just because of your profession that you can't commit murder."
Despite being rebuffed, Joyce continued to write letters to the sheriff's office. One reads, "Since Renée's death, I have mailed you a copy of a book. I know you got it. I have written you 5 letters, this being the 6th. Please write me some kind of report as to what has been done and what is being done. Please don't let her be an unsolved case. I know I'm looking for answers, and answers are what I need." But those letters went unanswered. The same day that Renée's body was found, back in November 1993, detectives interviewed her boyfriend Maurice.
Following was a taped interview taken with Maurice. Maurice, the purpose of this interview is a reference to a young lady that you know, other than Maria Martinez. As we both know now, we found Maria dead this afternoon down
March Road.
Yeah.
Where's that?
West of here.
There's a cassette recording of this interview. The recorded interview runs less than 20 minutes. That's pretty short for a criminal interview.
You said sometimes she just leaves. She goes away for a few days and comes back. She got a sort of a sordid past, is that right? She does drugs, more particularly crack cocaine. I understood you to say that she also been turning some tricks.
Right. I mean, I didn't condone what she was doing, and I never followed her, and we really didn't discuss it, because I just felt less than a man when she was telling me about a trick. She didn't discuss her tricks with me. So I don't know who she was tricking, but I know that she was tricking because she'd leave home and she'd come back with money or drugs.
Sometimes she goes out of town and does this.
Right.
Houston, Dallas, wherever. She just sort of comes and goes. Is that right?
Right.
Do you have any idea where she may have been staying during this period that she was gone?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
It's clear that the officers and Maurice had talked before the recording started.
I gather from the conversation you and I had earlier that initially you and her, you felt pretty close to her.
Right.
But because of her lifestyle and some of the things she's been doing, that you not as close.
Not really intimate, but I still love her. But I can't. It's just black and white, just two opposites. So.
Yeah.
But we have always been the best of friends and lovers. Up until the last time she left a couple of months ago, we had decided really that we were going to kind of part. And when she got back Monday, I thought that maybe we would try to make another go at it, and she was going to try to straighten the life up and everything. And then that Tuesday, she was ripping and running again.
Were you happy or sad, the two of you breaking up? Did it hurt you feel?
I would really have been relieved. But I really love Maria. We've been through thick and thin, through this, that, and the other for many years. I wouldn't want to see her hair hurting her head. I can't understand why somebody would want her dead, other than she ripping somebody off or something. I mean, I'm used to it,
Do you have any knowledge of how Maria came to be dead?
No, sir. I sure don't. I'll take a lie detector test or whatever I have to do. I have no knowledge whatsoever. I have not seen Maria since Thursday night. She hadn't been back home because I can tell when Maria comes in, she just tears everything up, and I was waiting for her to leave before I clean the house back up. She come in, put dishes all over the place and clothes all over the place, but I knew that she was close by because her luggage was still there. See, if her luggage was gone, that means she would have been gone, but her luggage is still there. So she couldn't have been too far. She don't go anywhere without her luggage,
Do you have any knowledge of how Maria came to be dead?
I can't imagine her. It still just don't seem like she's dead to me. It's just hard for me to.
There is a tongue-in-cheek joke tossed around in true crime. The husband did it. Sadly, this trope exists because it is statistically, overwhelmingly, the case. When a woman is murdered in America, she is 15 times more likely to have been killed by a man she knows than any other type of offender. Half of them are directly at the hands of an intimate partner. And it appears that Renée might have experienced abuse from Maurice. Both Joyce and Amanda remember Renée coming to New Orleans with bruises on her body that she said were from fights with him. So I know it's important that I speak with Maurice myself, not only to investigate whether he might have had any involvement in Renée's murder, but also to talk with someone else who seemed to know Renée pretty well, even if he knew her as Maria.
Hey, Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Hey, is Maurice around? Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm well, sir. I spoke with you on the phone the other day.
Yeah.
Maurice lives in a quiet residential section of Mobile, not far from downtown. The street is wide, the homes are lovely, mid-century ranches. The oaks are enormous, creating a canopy over the whole neighborhood. It's the summer of 2020, peak COVID, so we stay outside, keeping our distance. The audio, unfortunately, reflects this. As we talk to Maurice, we learn some of the basics about him. He has adult children who live nearby. They seem like a close family. He's certainly getting up there in age. He was 15 years Renée's senior. Today, he moves with the help of a wheelchair, though once he gets where he's going, he stands up to speak. He is an imposing figure. He is tall, very sturdy. He seems very sharp. And though we are there to discuss dark, difficult things, there are moments we get a glimpse of what I suspect is a quick wit. And I can see why Renée was drawn to him.
I do remember her following me around because I would be so happy to see her. Because most of the time, when I played, she was out of town. And I would be glad to see her. Except one time, I was playing in a club, and this woman was in there that was married, and she was fixated on me. And Maria got her straight. You don't mess with my man. I'm like, oh my God.
I didn't know you were my woman, but okay.
Maurice shares fond memories of Renée, like when she would come to watch him play music at his gigs. But he is also frank about problems in their relationship. He hones in on her drug use, just as he did in his original interview from 1993.
So you two kind of kicked it off when y'all first met and then started dating, is that right? Okay. And any problems during that dating?
We had problems with, she was a drug addict. I mean, she had it bad.
Mm-hmm. Cocaine?
She'd be gone sometime for 2 or 3 days. I would get upset or whatever, but not enough to kill her or nothing like that.
Yeah.
It'd be like cutting my own throat.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, man, it was great. We used to go to New Orleans every weekend.
Mm.
I played music and I worked on appliances on the side every week. And we didn't have any money problems. She would even give me money for rent and stuff, so we didn't have any big problems, though.
He still remembers that Sunday in November.
When you found out, I'm sure the investigators asked you, but I didn't see any notes in the file. When was the last time that you saw her prior to her death? Because she was found on a Sunday morning.
I think I saw her that Wednesday. It was one of them weekends she was on a binge, and I hadn't seen her. I was looking for her.
Maurice worked as an electrician during the day and a musician during the evening. Time cards show him clocking into and out of work during most of that week before Renée's death. He also had music gigs at night. He says Renée seemed to be on a bender during that time. They didn't cross paths much that week. And according to Maurice, he did not find out about Renée's murder until detectives showed up at his door.
When it happened, I didn't even go. I went to New Orleans when the day they have a funeral, but I didn't even go to the funeral. I didn't want nothing to remind me that she was gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, it would have been a shock. I mean, it was...
Oh, that was horrible. I have my theory on who killed her, but...
What's your theory?
That she got some drugs from somebody on credit.
Mm-hmm.
And when they came to her, she was so out of it. She didn't have the money, so they killed her. That was my idea. But honestly...
Did you ever know her to get drugs on credit prior to her death? Because she usually had money.
She had, and at the time of her death, she had money, according to her banking records, which she kept really meticulous notes.
You know, I didn't keep up with how much money she had. I knew that she had money, but I never kept up with it. How she got it. She was the sweetest thing in the world. I never will forget her. But I call her Maria, but we found out later her name was Renée Bergeron. But she always been Maria Martinez to me.
I went into this meeting expecting to dislike Maurice, simply by virtue of what I had heard about his alleged history of domestic violence. To be clear, my thoughts on that are no different now. Domestic violence is an intolerable condition. It is a cancer on society. It is endemic. It is on the rise again in this country, and it is a predictor of so many types of violent crime. But when Maurice speaks about Renée, it is very difficult, even for me, to not feel empathy for how much sadness he still seems to carry at her loss. Above all, my read on him is that he is being very forthright with us. His answers are clear and natural. There are none of the telltale signs of lies.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
I'll let you enjoy your weekend. If you think of something, please call us. Okay?
I sure will.
Shake your hand, but,
y'all
you know.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Y'all have a good day.
There's a term of art in law enforcement and in criminal justice in general: the totality of the circumstances. There is no one thing that eliminates Maurice as a suspect. Maurice appears to have a credible alibi that weekend, and no other accounts of Renée's whereabouts include Maurice. Plus, he seems forthright. There are no red flags. When I look at the facts of the case, I can arrive at one of two conclusions. Either an overarching sense that it just doesn't add up to his having done this, or perhaps even being able to do this, or I must land in a place where I want to continue pushing in this direction. To me, there is nothing that stands out, nothing glaring that says, keep going, there's got to be something there. And frankly, that is a mistake too many investigators make. As I see it, there are witnesses placing both Maurice and Renée at different locations during almost all of the key points in the timeline leading to her death. There are a few small gaps, holes we can't fill in. But in those holes, we have evidence pointing us away from Maurice and much more clearly to other suspects. There are interviews with people who knew them both in Mobile, none of which raise any suspicion of Maurice. He doesn't match the psychological profile of someone who would do this. And there's no physical evidence, like a weapon, tying him to this case. Given our impression of his forthrightness with us, his statements to detectives in the immediate aftermath of the murder, and a complete absence of anything even coming close to proof that he did commit it, I'm going to side with the totality of the circumstances. I don't see any reason to keep Maurice at the top of the list. I don't think he's our guy. Still, the question remains, who on earth would do this to Renée?
My initial reaction to the Renée Bergeron scene was very complicated. I knew it was going to be a complicated case because she was found without her head. That wasn't found for at least another day. She was found without her tongue. That certainly meant something. And the injury to the body, the clothing, she didn't have all of her clothing. She was very clean. I knew at the time this was going to be a real challenge to try to recreate what could have happened to this young woman.
For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom, a podcast documenting my 3-year investigation into the 1993 murder of Renée Bergeron, a murder that has remained unsolved for nearly 30 years. Previously, on Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom?
Do you have any knowledge of how Maria came to be dead? No, sir. I sure don't. I'll take a lie detector test or whatever I have to do. I have no knowledge whatsoever.
She was a drug addict. I mean, she had it bad. I never will forget her, but I call her Maria. But we found out later her name was Renée Bergeron. But she always been Maria Martinez to me.
If this had been a 60-year-old lady that was at a grocery store shopping, I think Cookie would have put more focus on it, a lot more time. I hate to say it this way, but She was just a whore. Who cares? I actually feel that's the way he looked at it.
It doesn't matter what you heard. The lease was in her name. That was her house. She wasn't living off of anybody. I think it's important to recognize that there were a lot of tales about her at the time that were not accurate.
The injuries to the neck, which involved decapitation, meaning that her head had been physically removed from her body. These wounds, they're just indicative of someone who was in a state of rage, trying to do as much damage as they possibly could.
Interstate 10. It runs through 8 states from Santa Monica, California to Jacksonville, Florida, almost 2,500 miles long. It's the 4th longest highway in the country, one of the flagship freeways of the American Interstate Highway System when construction first began in 1957. And according to some, Interstate 10 is the serial killer's highway. Now, there is no official designation. Reasonable, educated people disagree on which exact stretch of highway is the serial killer's highway. But the fact of the matter is that I-10 covers a lot of ground. It stretches from the Pacific to the Atlantic. Along the way, it hits a number of high-crime areas, including brushing up alongside the Mexican border at Juarez as it passes through El Paso. And while El Paso is a statistically very safe city, Juarez, with easy access to 10, is the 3rd most dangerous in the world. I-10 also hits Los Angeles, Phoenix, Houston, New Orleans, and Mobile, Alabama. Why are highways so popular with serial killers? Logistics. That's the first answer. It's easy to kill and then disappear. We did see it in the past with trains as the railroads expanded. There are a number of unsolved axe murders believed to have been committed by offenders who hopped on and off the trains to kill the same way we think of them doing now on the highways. Plus, highways offer anonymity. This is the greatest tool a serial killer has. Some killers choose the trucker profession specifically because of the ability to move about the country. Victims are often dumped nowhere near where they were picked up or killed. This is part of why there are so many John and Jane Does associated with these kinds of killings. In 2010, the FBI began tracking serial homicides specifically associated with highways and major roadways. When you examine that data, the highest number of murders over the longest stretch of the highway does appear to be across the bottom quarter of the country, tracking along Interstate 10, right where Renée's body was found. This certainly factors into my thinking when I first see the Renée Bergeron case, making me believe there's a strong chance that it is the work of a serial killer. First, of course, it's unimaginably brutal. There's decapitation, mutilation, object rape, not to mention the fact that whoever killed her drained her body of blood and appears to have posed her in that prone position on the grass. Which brings me to the second reason why this could be the work of a serial killer. It looks ritualistic, obsessive, the kind of murder that someone with a sadistic compulsion would commit. And third, perhaps most relevant to this part of our story, she was found on a service road just off Interstate 10, on arguably the most popular highway for serial killers in the whole United States. Not only did many serial killers travel on highways to commit their murders, many also disposed of their victims' bodies along the highway. Keith Jesperson is the most well-known, but there's Richard Rogers, who dumped his bodies at highway rest stops, and Jerry Lee Johns, who left his red-headed victims by the side of the road. It is my first impression. It is the very reason I am asked to look at this specific case. So it is necessary to ask, could a serial killer have been responsible for the murder of Renée Bergeron? Do you remember me approaching you about the case?
Yeah,
I sent you an
me.
email about the case.
You emailed me about the case. And I was intrigued enough to say, come and let's meet. And so then we did get together when you came up to the cottage.
This is Dr. Ann Burgess, a legendary researcher, professor, and consultant in the areas of trauma-informed rape victim interviews, serial predation, forensic psych nursing, homicide investigation, and psychological profiling. You might recognize her work as that of the character Dr. Wendy Carr in the Netflix series Mindhunter, which portrayed the FBI's behavioral science unit as they basically invented the psychological profiling of serial killers.
Dr. Wendy Carr, so you're saying you don't think us interviewing these killers is crazy?
Just the opposite. I mean, crazy.
Wendy Carr is the fictionalized version of Dr. Burgess.
I mean, imagine. Truly imagine what it takes to bludgeon someone to death.
Now, here is what is so cool about Dr. Burgess. She is a leader in two fields critical to solving unimaginable murders like what happened to Renée. Those fields are forensic nursing and victimology. Basically, what kind of a person commits this kind of crime? And what clues can a victim and their life offer us about who may have killed them? To solve this case, I know that I need to understand both who Renée is and who the person who did this to Renée is. Without either, I'll be as lost as the original investigators. Before we can dive into Renée's case, it is important to rewind and give some more context to the work Dr. Burgess did on serial killers, the work that was portrayed in Mindhunter. For Dr. Burgess, that work started with looking at sexual crimes. Back in the 1970s, Dr. Burgess was an assistant professor of nursing who focused on forensic psychology. And as part of her research, she conducted an extensive study with rape victims seeking treatment in emergency rooms. From that research, she was able to develop a comprehensive study on the impact of rape on victims, as well as how best to interview and treat rape in a clinical setting. It's this work that led her to be invited to the FBI's behavioral science unit.
William Webster was the head of the FBI out of Washington, D.C. He was new, he was visionary, he was young, energetic, and he said, we will have our agents at the Behavioral Science Unit at the FBI Academy to teach law enforcement across the country. Not only did he say that law enforcement needed to be trained in the area of rape investigation, but they, at the academy, needed to do research. And so because they had to do research, several of the agents were interested in interviewing criminals. As Bob Ressler told me, how can I teach criminal psychology if I haven't talked to any criminals?
So the FBI had all of these imprisoned serial killers they could interview, but no system for conducting those interviews.
They didn't get into talking with the suspects. They would turn that over, and they certainly didn't understand the victim. Victimology was not something in their playbook at that particular time. So I happened to be at the right place at the right time.
This is where Dr. Burgess came in. She was a professor and researcher. She knew that the only way this research could be comprehensive and systematic is if they put a methodology into place.
Well, it'd be nice if you had a set of questions that you asked each one, and then we could take a look at whether that would make some sense. We could do some statistics, etc. And that really was how the study got started.
She believed that the interviewers, that is, the FBI agents sitting down to talk to the killers, should ask a standard set of questions to known serial killers in order to build up a database of information. Even the order in which they asked the questions was important to how the answers would be compiled and interpreted. At one point, she went so far as to color code the questionnaire in order to guarantee that the process was maintained across the board.
And in fact, the first book we wrote was an academic book for the field, so to speak, on patterns of sexual killing. That's, of course, what it was. But where do we get our sample? Well, I asked Bob Ressler to please give us a list. And he was able to find, I think, 82 serial killers where they thought there had been multiple victims. And out of that, we pared it down to 36. And these were ones that we thought they could get interviews with. We really wanted them to go out and interview these men.
So they did. And during those interviews, they focused on so many things you've probably heard of, probably even know by heart now yourself. How did they treat animals in their childhoods? Did they have a penchant for starting fires? Had there been physical or sexual abuse growing up? Did they choose and stalk victims, or did they simply act on impulse in a momentary lapse of self-control? Did they know their victims, or pick total strangers? And the men they interviewed, well, you know them too. Ed Kemper, John Wayne Gacy, Richard Speck, even Mobile's own Thomas Wisenhunt, to name a few. But Dr. Burgess had her own focus in those interviews.
I was more looking at the psychology and the psychiatric aspect, and that had to do with the upbringing, the child development part, what went on in the family. And we clearly saw the pattern of the absent father. And that always intrigued me because up until that point, they often would talk about the domineering mother and how bad the mother was and she did this and that to the child. But they didn't factor in that there's no father around. And so the mother was really having to do both the discipline as well as the nurturing part of parenting. But the absent father was important. And then the other, I think, important thing that we found out is there was something in each one of these narratives of a very powerful experience that maybe for other people, other young boys, it wouldn't have mattered, but it had some type of sexual connotation to it. And that seems to be what really hooked the young male child in, and it could be as young as 5, 6, 7 years old. I can remember Jean Joubert was clearly talked about at age 5. He wanted to, quote, gobble up his babysitter. And if you looked at his crimes, even the ones before he started killing, they would have bite marks that the victims in some way would be bitten. And then, of course, in his killing, he had targeted young boys.
So just to summarize, what Dr. Burgess finds in these studies is important. Childhood development and factors in the child's surroundings played a role in sexual homicides. It wasn't just sociopathy or psychopathy. Nurture played as much a role as nature. Remember, at the time of this research, serial killers were on the rise, both in headlines and popular culture, a rise that continued from the 70s on through the end of the 90s. At the same time as pop culture was turning our attention to a new swath of slasher flicks, the newspapers were filled with more and more stories of horror movie-style killers walking amongst us in the real world. It was the golden age of the serial killer. There are a number of theories as to why serial killers and serial sexual predators seem to rapidly burst forth from the broader population of your typical rapists and murderers, and why, in particular, we experienced a sort of serial killer bubble in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Urbanization likely played a role, more people in one place with greater anonymity. Lead paint in buildings, lead in gasoline, too, and so much more of it everywhere with that ever-expanding highway system. There's also the fact that a whole generation of men grew up in homes plagued by unacknowledged and untreated PTSD in their fathers, veterans of World Wars I and II. Plus, true crime and true detective magazines were widely available and very popular, marketed to and consumed by boys in their tweens and teens. They essentially were pornography filled with intensely sadistic imagery, linking sex and violence at a critical stage of development in the minds of some young boys who could buy it at will during a time when healthier forms of porn were simply inaccessible. None of these things acted on their own, but altogether created a perfect storm of developmental impacts. Add that to the important factors of nature, that is, the naturally occurring psychopathy or sociopathy, and the math is simple. More developmental impacts on the regularly occurring number of sociopaths and psychopaths in a population will likely create more serial killers versus, say, your garden variety ruthless sociopathic CEOs. But this golden age and the newly popular image of the serial killer all led to the government investing considerable resources into groundbreaking research, like the research that Dr. Burgess did. And that research has proved to be vitally important to our understanding of sexual homicides today.
What do you wish the broader public knew about serial predation? I think the public needs to know how long the surveillance goes, how much that the offender gets out of stalking, silently stalking his victim. Just take a store clerk. Even if that offender comes in every day to buy a newspaper or something, that can be setting up something, and where I remember one clerk that would smile and say hello every time, and that would feed into his fantasy. But we had seen that in other kinds of cases. So I think that you cannot assume that the victim is a stranger to the offender, maybe a stranger to the victim, but that person may well have been watching and surveilling the victim for a while. It builds the fantasy. It builds into what he wants to do and how he's going to do it.
Which brings us to the Renée Bergeron case.
When I presented the information to you, what was your initial reaction to Renée's scene?
My initial reaction to the Renée Bergeron scene was very complicated. I knew it was going to be a complicated case because she was found without her head. That wasn't found for at least another day. She was found without her tongue. That certainly meant something. And the injury to the body, the clothing, she didn't have all of her clothing. She had nothing. She was very clean. There was not like a lot of blood smeared on her. And it later determined that she had no blood, that something had drained the blood. I mean, this was going to be, I knew at the time this was going to be a real challenge to try to recreate what could have happened to this young woman.
What at Renée's scene to you presents as an indication of a sexual homicide or possibly at first glance the work of a serial predator?
Well, when you go to a crime scene and you want to look at a particular victim, so the position the victim is in, the clothing or not, the any markings on the body, any items that are there and items that are not there that you might not learn until you talk with someone. Did the offender take anything off of the body, any markings, any souvenirs, things like that? When you only have the victim and you believe that it's a serial killing, and even if you don't, how do you re-establish or re-evaluate the fantasy that was going on in the killer's head? That's really the hard thing is. And it's easy if it's a robbery, say, because the wallet's missing or items are taken. But when there's nothing like a robbery or anything else to explain why the victim was killed, you have to think about a serial killing. There are a variety of indicators that you have a sexual homicide here, even without the presence of evidence of that. And one of the important things of understanding it as a ritualistic crime is how much time that the offender spent at the crime scene. And that could be determined by the various things that are left at the crime scene. Was the victim covered? Was the victim just left without any type of attention to it? How much time the offender spent at the scene, what he did to the body, why he did the things he did, all would point to the fantasy.
So, in its simplest terms, the murder of Renée Bergeron and the subsequent crime scene I've studied through photos and the medical examiner's report is undoubtedly a sexual homicide. And by virtue of how extensive the wounds were, how grotesque they appear to the average person, how long the killer must have spent with the body, they certainly look like they could have been inflicted by someone who had done this before and would likely do it again. By definition, this means it could be the work of a serial killer. So, how do I begin to investigate whether a specific serial killer could be involved in this? Well, I need to turn to the very data set that Dr. Burgess first helped to create. In order to find out whether a known serial killer could be responsible for the murder of Renée Bergeron, I know that I need to get access to something called the Radford and FGCU database. Basically, the database aims to track every known or broadly suspected serial killer in the world, past and present. For each killer and victim, there are 185 possible characteristics, like murder weapon, gun, knife, rope, something else, mutilation and its variations, like decapitation, and any other details relevant to the crime, like whether the victim's body was hidden or not, plus all of the other bullet point facts of the case, like where and when it happened and who the suspects are, if that is known. As you might imagine, this is a comprehensive collection. Because we know serials work in patterns, an extensive record like this allows for comparisons to unsolved cases. As soon as I have access to this database, I start scouring for any relations to this case. First, I look at the Gulf Coast region, South Alabama, Mississippi, eastern Louisiana, the western panhandle of Florida. What murders show up in this area? Then I look to see if any of those murders look similar to what happened to Renée. Are there any other sexual homicides? What about decapitations? The decapitation felt like the key to me. Even among sexual homicides, even among murders with mutilation, decapitation is quite rare. However, when I look at the data, there are not a lot of matches. But there's one match that looks promising. A serial killer by the name of Sean Vincent Gillis. Sean Gillis is a serial killer from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, less than a 3-hour drive from Mobile. As far as we know, Gillis killed 4 black women and 4 white women. He himself is white. Some of his victims were sex workers. One was an elderly lady living in an assisted living facility. One was a 52-year-old stay-at-home mom. One was his own housekeeper. His choice of victims is obviously quite varied, but his methods and signatures are not. All of his murders look very similar, and one of them looks almost identical to Renée's, right down to the position the body had been left in for discovery. His MO, or the logistics used to find, capture, and subdue victims, was this. Generally, he tried to get women into his car, where he would then strangle them with a zip tie. His signatures, or the elements of the crime that brought alive the fantasy and satiated his compulsions, were stabbing, slashing, mutilating, exploring the victim's body post-mortem, and sometimes even necrophilia and cannibalism. Gillis is believed to have been active from March 1994 to February 2004, a 10-year run in which he tried to rack up a good number of victims in order to attract local media attention for his crimes. He was jealous that Derek Todd Lee was getting more attention as the local serial killer du jour. Gillis's murders are not a perfect match for Renée's murder, but they also are not dissimilar enough to eliminate him based simply on scenes. Could Sean Gillis possibly be responsible for the murder of Renée? Could she be one more notch in his belt to achieve fame as a serial killer? Matt and I decide to call a friend at the FBI to see if she can help us out.
Hey, Matt, what's going on?
It's Felony Friday.
It is Felony Friday. What you got?
We're working on a cold case.
Okay.
I think I've mentioned it to you before. The lady in 1993 was beheaded and sexually mutilated, and her body was dumped on the I-10 service road in Theodore. Yeah. We've been working on this case for 16 months now, and we're leaning, we're not 100% sure, but in 92, 93, Sean Gillis out of New Orleans, who's a notorious serial killer, was operating heavily and doing the same things, beheading, sexually mutilating, positioning bodies. And he's in prison over there. And we know the FBI assisted with that case in Louisiana.
Okay.
And we don't know if we would have or be able to get any access to crime scene photos that you guys took or anything that could help us compare body positions or similar characters.
Yeah,
Well, and
absolutely. Let me.
The agency said that the FBI did a
One more
timeline.
time.
Ma'am,
What's the guy's name? The subject's name again?
Sean Gillis.
Let me do some digging on this. It looks like this may have been shot up to headquarters, but New Orleans is going to have these records, and if there's any photographs at all associated with anything that they may have processed, I should be able.
Just to jump in for a second, we say New Orleans, not Baton Rouge. Don't worry, this is corrected with a quick email later on.
Perfect. And no rush. Don't you don't have to try to push that through today, obviously, but we just his name's coming up just because of his MO and the way that this girl was found. It's really coincidental.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, how many people? That's pretty heinous.
Yes. Yeah.
Man, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, let me do some digging around. I'll get you what we can get you.
All right. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too. You guys have fun.
So we're now asking the FBI for a favor. Can we find out if any extensive profile of Gillis was ever created by them? Have they gone back and looked at him for anything unsolved? Matt and I decide to also speak with the detectives in the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office. They are the team responsible for the bulk of the investigation into Sean Gillis. We don't record this conversation. According to the detectives, Gillis did not usually travel very far. Going all the way to Mobile would be unusual for him. This is because Gillis liked to bring his victims back to his house. When he killed someone, he typically engaged in the mutilation and exsanguination at his own home in Baton Rouge. He did this during the middle of the night while his live-in girlfriend was at work as a nurse on overnight shifts. To have done these acts someplace he didn't know or feel safe is extremely unlikely. But despite that, the team at East Baton Rouge has a hard time ignoring the ways in which the crime scenes and condition of the bodies were similar. The way Renée was found strongly resembled the way one of Gillis's victims, a woman named Catherine Hall, was found. Hall was discovered on a remote dirt road, almost in the woodline. She was supine, arms outstretched in a nearly identical fashion to Renée. She had been slashed on her torso, and she had been exsanguinated. Because of this, it's hard to not feel like Renée's murder could be connected to Gillis. But as Matt and I dig into this, more and more evidence turns up that makes us question whether Gillis could actually have been involved. Yes, the crime scene looked like his work, but the drive between Mobile and Baton Rouge is 3 hours. This meant that Gillis would have to drive to Mobile, murder Renée, bring her back to Baton Rouge, dismember and clean her body, then drive it back to Mobile where he would set her up on the road, a road that almost nobody even knew existed. That's at least 6 hours of driving and many more hours of work that Gillis would have to do in a pretty narrow window of time between the end of his workday and the time when his girlfriend returned home. Also, Gillis tended to fixate on his victims prior to killing them. There is no evidence that Renée passed through Baton Rouge in the weeks prior to her death, or that Gillis passed through Mobile. Significantly, once he was captured, Gillis confessed to his crimes and provided detail to back up his claims. This is part of his pathology, this desire to have the crimes recognized, even lauded. But he's never confessed to killing Renée. If he did kill her, wouldn't he have owned up to it in order to claim more of the glory he saw in the serial murder? So it seems pretty unlikely that Sean Gillis had anything to do with Renée's murder. But if he didn't, who did? Could it have been the work of a previously unidentified serial killer? Or could it have been someone else who only committed brutal murder just this once? Here's the thing. We give a lot of attention to famous serial killers, but it is important to acknowledge that the same characteristics we see in serial killings are present in many sexual homicides. It's often what defines them as such. Someone might have that same fixation, that same obsession with the victim. That is actually key to so much of Dr. Burgess's work. She's focused on the psychology of all sexual homicides, not just the ones from the most famous headlines. And that psychology is critical to understanding a case like Renée's.
Assuming you only know the crime scene and the
Right.
state of the body, what might you hypothesize about what happened and who might be responsible?
Well, we certainly know that rage was a part of that. Anger, rage, there was such intensity, if you will, of injury to this young woman that you automatically think was conflict, argument, what happened, why, or why was she being targeted? You always want to know why. Why was she, at that time, why did she become the victim? So somebody knew her. That is not going to be a stranger. I never thought a stranger would just do that. He could have just killed her. You know, he didn't have to do all the things that we just described. So the challenge was to start trying to recreate it. What was near there? Why was she, there had to have been some water because she had been washed or somehow. So that would be something to look at. What were the buildings nearby? Where could this have happened? Because it didn't look like it happened there. So that was not the original crime scene. That she was killed or something was done to her elsewhere, and then she was killed, and then she was moved into a vehicle of some type and just thrown. I felt just discarded. So the not only was it the rage and the anger, but it was the misogyny, maybe. Somebody was really angry at her for something.
Yeah, the in specific object rape with the blade in particular.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the indications that gives us?
Yeah, there was insertion into her vaginal area. There was marks to her face that her mouth had been cut. And interestingly enough, as others had always said, it reminded them of a very early 1940s case, the Black Dahlia out of California. But there was such mutilation of the she was desexualized. That's often a finding that you make. So somebody had wanted to absolutely turn her into almost a mannequin. It had no person to her.
That's really interesting. I think that's actually really key, that the distaste for her sexuality, whether it was through sex work or whether it was her relationship with a black man, that there was something about her sexuality that was particularly offensive.
Yes.
I feel validated. I feel like I am at least pointed in the right direction if what I saw in the initial scene was so similar to how Dr. Ann Burgess would interpret it. Imposter syndrome is real, and I struggle with it mightily. But at least for a little while, I feel as though I can handle this case, do it justice. Everything I know about this type of crime, I truly believe I owe to the giants, the pioneers of the field who came well before me and made my work today possible, but especially that of Dr. Burgess. And that is what gives me even a glimmer of a chance at solving Renée's murder.
Is there anyone alive in Mobile who might have known your mom?
It's hard because I don't really know her life in Mobile. I don't really know who she hung out with there. There's Leanne, but she's dead.
This is Amanda Campos, Renée's daughter. We're speaking on the phone.
There's David.
David?
Yeah, he was a friend of my mom's. He would bring gifts and things of my mom for me. Actually, he took me where she was killed, like where her body was found. It was me, my grandma, grandpa, and David. We all drove to Mobile. He showed me her house, where she hung out, and then he took us to the spot, like on side the highway. But yeah, I don't know if David is still alive. Maybe you could reach out to him.
For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? Previously on Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom?
The injuries to the neck, which involved decapitation, meaning that her head had been physically removed from her body. These wounds, they're just indicative of someone who is in a state of rage, trying to do as much damage as they possibly could.
I feel like she was left out because of the circumstances of what happened, because it was a murder. It was a brutal murder.
She was a drug addict, and when she had it bad, I never will forget her, but I call her Maria, but we found out later her name was Renée Bergeron. But she always been Maria Martinez to me.
I mean, this was going to be, I knew at the time this was going to be a real challenge to try to recreate what could have happened to this young woman. You cannot assume that the victim is a stranger to the offender. It builds the fantasy. It builds into what he wants to do and how he's going to do it.
I need to sit down with Amanda, hear more about this David guy, so I decide to visit her at her home. Her house is decorated with bright colors and holiday knickknacks, and lots of framed photographs. It reminds me so much of Joyce's home. Clearly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. There's a pair of parakeets, a few small aquariums filled with fish, and a little dog scuttling around. At this point, I'm hoping we can talk more about a guy named David Young, a guy she mentioned the very first time we spoke on the phone. Do you have a memory of David and your mom coming over together, ever?
No, never.
You never met him before your mom?
Not that I remember. I remember Mom talking about him as a friend, and I remember my mom explaining to me the difference of love and being in love.
Through David?
As an example. Me and my mom were talking, and I said, well, what's the difference? And she said, well, like David, he's my friend. I love him, but I'm not in love with him. And I said, well, how can you say that? You could think I'm 7, 8 years old trying to figure out what love and in love is. And I said, so you're not in love with David? And she said, no, I just love him as a friend. And it was because she said that he was a good friend and he was my dad's best friend. So that's the only way she referred to him as was my dad's best friend. So that's how I knew him.
But despite how seemingly close Renée and David were, Amanda does not meet David until after her mom dies. Not long after the funeral, Amanda travels with her grandparents to Alabama. They need to collect Renée's belongings, including her beloved little sports car, which is still at the mechanics in Mobile. Once they arrive in Mobile, they meet up with David. He offers to take them around, since none of them really know Renée's life there. First, David takes the Bergeron family to the cemetery, where Amanda's dad, Clay, is buried. She's never been there before. After that, he takes her to meet Clay's brother, so that Amanda can be introduced to the other side of the family. After that, he takes Amanda and her grandparents to Renée's house, the one she shared with Maurice.
And I remember walking in and my grandma saying, how we know this is the right house? I walked in and there's a big old picture of me on the refrigerator. Like I had given her as my Easter picture. My grandma had made me a dress, you sit with the Easter bunny, but she had blew it up to like the size of the whole refrigerator. And I said, well, unless I'm famous, this is the house.
It is clearly Renée's house, but apart from the picture of Amanda on the fridge, it looks abandoned.
There was nothing in the house. There was a few pictures, an empty purse, not even furniture, like not even a sofa, nothing on the wall. It was like ransacked, I guess you would say. It was just, and I remember that feeling like this isn't right. Like this is empty. Like, there wasn't even a sofa. There wasn't a bed. There was nothing in there.
According to Amanda, David then tells her grandparents that he thinks she, Amanda, should see where her mother's body was found. It's not far from Renée's house. The family drives over with David.
I remember waiting in the car.
You didn't get out of the car?
No. My grandma and grandpa got out. And my grandpa told me to wait in the car. So I don't know what they said or how precise he was, whatever, you know.
Amanda doesn't know what David or her grandparents see or talk about while she stays in the car. After that, the Bergeron family returns home to New Orleans. In the first years after Renée's death, David visits the family every so often. In fact, just a few months after their Mobile visit, David offers to buy Renée's car.
My mom had a 280ZX, and it was teal, and had spoiled rotten written across the front of it in gold letters.
The car had been hard to sell, but Amanda loved having it around in her grandparents' driveway. She said she would just go sit in it so she could smell her mom.
So it was a very noticeable car. Everybody knew it was her car. So he told my grandma that he wanted to drive it around town. So if anybody seen him in the car, he would know that he's looking for him, is what he said.
After that, David keeps returning to the Bergeron home. But each time he visits, Amanda's grandpa Raymond makes her go somewhere else. He doesn't want her to interact with David.
My grandpa was one of those people that could read people. And he just, from jump, he didn't like them. And the first couple of times he came over, he didn't let him come inside. Like he had to stay outside and talk to him, you know.
Eventually, at some point, David is allowed to come inside. Amanda's grandma Joyce invites him in to chat. David brings Joyce newspaper clippings with updates on the case. New rewards offered, new possible connections. But Amanda recalls Raymond still refuses to speak with David or let Amanda interact with him much. Despite this, David sends Amanda holiday cards.
So it's a teddy bear holding a heart, and it says, Happy Valentine's Day. And on the inside it says, a Valentine's greeting for you from me, as warm as a great big hug would be. Have a happy day. And then David wrote, and please don't ever forget that I think about and love you forever. Love always, David, and very happy Valentine. I knew I had another, like a note from him before, and he had sent me a picture of himself when he started driving 18-wheelers. He sent me a picture of that. That's all I remember, though.
Amanda remembers another time when David slipped an envelope under the door. On it, he had written,
For Amanda.
Inside the envelope was a gold necklace.
My mom's necklace. That he supposedly just found in the car, is what he said. But my mom always had that necklace on.
It's not just Amanda's memory. I have found at least 6 pictures of Renée wearing this necklace. It looks to be a favorite of hers.
And then another time, he came in for Christmas because he bought me a bicycle. A 10-speed pink and gray bicycle, you know, with the swirly handles.
David's visits are regular enough that Joyce buys him a Christmas present every year.
And it was a carton of Winston cigarettes. And then one year, he never came. And then he never came again. He just stopped coming. No letter, no phone call, and just stopped out of nowhere. So my grandma didn't know if something happened to him or just got busy. And I remember that box of wrapped cigarettes long after Christmas was over. My grandma just kept it out, you know, in case ever he showed up, then she had it for him. And eventually she just threw it away.
After that, Amanda never sees David again. He vanishes into thin air.
Yeah, I don't know if David is still alive. Maybe you could reach out to him.
How old do you think he was?
Older than my mom, but I actually do know his birthday, Christmas. Hard to forget.
David Young. His name actually appears in the original case files, but only briefly. He makes his first appearance on February 19th, 1994, 3 months after Renée was killed. A doctor calls in saying David came into his office seeking anxiety medicine because he was upset about what happened to Renée. Around the same time, a DMV employee also calls in a tip on David. Apparently, he came into the DMV to renew his commercial driver's license. He showed the employee laminated photos of Renée and discussed the case in detail. He seemed upset. The employee was shaken and told a state trooper stationed at the DMV, who then gave the information to detectives at the sheriff's office. Both of these tips are written down in the detective's notebook. From there, it looks like the detectives spoke with David about 11 days later, presumably following up on these tips. But there is no recording of their conversation, just a few notes jotted down, saying that it happened and that David said he hadn't seen Renée since July, a full 4 months before she died. Someone being upset about a murder when they know the person who was murdered is not alarming. Yes, he shares a few too many details, but I don't believe there's a right way or a wrong way to process grief or traumatic loss. And so someone being a little ghoulish about it isn't a red flag in and of itself. But that being said, I can't stop thinking about the story Amanda shared, about David taking her to the place where her mom's body was found. Whatever it might mean, it's clear that I need to speak with David Young. It's been clear since Amanda first mentioned his name. Even if he has a rock-solid alibi and no connections to Renée's murder, at the very least, he's probably someone who knew her fairly well. I have a name and a birthday. No year, but it being on Christmas makes it at least a little easier to find him. So that's all I need. I find his criminal record. There are charges for assault, robbery, burglary, and weed, a felony marijuana charge, actually, meaning he had a distribution level amount when arrested, not some dime bag recreational amount. I also find an address in Mobile. As far as I can tell, there's no death certificate or obituary connected to his name. So it looks like he's still alive, 65 years old, and lives not too far away. My partner Matt and I decide that we're going to pull up to David's house and try to interview him, without warning. We want to knock him off balance a little, see how he reacts. David lives at the very back of a trailer park. We have to drive through a series of twists and turns on a dirt road to find him. When we finally arrive at his address, it's hard to see his trailer because it's obscured by very high, cropped hedges. But once we walk past them, we can see it clearly. His single wide looks old, at least 30 or 40 years. Faded, worn, some rust showing. But it is also clearly as well kept as anyone could be expected to manage at its age. Or at his. The property slopes down behind the trailer into a huge section of woods with a small shed at the edge of the property line.
Hey, Mr. David Young, Sheriff's Office. Hey, man, how are you? Hey, can I talk to you? Yeah, thank you.
I record the interview on my phone, so it's not high quality. I'll try to clarify as we go, because this conversation, though it only lasts half an hour, contains a lot of very important information. He's wearing a plain white t-shirt and jeans, both of which appear quite crisp and clean, but also seem at least a size too big. With just socks on his feet, he joins us outside at Matt's request, sitting down on the narrow metal steps in front of the trailer's front door. David Young has a sort of lanky Santa Claus quality to his appearance. Long white hair, long white beard, though both are yellowed from years of nicotine exposure. He is so tall and thin that gangly is the first word to pop into my mind.
Hey, this is Sarah. I'm Matthew. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about an old case that has been brought to my attention recently, kind of looking at. Yeah. And that was an old murder back in 93. With Renée? With who? Renée? Yes, sir.
David seems stunned, almost mute. He clearly knows immediately why we are there. You might have missed it just now, but the moment when we mention a murder in 1993, he replies, mumbling, I quote, "You mean Renée?" Then, "I didn't really know her," end quote. At the outset, before we even begin asking him questions, David starts by saying that Renée got on crack. She threw her life away.
That's what got her killed.
Do you hear him? He says, that's what got her killed. Matt asks David if he and Renée were ever in a relationship or whether they were just friends. David quickly answers, saying, "No, I knew some people she knew, met her through them, but she got on that stuff." After that, he trails off.
That stuff changes people sometimes, doesn't it?
My best guess is that David is struggling to grasp what is happening and maybe trying to end the conversation with us. He's throwing out answers, whatever comes to him in that second. Anything to just make this stop. That may be why he downplays his relationship with Renée, claiming not to know her really and emphasizing her drug use, distancing himself from her. But Matt pushes on.
So tell me a little bit about her, because some of the case notes that I've read just don't tell me a whole lot about her. And, you know, I see a picture of her and that's all I know about her. I want to know some details about her life and who she hung around and what she liked to do. And,
well, when she got on that crack, she got with the blacks, man. That's the end of it.
I heard she was dating a black guy.
Yeah, his name was
Maurice.
Maurice, yeah. And they said they questioned him, and he cleared him. Yeah.
So David says that Renée got on drugs and started hanging out with black people, including her boyfriend, Maurice.
How was her relationship with Maurice? Did you ever see any indication of violence on his part?
No, I don't think that was him to do that.
David is quick to say that he does not suspect Maurice. Matt asks David if the detectives ever spoke with him.
Did the police or deputies ever come speak with you?
Yes, David says. He went down to the sheriff's station and talked with Cookie Estes about the case. He makes it sound voluntary on his part.
I didn't like the way they handled it because
they did things a lot different a long time ago. Okay, so I'm trying to put some fresh eyes.
I did all I could to find out about it, but
tell me about that. That would help me tremendously.
Yeah, it was just.
So who did you suspect after you kind of dug into things?
When Matt asks David who he suspects, David keeps quiet. He doesn't offer an answer. Instead, he says, "The detectives say she left the house that morning and was going to the store." It's like he's thinking out loud. But eventually, he does offer his own theory of the case.
She acted like somebody was after her ass.
How do you know that she had ratted on somebody? Did she personally tell you that?
It was in the newspaper. It was in the newspaper. Sure was.
Well, I remember, okay, so I do remember seeing something in an old newspaper where that was a potential thought process of the sheriff's office at the time was that she could have snitched on someone, per se, or been in the drug world.
David believes Renée is responsible for somebody going to prison, and that is why she was killed. He cites the fact that she acted like somebody was after her. When Matt presses him on this, he then claims he read it in a newspaper. It is worth noting that for many years, Renée's mom Joyce has kept a file folder of all the documents related to Renée's murder. In it, there are multiple newspaper clippings about the case. David gave some of these clippings to Joyce. On one, he writes in the margin, "Still lacks clues." So it does appear that he followed the case closely after Renée's death. I ask him about what he knows of Renée's personal life. I want to see what he'll offer us.
What were you going to say? She was married?
Maurice, she was married to that Clay Beers boy. You know, he died. Clay died with a damn brain aneurysm thing. We all lived out there in the neighborhood. And, him and her got married. She got pregnant by him.
Just a reminder, Renée left home as a teenager and went to Mobile, Alabama, where she married a guy named Clay, that's Amanda's dad, who later died of a brain aneurysm. David and Clay were childhood friends, so he knew her for a long time. And David tells us a history of Renée that more or less matches what we know. She put baby Amanda in her parents' care. She traveled. She engaged in sex work. It appears that David did know Renée well. But But I am also curious about David's relationship to Renée's family after her death. Like, why did he visit so much? Why did he buy her car? And why did he take the family out to the place where Renée's body was found? According to David, Renée's family asked him to take them out to that spot.
Yeah. I took her mom and him out there.
You took them out to the spot where she was killed?
Yeah. They wanted to go out there.
Oh, they wanted to?
They wanted. They asked me, and I said, yeah, come on.
When's the last time you rode out there?
Oh, it's been about a week ago.
About a week ago?
I go by there once in a while.
Just to drive by it?
I can't find out nothing. I don't know. Like I said,
David's body language changes. He seems uncomfortable, cagey even, unable to address the question directly. As Matt tries to get a more exact answer, David starts offering a roundabout story. He says he drove there with his friend Calvin, who he lives with and takes care of, but that's all he'll say.
What are you doing when you drive by there?
Man, he's on parole. But he's just wasted. I have to take care of him hand and foot. He's on medication. Me and him both on Social Security, and I take care of him.
Matt asks David, when did he last go to that spot? Last week, David answers. Matt follows up, clarifying that David is saying that he drove by there last week. At this point, David starts murmuring, saying, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what David is trying to say as we push on this point. But this is what I gather. It's clear that David says the last time he drove by the spot where Renée's body was found was last week. Like the week before we're talking to him. Why would he be driving down this particular remote road so often? I'm not sure. Psychologically, this stands out to me. The fact that he's been to that spot so recently. And the more we ask about Renée, the more that David keeps bringing the conversation back to the grisly details of what happened to her. He seems obsessed with them. He also seems familiar with them. He says this is because he's seen pictures of what happened to Renée.
I sure hate to see her go like that. Y'all never did see the autopsy before.
I've got it.
You got it? Mm-hmm. It's bad, isn't it?
Yeah. All kinds of things. It's not nice.
Sound like something a black person would do, something crazy like that.
Why do you say that?
I don't I kept trying to figure out whether it's white or black that did it, since she was messing with black on crack.
So David claims he has pictures of Renée's tattoos that he got from her dad. I know that these photos were shown to the family to help identify Renée's body and may have been in their possession. But I don't know whether anyone in the Bergeron family showed these to David. David also claims that at one point, he had the autopsy report. That is odd. These are not publicly available in homicides. One thing I notice is that David is pretty unclear, and I don't mean just in terms of the audio quality. Like, we ask him a question, and he doesn't really answer that specific question. He says something unrelated that may or may not have to do with the actual question. He doesn't finish his sentences. It's hard to follow his train of thought. But it also seems clear to me that he's pretty nervous and not sure what he is supposed to say to detectives about this case. There's a lot to note in this first conversation. David seems to know a lot about the murder of Renée, like a lot of specific details. And he seems eager to talk about them. He also gives roundabout, unclear answers. And he's pretty judgmental, racist even about Renée's life. He clearly dislikes Black people and blames them for what happened. For me, the first conversation with David raises more questions than answers. It's not clarifying, it's confusing. The next month, Matt and I asked David to come to the sheriff's office for a sit-down interview at the station. We need to speak with him again and ask about, 1, his relationship with Renée, 2, his knowledge of the murder, and 3, his drives past the crime scene. In the time since we first talked to David, we've pulled license plate data from across the county. This data marks when a plate passes through red light cameras, allowing us to look for patterns of movement. When we look at the past 60 days of data for David, we count approximately 25 times that his vehicle appears to pass by the crime scene. The data shows that his car passes through the nearest light to the scene, going in one direction, and then, usually 10 to 20 minutes later, passes through again, going back the other way. I am curious to see if David will confirm or deny whether or not he is in fact visiting the crime scene. It's part of our broader strategy. Get David to tell us as much as possible and gently push back for clarification when he goes astray. I am not sure how much of what he says will be true or not, but I want to gauge how he responds when we ask him to clarify details. When David arrives, we guide him to the interview room. This is a room with white walls, a small round table, and a recording system. Matt begins the interview.
You remember my partner, Sarah? So, man, we've been looking through thousands of pages of documents in this investigation. It's unbelievable.
David seems to trust Matt more. He opens up to him.
When I talked to you yesterday, you said you got a dream.
Oh, yeah.
So you've been thinking about it a lot.
Oh, yeah. I think I've had 2 since I've seen you.
Holy cow. Well, what were those about? You said they were really vivid.
It was her dad, and Mom. They had come somewhere where we was at and was going to take her back. I don't know what.
That was the dream?
Yeah.
David says he's been having dreams about Renée. Now, having a dream about someone may seem like a pretty innocuous admission. We all have dreams about people and situations we know. But in the world of criminal psychology, when any suspect begins to talk about dreams, we pay attention. This is because dream admissions are very common in the world of sexual homicide. People may not admit to the crime directly, but they admit to having had a dream about committing the crime. This is a psychological telltale. David's dream strikes me as an interesting one. It is in no way an admission dream, but it does suggest to me there is some level of David's subconscious focusing on Renée. I make a note to remember this, to see if he mentions any other dreams throughout our interviews. Before we go any further, Matt and I want to learn more about the fact that David keeps driving past the crime scene. We know that he has done this multiple times since we last spoke to him, but will he admit that?
But did you go there to the murder site where her body was discovered? Well, I guess my question is, since me, you, and Sarah talked 3 or 4 weeks ago, have you been back over there?
Yeah, I went back down to Dirt Road where they found her.
Okay. Since we spoke?
Yeah.
Okay.
So David does cop to going to the site. Interesting. Now, onto our second area of focus. How does he know so much about the murder of Renée? In our first interview, David seemed to know a lot of details about the specifics of what happened to Renée. David claims it is because he had the autopsy report. This claim about the autopsy report sticks out to me. These reports are not made publicly available, and they are rarely given to families, especially in criminal cases like this. 1, because they could reveal sensitive information about the case, and 2, because they are disturbing. When I asked Dr. Hughes, the sheriff's surgeon and a medical examiner, about this, he said bluntly that these autopsy reports are not public. So we have to ask David about this.
And just me being honest and speaking to you now, it kind of struck me as odd the other day when we were at your house and we spoke with you. and you told me you just recently burned all those things that you did have. Help me understand why you did that.
Well, this one old girl I was mentioning, she said, David, you need to quit thinking about her. You need to try to get over it.
Yeah.
David is hard to hear, but he says that a girl he was seeing told him it was time for him to get over Renee and what happened to her.
So you said another woman told you just kind of time for you to get over it?
Yeah, Vicky. Vicky told me, said, look, you need to get off. You need to get away from it. What's her name? I can't remember her last name.
Was she a girlfriend of yours? Or?
No, she was just a girl I met.
What stuff did you specifically burn at your house?
A bunch of pictures that I had.
Okay.
And all the autopsy. You know, that thing was thick. Mm-hmm. That autopsy, about 30 pages.
Yeah, I've got it. It's pretty good.
Yes.
So you don't remember the last time you spoke with Vicky?
It's been a long time.
How long is a long time?
A long time. About 10, 15 years.
Okay, well, how would she tell you to get rid of Renee's things then?
She just told me to try to get over her, you know, because it's so weird.
Okay, so she didn't physically tell you you need to get rid of all these things
no, she
right
told
before
me,
you burned them?
She told me I need to just get over her.
Yeah, but that was 10 or 15 years ago.
And you told us last month that you had just burned the stuff like a couple weeks earlier.
No, it's been a long time since I burned it.
I'm just trying to understand.
David says he got the autopsy report from Renee's dad, but he also says that he burned the autopsy report before our interview because a girlfriend told him to. Okay, so let's say he is telling the truth. How exactly did he get the autopsy report? They aren't publicly available, and neither Joyce nor Amanda remember Renee's dad Raymond ever having that report or giving it to David. Could David have gotten this autopsy report through some other means? And more importantly, why would David then burn it? Now, let's say David is not telling the truth. How else would he have found out about the specifics of Renee's injuries? The details of them were not publicized. And did he actually burn anything? Like, is he trying to prevent us from looking for something by saying it's not there? Or could he have actually burned something to destroy evidence that might have otherwise been at his house? This is where I really want to press David. So I deliberately use an emotional tactic. I bring out a picture of Renee. It's a formal portrait, the one from her memorial. In it, she's wearing the same gold necklace David gave Amanda. David is mesmerized by this picture. He looks at it intently. He says he's never seen it before.
It's from her memorial. Let me ask you, actually, while you're looking at it, does that necklace look familiar? You used to, you said you would give Amanda
I just give
trinkets
her
and stuff like that, because she has that necklace and she says that you gave it to her.
Oh, really?
We just kind of need to understand. I understand you guys are close and everything, so for us, as we move forward and we're looking at things, we have to explore some weird angles.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's a weird angle to me that a necklace
It was real.
It was real. I guess you left it. You put it under the door or something. Didn't see her. And when she went straight to that picture and she said, "That's the necklace."
I don't remember giving her that.
So at first, David says he does not recognize the necklace. When I bring up the fact that he gave trinkets to Amanda, including the necklace, he says, "Oh yeah." But as I try to ask him how he got Renee's necklace, he diverts and simply says that he has no memory of giving it to Amanda. Okay, so this brings us to our third area of focus. What was David's relationship like with Renee?
Did you and Renee ever have any sexual relationship?
Never did.
Did you want to, honestly?
Well,
me being a man,
I was a little bit, but I was a little bit smarter than that man. I've been around a lot of girls.
Yeah.
Like I said, I had 3 girlfriends going at one time.
You're a braver man than I am. I can't hardly handle 1, let alone 3. So did you ever try to sleep with Renee?
Mm-mm. All we was friends. I always told her if she ever needed any help or anywhere to stay.
And you did do those things. You helped her.
Oh, yeah.
You give her some money and you would give her a place to stay if needed.
Yeah. But she never did stay long.
David says he and Renee never had a sexual relationship. When Matt asks him if he wanted to, he says yes, but that he's smarter than that. But he does add that they were friends and he offered for her to stay with him if she ever needed anything. I am still unsure what the relationship between David and Renee really looked like. Amanda has said that her mom told her David wanted more than she did. But David seems sincere, saying that their friendship was platonic. To conclude the interview, Matt and I use a tried and true method in detective work. We leave the room and watch how he behaves when we aren't around, specifically how he interacts with that photo of Renee, which we will leave with him.
I enjoy talking to y'all, you know.
Yeah, if you'll give us just a second, I want to look at something in the office with Sarah.
Yeah.
We'll come back in and talk for maybe another 5 minutes, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Okay?
We'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anything I can help y'all with?
You want another Coke?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. I'll be right back.
All right.
Now, keep in mind, there's no two-way mirror, but there is a camera and microphone recording him. We go into another room to watch that feed. Here is what we see. David props Renee's photo up on the table, looks at it, talks to it. Between the AC and his low voice, it is almost impossible to decipher what he's saying. But he looks serious, maybe even longing. He can't take his eyes off of it. As we return to the room, Matt and I enact a plan to try to get a DNA sample from him. Throughout the interview, David has been sipping on a can of Coke. We are going to try to convince him to leave that Coke without telling him that is what we're doing. We know how mesmerized he is by this picture of Renee. So Matt will offer the picture to David, but subtly, hoping that David will take the picture and leave the Coke. We return to the room, ready to put our plan into motion. Matt actually snatches the photo of Renee off the table from where David had it propped up. David stands up from the table, Coke in hand.
Do you want to keep this?
Matt holds out the picture of Renee. David's eyes flit between the picture and the Coke in his hand. Matt holds the picture just slightly out of reach as he walks backwards out of the room, luring David towards the door.
Do you want to take
Yeah,
this? I've got
yeah,
some
I will.
other-
I'll take that.
Here you go.
I'll put it in
I'll put it away.
I'll put it in a nice frame.
David sets the Coke down on the table and grabs the picture. Bingo.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, you should have something.
We have our DNA sample. Many sexual homicides involve trophy collection behavior. This behavior can look like the offender retaining objects of the victims, but may also involve reenacting certain elements of the crime, revisiting the scene, engaging with the victim's family in order to watch their emotional response, so on. Psychologically, these actions can often lead the offender to feel bursts of enjoyment or even sexual gratification. There are certain accepted fundamentals of violent and sexual homicides, trophy collection being one of them, and they really are the baselines of our modern understanding of these crimes. These fundamentals were developed by the pioneers in the field like Douglas, Ressler, Hart, and of course, Dr. Ann Burgess, who expressed her own concern regarding David's behavior when I brought it up.
Well, what intrigued me with David Young is how much time he spent going back to the scene, especially developing the relationship with the daughter, and some of that was really very eerie. that he would do this. So he was reliving. We could say that if he did this, that he was reliving what he did, and they would keep it alive in his mind, and he would enjoy that part of it. So he was just too involved in the dynamics, if you will, of the family, I think.
Hello?
Hey, David?
Yeah.
Hey, Detective Peak. How are you today?
Hey, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, I called you yesterday.
Yeah, sorry I'd stepped out of the office yesterday afternoon. I just saw this morning where I'd missed your phone call.
A week after our interview, David calls Matt.
It was just something that was in my mind that was put in there a long time ago by either Renee or it almost had to be. I kept thinking, why in the hell didn't I ask her that day when she told me somebody might be looking for her? I never did ask her who was looking for her. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
I mean, you're looking out for your friend and trying to help, so don't beat yourself up over that.
I was always scared for her life, man. I think that's why I was so concerned about her.
Yeah.
Because, the life she was leading.
Yeah.
She had a black baby and sold it?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she had a black baby and sold it.
When did that happen?
That happened, I don't know, maybe a year or two before she got took out.
Okay.
She had a black baby and sold it.
And how do you know this?
She told me.
Who'd she sell it to?
I tell you what, man, I wish I could swap my life for hers and bring her back so she could tell you, man.
Yeah.
She knew everything and I didn't.
Well, you're being helpful, so you're doing everything you can do, and just keep thinking of things and write them down so you don't forget before you call me.
I went back out there yesterday.
Where's that?
Me and Calvin did on where they found her at.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I went back out there. I was trying to think, while I was out there.
Yes, sir.
Because, I didn't get to go to her funeral either.
Why not?
I don't know, man. I didn't even go to my mother's funeral.
Yeah. All right, thanks, David.
Okay, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Today is 6/24/20. The time is 08:37 hours. That phone call was with David Young.
The call is short and all over the place. David seems to like playing detective. He provides us with different theories and suspects, all of which feel far-fetched and, frankly, just made up. David claims Renee told him she felt in danger shortly before her death. Yet he, her close friend, never thought to ask her who exactly she was afraid of? And about that baby. Until this point in the investigation, there have been no other accounts of a second child. But less than 24 hours after David tells us this, someone else comes forward claiming the exact same thing.
What y'all got going on?
Man, sitting here with Sarah. We're working on that old cold case from '93, the beheading and mutilation. And was going to see if you were available Monday morning to ride over for a few minutes so we could kind of brief you on the case.
For a beheading and mutilation, I'll clear my schedule.
For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? Previously on Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom?
She had a black baby and sold it?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she had a black baby and sold it.
When did that happen?
That happened, I don't know, maybe a year or two before she got took out.
Let me ask you, actually, what you're looking at, does that necklace look familiar? You said you would give Amanda
because she has that necklace and she says that you gave it to her.
So, like, just the weird things that they put. Like, Renée Michelle Bergeron of Marrero, wild, rebellious, and hell-bent for trouble since she was 12, didn't seem to consider the possible consequences of her lifestyle, her parents said last week. Like, I'm sure my grandma didn't say that.
It doesn't matter what you heard. The lease was in her name. That was her house. She wasn't living off of anybody. I think it's important to recognize that there were a lot of tales about her at the time that were not accurate. There are 3 theories that circulate in the public whenever a case has gone cold. The first is it was human trafficking, or, as it was known in the 80s, white slavery. The second, the victim was killed for snitching. And the third, of course, the police actually did it. These lores, these theories, these urban legends, whatever you want to call them, they persist despite whatever the facts are, because they are both more interesting and more satisfying explanations as to why there are no answers. Often the truth is far more boring. Cases go cold for all sorts of mundane reasons. So typically, law enforcement takes these theories with a grain of salt. That is why I am taking a different approach to this case, a victim-oriented approach, as opposed to jumping straight into the theories. In order to understand this case, I am getting to really know Renée Bergeron, bit by bit, and certainly more than the original investigators did. That is so important, knowing the person, who they are beyond their role as a murder victim. But remember, when Renée's body was first autopsied and identified after her death, she was not ID'd as Renée, but rather as Maria Martinez. I don't know who Maria Martinez is, this woman whose fingerprints the police believed they had on file, the woman who most people in Mobile believed Renée to be. So even though it's Renée's murder I'm investigating, there's a distinct possibility that the killer had only ever known her as Maria. So who was she? What secrets was Renée hiding behind the facade of Maria?
So, Laura Morris wrote out to me on June 25th, 2020. And she said, "Hey, do you remember me visiting you after this happened? I got someone you need to talk to."
This is Amanda, Renée's daughter. We continue to keep in touch throughout the investigation. She calls me because she says she received a message from someone named Laura Morris.
And she says, "Do you know you may have a brother?" And I said, "I've heard that, but no confirmation." And she said, "Well, he contacted me."
If this rumor sounds familiar, that's because it is. David mentioned this in a phone call with Matt.
You know she had a black baby and sold it?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she had a black baby and sold it.
When did that happen?
That happened, I don't know, maybe a year or two before she got took out.
Now, Laura is telling Amanda similar theories as David's, that Renée had another kid, one unknown to the Bergeron family. When I ask about whether the family had any inkling that Renée may have had another child, they rebuff the idea. They say they saw Renée enough during that time that they would have noticed if she was pregnant. And not only that, Laura is doing so the day after our phone call with David. But Laura isn't just some random person. She is someone David has already mentioned to us. He said Laura was his girlfriend back in 1993. Could Laura and David still be in touch today? Amanda replies to Laura and tells her to reach out to me. So Laura does. We message back and forth, nothing too interesting. But we eventually hop on the phone, and it is while talking that Laura says something that stops me in my tracks. I ask her to come in for a formal interview. I want her to tell this story again, this time on the record. She agrees. I also want her to come in because I hope she can give insight into David. After all, she seems to have known him for a long time. And given that she was around Theodore, Alabama at the time of Renée's murder, she also may provide more clues to help us figure out the full scope of what Renée was involved in. But first, I want her to tell Matt what she told me on the phone, what made me insist that she come in.
But I am really curious, and I've been really hung up on, and I want you to tell Detective Peake what you told me about seeing her in that last weekend, the weekend that she was killed. So if you want to start from the beginning on that and explain to him what you explained to me, because you'll do a better job of explaining it.
I'm being filmed, aren't I? Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, but don't worry about it.
Just don't put me on TV, whatever.
100%, I promise.
She came by David's house the night before.
Did you catch that? Laura is saying that Renée was at David's house the night before she was killed. In fact, that makes this now the last proof of life. The last time Renée Bergeron is seen alive, she is standing on David Young's porch. This is a striking revelation from Laura. David had told us that he had not seen Renée in months before she was killed. At one point, he said maybe 5 days before. Now there's someone else saying that David had seen Renée hours before she was found dead. Matt doesn't dig into this right off the bat, though. It's important to get this part exactly right. So he asks Laura to rewind and explain how she knows David.
Give me a little backstory first between you and David.
We were just friends. He picked me up all the time to ride around in his car with him.
So y'all were friends, no dating relationship or anything?
No, we were just friends.
How long? Oh, sorry.
Long time.
How did y'all get introduced to one another?
I mean, we didn't have Facebook or anything back then, so I was pretty much friends with everybody in the neighborhood. I can probably sit here and just name them, half of them to you. So,
how old were you when you met David?
Probably 16, 17. I was young.
Okay. I'm just curious. I'm just trying to piece together the timeline. It's not yet. Don't worry.
It's fine.
That's interesting. When we interviewed him, David referred to Laura as an ex-girlfriend. But she is saying they were just friends.
So, you're at David's house one particular afternoon and Renée shows up?
Yeah.
2 days before she's murdered?
It was dark. It was the night before.
The night before. Okay, so this would have been Saturday night?
That I couldn't tell you.
So wait, yeah.
Now remember, Renée is found on a Sunday. So the night before could be either a Friday or a Saturday. It's reasonable that Laura does not know for sure which day it is between the two. But again, she knows it is at night and shortly before Renée is found dead.
All right, so she comes over to David's house.
Mm-hmm.
Who's she with?
She was by herself.
So she comes over just to hang out or just randomly shows up? Or tell me.
She did that a lot. I mean, I don't know what they had going on. I don't know. But, I mean, I was there and the two started talking and I'm listening to the conversation and she was beat up pretty bad. Her whole face covered in black eyes and stuff. And she said that her boyfriend had done it.
Okay.
So, like this whole 20-something years I've been thinking he was the one that did it.
Laura says that Renée was beat up and that Renée said Maurice was responsible.
How long was she at David's house with you guys?
Probably less than an hour.
Okay. And did she stop by just to tell David that she had gotten beat up, or what was?
I'm not sure.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to help.
I wish I had, said something back then when all this happened. Because I mean, I'm 52. My brain's not working too good anymore.
So she leaves there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you and David just continue to hang out that night or afternoon.
Yeah, a little bit longer, and then I went home.
About what time at night you were home? It was dark?
Sometime between 10 and 12, I want to say. Yeah, it was late.
Laura later says she left when it was still dark, sometime between 10 and midnight. We continue to ask Laura about David. Where did he live? What cars did he drive? What was his relationship to various people? We just want to understand David better, and Laura seems to have been close to him back then. She hopefully can help us out.
And his relationship with Renée, how would you describe that?
Close. He probably spent as much time with her as they did with me. I mean, they used to ride around all the time and do things. And
Yeah, and I get kind of the same feeling that I think he wanted more.
Probably.
And maybe she wasn't interested or just didn't care for David, liked him as a friend. But did you get that same kind of inclination with David and Renee, or?
I can't really tell. I mean, whatever they had going on was over me. I didn't know everything David did.
Did he ever hit on you or make any advances on you?
Oh, me? No.
I don't know. I'm sorry for asking, but I've got to know
It's
these things. Okay, so no sexual advancements or touching or anything inappropriate?
No,
When's the last time you spoke with David?
It's been more than 10 years ago.
Okay, so Laura is saying that she and David have not been in touch. Interesting.
What did he say to you, I guess, in the months or years after Renee's death?
Not a whole lot. Other than he was just really upset.
But he took you out to meet her family?
Yeah, well, I didn't really meet him. I rode with him, God, that's 3-4 hour ride to New Orleans. So we rode out there the next day or day after or something. Well, you know what? It had to be longer than that because he took me to the cemetery too.
Was it for the funeral or was it after
it
that?
was after the funeral. So I mean, we might have went twice. See, there I go again with.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm
It's
sorry.
a long time ago. It's a long time ago. It's understandable.
It was.
Yeah. So did you meet her mom and Amanda, or you did? Okay. But so Amanda was still a kid. How was his interacting with the family?
Like, it was his mom. He was just real close with them. I had assumed, he'd been that way quite a while. So, I hope y'all aren't seriously thinking he had anything to do with this.
I don't know. I don't know who
God,
asked.
no.
I don't know.
I would bet my life on that he wouldn't.
We're looking at anybody and everybody who knew her, associated with her, spoke with her, talked on the phone with her, everybody. Hence the reason we're talking with you.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the reason we're talking with David and everybody. We're talking.
Have you found him?
Mr. Young?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I've spoke with him several times.
Recently?
Mm-hmm.
Where is he?
In Mobile.
I was so worried about him.
He's all right.
That's good. I didn't know if he was dead or what.
It's funny you say that because
That was the same thing that Renee's mom said.
We haven't talked to him.
We thought he was dead.
Fell off the map.
This Laura interview offers a few pieces of information that, altogether, I'm not sure how to make sense of. First, and most importantly, she says that David might have been among the very last people to see Renee alive. This contradicts what David has told us, and it definitely further raises suspicion on him. Second, she says David and Renee were definitely close. This is another thing that David has contested at times in our interviews with him. But third, Laura does not seem to think that David would do this. She's adamant on that point. That does give me pause. I can't help but wonder if she might be trying to get as much information out of us as we are trying to get out of her. Has she really not been in touch with David for years? Does she really not know much about David and Renee's relationship or what happened to Renee? Is there more to the story of what was said on David's porch that night? I can't tell. It's clear that we need to continue to look at Renee's life in Mobile, at her life as Maria. I know that in order to understand Renee's story better, I need to begin by learning about who she was as a kid and at what point her life started to veer away from New Orleans.
A little bit about Renee.
This is Joyce, Renee's mom. Today, she is 81 years old and still lives in the house where she raised 6 kids. If any of the detectives had sat in this home, had chatted with Joyce and her husband Raymond at this kitchen table, seen these walls covered in family photos, they might have had a very different view of the woman whose murder they were tasked with solving. The detectives might have seen a sweet, beloved daughter, funny and fierce and imaginative.
You know, she was a quiet girl, had a very good imagination. Pretend she was on the phone. She had an imagination boyfriend named Shorty. And she would get on her phone and fuss Shorty's mother for interfering in their affair. And it was funny to watch her.
Joyce remembers young Renee having an imaginary boyfriend, Shawnee, who was so fully fleshed out in her mind that he had a fake mom who interfered in their phone calls.
She was the life of the party, let's put it that way. You couldn't be sad with her. She just had a way where she said what she wanted.
Joyce calls Renee the life of the party, someone it was impossible to be sad around. But Joyce says that one day, when Renee was around 13 or 14 years old, it seemed like a switch was flipped within her.
She went from training bra at the beginning of 7th grade into a C, a 36C at the end of the year. So like the doctor said, she was developing too fast for her mind to keep up with it.
All of a sudden, Renee no longer looked like a little kid, but instead like a little adult. That happens in puberty. It's scary to any parent. But to Joyce, it seemed like her little girl was eager to begin acting like an adult, running around with older kids, and eventually going off to Mobile, Alabama, a full 2 hours away. At this point, Renee's life would get, well, complicated. She entered into a serious relationship with a 19-year-old named Clay. She left high school at 15 to move to Mobile permanently. She got pregnant and married, but soon after becoming a mom, tragedy struck. Clay died, very suddenly, of a brain aneurysm. Renee, still a teenager, put her 11-month-old baby Amanda into her parents' care, and then she disappeared. Just fell completely off her parents' radar. Thankfully, that only lasted for a year or two. But when she re-entered their lives, she seemed to be living two lives of her own. One in her childhood home in New Orleans with her daughter Amanda, surrounded by their big extended family. And another outside of it, where she was now known as Maria Martinez. And that was a life that Joyce only knew about insofar as Renee let her know about it.
She chose her life, and it wasn't the way she was born and she was raised. That was the life she chose. You can pretty much control your kids until they're out of high school, and when they go on their own, what they do with their life, you have no control over it.
Throughout Amanda's childhood, Renee wrote letters home to her parents. Amanda still has them today.
I know Mandy doesn't understand too much. Parents, please tell her when she gets about 12 or when you feel she can understand that her mom loved her very much, and I only left because I had no other choice. I gave her to you on my own will so you could give her a real home, a real life. I want her to have all the love she can possibly get. Try and make her understand that I love her and miss her very much.
It is difficult to put together all the pieces of Renee's life. Obviously, I can't talk to Renee. I wish I could, but I can't. And this case is almost 30 years old. Many of the people who knew Renee best have died, including her dad, Raymond, and her best friend, Leanne. And those who do survive are remembering things that happened 3, even 4 decades ago. Even someone with a good memory struggles with something that long ago. Plus, the people I do have access to, like Renee's family, have their own questions, like, what work did Renee do exactly? And what was up with this whole Maria Martinez thing? So I decide to go through Renee's personal belongings, her letters, her receipts, her meticulously kept address book, to try to get any clues that I can. It's this address book that interests me most, at least at first. I figure if I can go through every name and number, I might find some people who knew her and maybe something about her life outside of New Orleans. So I search every number in the address book. There are hundreds of them. I call some.
Rebecca Miller is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound.
But more often than not, the calls don't go through. When I try Googling the names in the address book, or even searching them in specialized databases, I still struggle. So many entries are just first names, making it hard to discern who exactly each person is and where they might be today. When I am able to find them, so many are dead, or in jail, or don't remember anything. Still, even with fragmented bits of information, here is what I am able to piece together. Renée appeared to travel all over the country, usually for a few weeks at a time. There are ticket stubs for planes and trains. There are phone numbers with area codes all over the country. There are specific appointments in cities far-flung written in her date book. She followed professional conventions, like for pharmaceutical reps or trade unions, real estate agents, you know the type. She copied each day's income into her date book. Her address book logs contacts at different gentlemen's clubs where she'd set herself up to dance for a few days. She also had contacts with madams, infamous madams, and would escort in some of these cities. She made her money on the road, working these conventions, and then she came back to her home, to Mobile. But there are no clues in there as to where the name Maria Martinez came from. Joyce thinks that maybe it came from a guy named Tony Martinez.
Is that Tony?
Tony
Martinez.
yeah.
Okay.
And she met up with Tony. And where she stayed with Tony, I don't remember.
Now, here's what I find out about Tony Martinez. Not one single thing. I mean, it is a common name. Renée never mentions Tony in any of her letters or in her address book. The original detectives had heard a bit about him. Someone claims that maybe Renée shot him in Texas. There's no record of that. And at some point in the months before her death, she came back from a trip to Houston with a broken arm. But detectives can't find any trace of Tony. I can't either. I speak with Amanda to see if she remembers anything. She doesn't. But she does have one photo of the two of them.
This is my mom and one of her her boyfriend at the time, Tony Martinez, in New Orleans on Canal Street in May of 1985.
In it, Renée and Tony are facing the camera, clearly posing for a photo to remember the moment or the day. Sadly, we don't know what they were hoping to commemorate, but it's a nice picture. It's very, very 80s. Renée's hair is big. Her V-neck shirt is striped. Her jeans are two-toned, dark blue and acid wash. Tony is in a sleeveless button-up and gray jeans. He wears a chunky gold watch. They are holding hands and smiling. In the background is the New Orleans skyline of the 1980s. Still, Joyce remembers this guy named Tony Martinez. So does David. They both say that Renée claimed that she went to Texas for a short period of time, back when she disappeared for a year or two. But no one is really sure whether Tony was the cause or the effect of Renée going to Texas. Apparently, Renée also told her mom and friends that she later traveled with Tony to Puerto Rico, and that it was there where she became Maria. Apparently, a family member of Tony's gave her a birth certificate so Renée could get an ID under a fake name. I don't know why Renée wanted an alias. No one else I've spoken with seems to have an idea. Here is my best guess. After she starts going by Maria, she starts traveling around the country. Chicago, Jackson, Daytona Beach, Baton Rouge, Houston, Dallas, New York, Philadelphia, all over. At this time, she also starts engaging in illicit activity, mainly sex work. She also struggled with drug use. She talks about it in her letters to her parents.
Mom and Dad, I don't know where or what I would have done with my life. I know I wasted a lot of time on drugs and running around with the wrong people. But one thing I can say is thank you so much for loving Mandy and the way you do. I never realized before how important motherhood is. I see that now. No one can love you like a mother can. I feel this in the bottom of my heart. I say all this because I really want my baby girl to know Her mommy was not just a junkie. I have feelings, and I'm full, complete person. Now, I do not do drugs because I do not need them. I am not selfish like I was. I can see a lot of difference. Mom and Dad, thanks. I love you all very much. Love, Renee. I hope to see y'all soon.
But Amanda suspects that her mom may have also been involved in drug trafficking.
My mom's best friend, Leanne, her daughter, Carmen, we were only a couple months apart. And me and Carmen were playing in the back in her bedroom. And then I walked up to the front room to get something to drink or ask my mom something. So when we came down the hall, and they were all sitting there, and it was Leanne, my mom, Leanne's husband, Earl, all sitting around a kitchen table. And they were sipping Ziploc bags of weed. And they had a whole bunch of bags on the table and a whole bunch of stuff in the middle. It's kind of like if you were playing cards, how the cards are in the middle and then everybody's sitting around it. It was like that. And they were all just taking a little bit of whatever it was in the middle and put it in a bag and then putting the bags on the side. And, at 8, I didn't know what that was. So she just hurried and rushed me out to go back to the room. And then when we got home later that night at my grandma's house, I asked her what that was. And she said, oh, it's just some stuff I need to bring back with me.
Maybe the Maria alias allowed her to do this without sullying her real name. And of course, it protected her family from any of the less savory elements with which she worked. I would say, psychologically, this probably freed Renée up to take bigger risks than she might have otherwise. But it's hard to measure beyond that. We have heard so many rumors about Renée's life, snippets, maybes. But the thing about rumors in the course of any investigation is you have to at least make note of them, keep track of them. Because in almost every case, there is at least one seemingly useless rumor that turns out to not only be true, but makes a real difference in our ability to solve the case. So just to recap, this is what I know about Renée's life, the life after she first left home at 14. She dates a guy in Mobile, Alabama, even runs off to be with him. She marries him, gives birth to Amanda. Then when he dies, she struggles. She is still a teenager, so she asks her parents to care for Amanda. After that, she disappears for a year or two. Later, she will tell her mom that during that time she went to Texas and dated a guy named Tony. They go to Puerto Rico together. In Puerto Rico, someone gives her their real birth certificate so that she can get an ID under a fake name, Maria Martinez. And once she returns from Puerto Rico, she begins traveling around the U.S., doing high-end escort work while living in Mobile, Alabama. And maybe she was involved in trafficking weed, too. But there's still so much I don't know about Renée. I don't know how she met Tony. I don't know whether her time in Mobile is connected with her time in Texas. I don't know how she got involved in escorting or trafficking in the first place. I just don't know. As we continue our investigation, Matt and I want to speak to a narcotics detective to see if we can get a better understanding of what the drug operations in Mobile were like at the time. If Renée was involved in trafficking weed, maybe he would know something about the kind of characters she might have interacted with. So Matt calls up a retired detective named Richard Cailean.
So myself and another lady are working on this cold case from '93 where that girl was found off the McDonald Service Road beheaded.
Yes,
back when
I know her.
Cookie Estes was working it with
The
putting
lead
them.
officer. They found the head the very next day.
Yes, yeah. So we're working on it.
She was an informant for me.
Are you serious?
Yeah. She called me 2 days before that about setting somebody up.
Really?
Now, she didn't get much, but I was in narcotics at the time. And she was just, I don't know, flaky.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I can't believe Renée actually was a snitch. Now, obviously, you cannot hear facial expressions or physical reactions, so I'll tell you that as Matt and I sit there on opposite sides of his desk, the phone between us, we look at each other in total shock, mouths agape. it never even occurred to us that this was a possibility.
I knew she was a prostitute.
Yep.
And
she was more of a high-end prostitute, though.
Yeah, I want to say she's Puerto Rican, maybe.
Well, yeah, long story short, she had stolen identity and went by the name Maria Martinez, but that wasn't her real name.
But that's the name I knew her by.
Yes, yeah, everybody knew her by that name, yeah. Okay. Who was she supposed to be setting up? Do you remember?
Hell, that's 30 years ago. That was 89.
I know.
93.
93.
93 is when she got killed, but probably, all right, well, there was a couple of 93 at the time.
Yep, November 14th of 93, her body was discovered.
Yeah, all I remember is they found a body. They had to go back the next day because they forgot the head. That was kind of embarrassing to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
But maybe 3 days to a week before that, she called me about some drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
But hell, I don't remember anything about it.
Was it black guys, white guys?
Don't have a clue. She mainly messed with black guys.
Yeah. Yeah. We know that one of the girls she was running around with the week prior to her murder was a little short black female named
that don't ring a bell.
Okay. And there were some rumors circulating around that she was working for working as an informant, but we could never verify that or knew who she was working with or anything like that.
She did a couple things for me that really wasn't nothing big. Tiny stuff. She wanted to feed me like I was a mouse.
Yeah.
And nothing big. Now, Shannon Poole, he was around at that time.
Yes.
And, hey, he was known for chasing young women.
Mm-hmm.
Younger women than him.
Yeah.
Shannon Poole was a deputy at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. According to some detectives I spoke with, he had a reputation for bending the rules.
Well, I'm looking at a guy, we're looking real hard at this one particular guy who was Shannon Poole's brother-in-law. We've interviewed him a couple different times, but he's a shady son of a gun. A guy named David Young.
And yes, at one point, Shannon was married to David Young's sister.
David Young, was he kin to the Clyde Youngs?
I don't know. I know he had 2 brothers who went to prison and died about 10 years ago or so. But
he grew up over off
in Crichton.
In Crichton, off Hayes and Ogden.
Okay.
Tall, skinny guy. Tall, skinny white guy.
Some Youngs, 2 different sets of Youngs.
How to describe the Youngs? According to Cailean, they are one of the most important drug trafficking families in that region. So much so that there's an area on the map called Young's Neck that not even police dare to go into, even to this day. Cailean tells me that the Young family fed their cows weed. And when the feds busted the family in the early aughts, one of several major raids on the Youngs over the years, they found a field full of stoned cows. Many family members are now behind bars or dead. But like the mythical Hydra, it seems that new operations eventually spring forth after each one is struck down.
Well, then it could be the David Young that lived up in Central. Clyde Young. I think he may have had a son named David Young, or a cousin. They were in the drugs and everything. And guess what? Right from where Marie, whatever her real name is, got killed, you go straight down that dirt road going west. You cross over March.
Yeah.
And then go about a block on the right. There was people named Junior Banks.
Uh-huh.
They were getting dope from Houston from a guy named...
That's Casey Banks' dad.
Oh,
right?
my God. What Richard Cailean is saying here is that the red dirt road in the middle of nowhere, the one most people in the area didn't even know existed, was actually a key base of operations for a drug trafficking conglomerate. The Young family, the Banks family, and an American arm of a Mexican cartel centered in Houston.
But anyway, I was introduced to him as a bad guy. I did hit the house a couple times, and they were part of the Youngs.
That's how he knows the fucking street.
Roll to Mez.
Remember, the I-10 service road, which was all dirt in 1993, was entirely obscured, almost impossible to find unless you knew it was there. It ran alongside I-10, but with a wall of trees between the two. Just a few homes scattered here and there down a stretch of dead-end road less than 2 miles long. Nothing but woods, fields, and creeks where the houses weren't.
Dude, I'd love for you to come in and feed me information. Tell me all about what you know about all this stuff, man, and these people and their names.
Well, yeah, because this is dropping some pins into place on stuff that's just been kind of
we had
floating around.
This is a remarkable set of developments. A phone call we make on a whim, not even really about any of this, has cracked open a part of this case that had been stored in a vault, completely untouchable until this point. Renée was potentially a threat to a serious drug operation based on that very dirt road where she was found. And all of it might have been connected through family business ties to the individual who seemed to have the most personal investment in her murder. The thing about developments like this is that even though they help you see the case more clearly, they often lead to more questions than answers. So now we know how these pieces are all potentially connected, and we can see a better, bigger picture. But we now have to begin the much more arduous process of proving those connections solidly enough to close the case. Matt and I want to connect with the district attorney's office to update them on our progress and see how we might best proceed if we are to eventually have them on board with a prosecution. Matt calls the lead prosecutor in the homicide division, a guy named Keith Blackwood. We both talk to him over speakerphone.
What y'all got going on?
Man, sitting here with Sarah. We're working on that old cold case from 93, the beheading and mutilation. And was going to see if you were available Monday morning to ride over for a few minutes so we could kind of brief you on the case. And
For a beheading and mutilation, I'll clear my schedule.
yeah, we're trying to work some stuff up on it, man. We've got some really good suspects. Well, actually, we just got one of our suspects keeps going back to the murder scene. We interviewed him, what day was that? Wednesday, and 20 minutes later, he's at the murder scene. We've got a tag.
Oh, the dump scene.
Or the dump scene. Yeah, it's so weird. So we wanted to catch you up and see if you had maybe 30, 45 minutes.
Keith agrees to meet with us the next working day, a Monday. He comes over to Matt's office in a button-down with a tie, dress pants, what you'd expect from a lawyer. His looks are boyish, but serious. Young, probably just a kid back when Renée was killed. We explain the case to him and its intricacies, particularly when it comes to the physical evidence we have on hand.
But, like we said, so in there is a rape kit, and there is what I think is going to be the money shot is fingernail clippings. And that's what we need to get tested.
Why don't we send the rape kit and the clippings to DFS with the cocaine before doing the genealogy?
I think, to be honest, I don't think we should I'm nervous about sending it to a lab that has told everybody to fuck off for this test multiple times. And Paul seems to feel the same way. And I don't want to question you guys,
Well, my concern with them, they're not capable of producing a genealogical profile.
But if it's him, we've got his DNA.
There you go.
If it's not him.
And the other thing, too, is the backlog. That lab in California will turn it around in under a month.
So DFS is the Department of Forensic Sciences, the state lab here in Alabama. Now remember, there are 2 pieces of physical evidence available to us. Renée's fingernail clippings, which had been collected and preserved but never tested, and a rape kit, which had been tested for the presence of semen. The test was negative. Remember, this is the 90s. DNA testing was in its infancy. When we reopened the case and first reached out to DFS, asking them to now test the rape kit for DNA, DFS declined since it had already been tested once before. We finally got DFS to agree to test the nail clippings and the rape kit, but they said it would be at the back of the line for the entire state. Who knows how long that could take? Because of all of this, I want to send these samples off to a private lab in California, one of the best in the country. We only have a little bit of physical DNA that we can send, so if we mess this up, we risk missing our only opportunity to corroborate a potential suspect. Plus, our case is moving quickly. I want that evidence sooner rather than later. But even then, there's still the likelihood that the DNA could prove to be inconclusive or send us in a totally different direction.
So here's a fun little red herring for you. 2 hours away in Baton Rouge is a convicted serial killer who, his first known killing was in '94, and he's had a couple of decaps, which
I was about to say, don't tell me he likes to cut off girls' heads.
He does like to cut off girls' heads, and he drains their bodies at his house and then dumps the bodies someplace else, including on I-10 for one of them.
Oh, wow.
He is convicted and credited with 8 out there. He was arrested in 2004. His name's Sean Gillis.
Strangely, there's no DNA profile in CODIS for Sean Gillis, that serial killer who I already looked into. He's currently incarcerated in Louisiana. A defense attorney could use Gillis as an alternative theory of the case, especially if the DNA proves to be inconclusive. Keith advises us to keep investigating and to keep him updated on what we find.
All right, so you're leaving Wednesday. Today or tomorrow, I'm going to either come back over here or send somebody to get this and make copies, if that's okay.
They'll all be here.
Okay.
So
I want us to open file on our end.
With this new information, there's a tremendous amount of work ahead of us. In a way, it's like we're starting almost from scratch again. But this time, we have so many more signs and landmarks to work with. On days like this, I feel like the road ahead is long, but the way is clear. That map I knew I had to create is slowly coming together, and I believe there's a real, reachable destination at the end of this journey.
But all I can remember is him making a gesture towards his neck, like cut, and he says, and I remember those words, cut their head off.
Really?
I swear to God, yes, I remember that.
For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? Previously on Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom?
I knew it was going to be a complicated case because she was found without her head. Well, we certainly know that rage was a part of that. Anger, rage, there was such intensity of injury to this young woman. So somebody knew her. It was not going to be a stranger.
And it says, Happy Valentine's Day. And then David wrote, and please don't ever forget that I think about and love you forever. Love always, David. And then 1 year, he never came. And then he never came again. He just stopped coming. No letter, no phone call, and just stopped out of nowhere.
They found the head the very next day.
Yes.
She was an informant for me.
Are you serious?
Yeah. She called me 2 days before that about setting somebody up. Now, she didn't get much, but I was in narcotics at the time. She was just, I don't know, flaky.
Today's date is 11/23/93. Time is 7:45 p.m. Michael Darren Musgrove.
On November 23rd, 1993, 9 days after Renee's body was found, detectives interview a guy by the name of Mike Musgrove.
Okay, Michael, do you know Ronnie Parker? Yes, I do.
Mike initiated this conversation with detectives. He said he had information relating to the Renée Bergeron case. Said it had to do with a guy named Ronnie Parker.
Go in details and tell me how you came to know about him. Well, I met Ronnie about, I guess I say 2 years ago. Worked on a Christmas tree farm. Went out and drank a few beers with him here and there. And seemed to think that he was a pretty decent guy. When he starts drinking, he's pretty much aggressive from what I can see of him. And he ain't the same person, that's for sure.
This is Mike's story. A few days after Renée's murder, he attended a party. At the party, Mike says that his friend Ronnie got drunk and started bragging about something he had done the weekend before, the same weekend that Renée disappeared and was murdered. Warning, this tape is graphic.
He wanted to tell me about the girl he picked up, and so I guess I went along with him, and I said, well, you know what'd you do, or who was it? He said, I picked her up, and I didn't really get the name of where he picked her up.
He just stated that he picked up a girl?
Yeah. Ronnie told me that he took a beer bottle, and he stuck it in her, and he fucked her with the beer bottle. And she wouldn't get up, so he took the handle of a knife, and he fucked her with a knife. And she still didn't get up. So he went on to take her to the house, and undoubtedly, from what he told me, when he got halfway to her house, he didn't want to drive up to her house. So he opened the door and put her out.
Since this tape is old and a little hard to hear, let me summarize what Mike tells investigators. Mike claims that Ronnie told him he picked up an intoxicated woman at a bar the same weekend Renée was killed. She was so drunk that she passed out, but Ronnie wanted to have sex with her, so he raped her with a Budweiser beer bottle in an effort to wake her up. This did not work, so then Ronnie raped her with a knife. She remained unconscious. Ronnie then drove partly up to her house and pushed her out of the car onto the side of the road. Ronnie told Mike that she was still alive when he left her there. Again, this is all from Mike's account to detectives.
I was telling you about this girl. That would have been that Friday night. Is that correct? That he had this girl out of?
Yes, Ron.
And he stated that...
that's to the best of my knowledge.
Now, I'm going to level with you. I don't know what to make of Mike's original tip. Drunk talkers are a dime a dozen when it comes to murder cases. They always show up. Maybe Ronnie was one. It's too common a phenomenon not to take it with a huge grain of salt. But too many details from this account line up with Renée's murder, and that makes it difficult to ignore. Remember that autopsy report? Well, it said that Renée was raped with a sharp object. And according to Mike, Ronnie claims to have raped a drunk woman with a beer bottle and knife. At that time, the details of her injuries were not known to the public, so it's not like Ronnie or Mike would know that fact. Then there's the issue of location. The bars where Ronnie and Mike hang out, Renée also hung out at those bars, according to her friends. Plus, those bars are only a few miles away from where Renée lived and where her body was found. It just all feels a little too close. As I dig deeper into this case, I'm realizing there are other leads that I can't ignore, other leads that demand my immediate attention, and Ronnie might just be one of those leads. When I start looking into a new suspect, like Ronnie, I always want to reach out to people on the periphery first. I don't want to jump into an interview with a suspect. I want to prepare. I want to know the answers to half the questions I'm going to ask. This helps me read them. This gives me a sort of baseline for their level of honesty. When I look through the case notes, I see one name connected to Ronnie that looks promising. I'm going to call her Angela. Now, we're using a pseudonym here because Angela is afraid of Ronnie. So that is why I'm not going to use any identifying details about her. But what you should know about Angela is that she knows Ronnie well. And when I reach out to her, she agrees to speak with me, again, on a condition of anonymity. She also connects me to other people who know Ronnie well, old friends, exes, family members. Here is what I learn about Ronnie. Back in 1993, Ronnie worked at a Christmas tree farm out in rural Mobile County. Like a lot of farm workers, he sometimes lived on the farm, sleeping in a little trailer with another worker and friend by the name of John. Ronnie hung around with a group of guys who had all known each other since way back. This included Mike, who we heard earlier, as well as 2 other guys, Willie and Steve. They'd all go drinking at honky-tonk bars in the Theodore area, bars that locals told me used to serve a mostly white clientele. These bars included the Old Mill Club, a place called Knott's Landing, another one called Jerry's Cabaret. It is important to mention that these bars, the Christmas Tree Farm where Ronnie worked, Renée's house, and the service road where Renée's body was found are all within a few miles radius of each other. Ronnie grew up around Muscle Shoals, Alabama, before moving down to the Mobile area. According to Angela, rumors swirled around Ronnie that he was involved in some situations that might bring cops to his door. And that is why he fled Muscle Shoals for the Gulf Coast. In Mobile, Ronnie worked manual jobs, sometimes in landscaping, sometimes at seasonal Christmas tree farms. This was where he was working at the time of Renée's murder. In talking to people who know Ronnie, I also learned that he later got married, had a daughter. According to his record, he was arrested and convicted multiple times for domestic violence and multiple times for drunk and disorderly related offenses. This seems in keeping with what people close to him told me. He could be totally fine sober, but horrible, brutal even, when drunk. Altogether, Ronnie appears to be a viable suspect. He has a documented history of violence, and he was in close proximity to Renée during the time of her murder. But before I can find Ronnie, I need to talk to the man who first brought this tip to the attention of detectives back in 1993, Mike Musgrove.
Hey, Miss Phyllis. Hey, it's Detective Gazier from the Sheriff's Office. Hey, is Michael home?
He is. I'm going to call him on the phone.
Okay. Okay.
Detective Vince Gazier and I decide to visit Mike. At the door, we're greeted by his mom.
Hey, Mr. Musgrove, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. How y'all?
Doing good. Like you look to be in better spirits from, I guess, last time we came and checked on. I said you was in UAB, so good. They waiting on the transplant?
Today, Mike Musgrove is 53 years old. He still lives in the Mobile area in a small house at the back of his parents' property. He mentions that he's on dialysis treatment 3 days a week. He's just returned from a long stay in a Birmingham hospital. Still, he seems sharp mentally, as sharp as he had been in that original interview. And he is friendly. He keeps saying how much he wants to help us out.
There's like a piece of an audio recording that seems to be an interview with you. And that's why we're so eager to talk to you, because it's like, it's not a complete recording. So that's why we're like, we really need as much information. It sounds like you had given some information that somebody confessed to you.
Well, I tell you the honest to God's truth, I don't remember none of it. It's been so long ago. And I do remember the girl having that, the girl dying down there. I do remember that. And I remember somebody telling me that they thought the boy on the Christmas tree farm had something to do with it.
Well, you know who that would, because there's 2 of them that worked out there.
Yeah,
What's his name?
The one I'm talking about, Ronnie Parker.
Ronnie Parker?
Yeah. And, but now he was a real bad alcoholic.
Right.
Wow. Mike says he remembers none of it when we ask him about his interview with detectives. He says he does remember the murder itself, and he remembers someone telling him that that boy on the Christmas tree farm had something to do with it. This is very different than what he told detectives back in 1993. Is he lying? Or does he really just not remember?
Well, in the statement that we have, the little piece that we have, what it sounded like what you were saying was that Ronnie Parker had told you he did it, and that he gave you information that as you were relaying it to the detectives, we know had not been released to the public, right? So that is why we're
kind of refresh your memory, I guess, what they had on record.
Ronnie you guys were at somebody's house, and Ronnie started telling you that he had done it, and then saying some of the stuff he had done to her body that it turns out is true, but was not, you know what I mean? So if it's not known to the public, then that's valuable to us.
Yeah.
Right. I can't remember, man. For the life of me, I can't remember. I've tried.
Do you think now, remembering what you knew about Ronnie, that he was capable of something like that?
No. I don't think he would. Because He was trying to turn his life around. That's what shocked me so bad. And I think the alcohol made him think he was kind of a badass.
In his original 1993 interview, Mike suggests Ronnie may be guilty. Here, he is clear that he does not think Ronnie could have been capable of a murder like Renée's. There could be multiple reasons leading Mike to change his mind over the past 30 years. Changing his mind about someone or something isn't odd. What is odd is not remembering sitting down and giving a statement to detectives about a friend being potentially guilty of a gruesome murder. I don't know what else to do but to keep pushing, see if we can jog his memory, or he will finally admit to giving this tip.
Do you think if we were able to sit down in our offices and play the recording that it might help jog your memory at all? Or do you think that it's maybe just...
I can't remember none of it. And I don't even know who told me something. Y'all saying that he told me.
Yeah, that's what you said to the detectives at the time, was that Ronnie flat out told you. Now, and like I said, that he sort of described in pretty graphic detail some of the things he was doing to her before the knife got involved. But there was talk of the Christmas tree knife, you know.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't try to remember it. I don't know. And I wouldn't want to tell y'all something that, wasn't.
Sure.
That I didn't know for a fact.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
At the time, it seemed like it alarms you, enough to reach out and to give a statement. So, somebody tells you something like that, it's,
Yeah.
You're dealing with an actual case where the lady was found dismembered, then somebody's telling you, you want to go.
And at the time that you spoke with the detectives, it was less than 2 weeks after she'd been found.
Mike was friendly with us and said repeatedly how much he wanted to be of help to us, how he would never do anything to protect someone who might have done something so awful. But it still sticks out to me that Mike simply doesn't remember anything about the tip he gave detectives. I wonder if he's hiding something.
Sure.
All right, man.
Thank you, Mr. Musgrove. Yes, sir. Thank you. Conclude the interview with Mr. Musgrove. Time is 12:45. We're at the Mr. Musgrove's residence. The interview was 28 minutes and 22 seconds.
The top number should be his phone. I'll talk if you want.
A month later, I try Mike again. I still think if he listens to his police interview from '93, we may be able to get some information out of him.
Hello? Hi, is this Michael? Is this Mike Musgrove?
Yes.
Hi, Mike. This is Sarah Cailean with the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. We met last month.
Yeah.
Hi. I was wondering if you might be able to come in and sit down so we can play that recording we told you about and see if it helps jog your memory at all about the Ronnie Parker situation.
Yeah. I'm at Kitty's house. It would be a couple of days.
That's fine. That's fine. Is there a day this week that works for you? We can work around it.
Not this week.
Mike sounds bad. It's clear his health is declining, and he seems even less willing to cooperate than before. He avoids scheduling a time to come into the office and, unconvincingly, says he'll call us. But he never calls. So we keep calling him.
Yeah, leave me a message. I'll get back with you. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Mr. Musgrove, this is Detective Peak with the Sheriff's Office. It's Friday, October 23rd, about 1:15. I know we've been in contact recently and had some storms that have come in and we hadn't been able to link up. I still need you to listen to some of these audio recordings, so if you would, give me a call back at... Thank you.
Have we hit a dead end? So I return to the case files yet again. The original detectives seem to think that Ronnie is worth investigating too. His name is all over the notebooks. They list important details: rape with a beer bottle, the local bars where Ronnie and Renée both hung out, names of friends and acquaintances of Ronnie's. It looks like the original detectives visit Ronnie at the Christmas tree farm where he worked. They also bring him in for a polygraph test. But I don't see any clues that they took their investigation further than that. As I go through these files again, I find an arrest report. It's from the Mobile Police Department. That is the city police, not the sheriff's office. And it's dated December 14th, 1993, a month after Renée was murdered. The report details that they arrested a guy named John. He was drinking and being loud and obnoxious in a Walmart parking lot where his truck was parked. The police arrest him and tow his truck. But before they tow the truck, police inventory the contents of it. And as they go through the truck, they find something. A bladed instrument. It appears to have a substance on it. Maybe blood. Machete is what the police call it in their report. Okay, this all sounds like it's leading to some big reveal, but a machete does not match the murder weapon in Renée's case. A machete has a really long, very curved blade. The knife that decapitated Renée is long too, but would have had a straighter, slightly thinner blade. But here's what I do know. This John is a co-worker of Ronnie's at the Christmas tree farm and an occasional drinking buddy of his. Despite this, the original case file does not connect the investigation into Ronnie with this guy John's arrest. It's interesting. As I continue to look into the case files, I see that back then, one of John's old bosses called the sheriff's office asking them to look into John after Renée's murder. Apparently, days before her body was found, John had a loud and violent outburst at work. No one was hurt, but the boss fired him. The boss called the sheriff's office because he knew that John also worked at the Christmas tree farm in Theodore, which was close to the place where Renée's body was found, the same farm where Ronnie worked. The detective's notebook reads, and I quote, "John fired, violent, hard worker, real nervous, get mad at nothing, broke windows, didn't like to be around people," unquote. Okay, so I already know that multiple people called in tips on Ronnie. Now I see that someone called in a tip on John, Ronnie's co-worker and drinking buddy. And a month later, police arrested John, finding a machete in his car. But I keep getting hung up on this machete. It is not the murder weapon. So I decide to look at the forensic report on the machete. I scan the page, and my eyes catch on the second paragraph. It reads, and I quote, "The item had a single blade measuring approximately 17.5 inches long and a maximum width of approximately 1.25 inches. Oh my God, it's not a machete. It's a Christmas tree knife. Have you ever seen a Christmas tree knife? I had to look it up. You should. It's a smooth razor on one side with jagged, vicious little teeth on the other. The blade portion is usually 16 to 18 inches long, 1 inch to 2 inches wide. It's kind of scary looking. It is incredibly sharp. Can cut you right to the bone if you're working on a tree and accidentally catch your leg or arm on the other side of the branch. And this fully matches the description of the weapon used to decapitate and murder Renée. Clearly, I need to not only look into Ronnie, but this guy John, too. John's address is relatively easy to find. Looks like he lives in a remote corner of Mississippi in a cabin set way back in the woods. It's honestly a little difficult to navigate. There are no markings on mailboxes, barely even anything that looks like a driveway. Just long stretches of country road with occasional dirt cutouts that might lead to a house. When I finally arrive at his place, there's a woman sitting on the porch who greets me politely, but reservedly.
Hi, I'm a special investigator with Mobile County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah.
And I just have a couple questions. I don't know if you want to chat privately or if you're all right with...
You want me to go inside while y'all talk?
A couple minutes later, John joins the woman on the porch. He looks a little surprised, but agrees to talk.
Okay, well, I'm looking at a case from back in 1993. A case, the victim's name was Renée Bergeron, but at the time she went by the name Maria Martinez. Does that ring a bell at all? Were you working out at McDavid's in the 90s at that time? Okay.
I sure was.
So, in the case, the woman was found murdered and dumped on the side of I-10.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember the case?
Yeah, the police came by.
So they did come by and talk to you?
Yeah, I lived right there.
Okay.
And they talked to us.
And do you remember what they talked to you about at the time, or if they asked you about anybody in? So just to explain, I've got the old case notes, and I'm kind of just trying to piece it together.
Yeah.
So I just see notes in a thing, and I'll see a name scribbled down, and I got to kind of run it all down and see what they talked to police about back then.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm just trying to piece together, and I saw your name. So
yeah, it just wasn't much. They just pulled up there and said that there was a woman found dead down the road. I think it was over McDonald Road or something, back over that way.
Yeah.
And they looked through my vehicle, and stuff. And
did they? Why did they? Do you know why they wanted to talk to you specifically? I thought maybe they might have wanted to talk to you about somebody else from the farm.
Yeah, well, it was Parker.
Okay. Are you still in touch with him at all?
No, I haven't seen him in 20 years. Pretty much ever since that time, around that time.
John and I speak for only a few minutes. It's just a preliminary conversation. But John already seems forthright and open to sharing details. I want him to come sit down for a longer interview at the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. Thankfully, John agrees to make the drive to Alabama for the interview. We set a date.
Like I said, I appreciate you coming down. I'm Detective Pete. You've met Miss Sarah before.
Yeah.
The next month, John drives over to Mobile and sits down for a follow-up interview with my partner Matt and me.
We've talked to a lot of people we know that where you used to live and just put a lot of things together. We're going back and re-interviewing anybody and everybody who had contact with her.
I never knew her.
But we don't know.
I wanted to see a picture of her. Y'all got a picture of her?
I can do that.
And just see if I may have seen her somewhere or whatever.
We begin by asking him about Renée. He says he didn't know her personally, but when we show him a picture, it seems to jog his memory.
Yeah, we played pool with her one time.
Okay.
And that was it. I remember playing pool with her.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea it was her that this happened
Oh,
to.
really?
I didn't know anything about that. I'll be damned.
Where did Ronnie stay out at the farm?
There was a little trailer. It's a little camper trailer right beside the barn. And we worked together. And like I say, we went to Knight's Landing a couple of times. And I remember we played pool with her.
Knott's Landing is one of those honky-tonk bars on the outskirts of the county, a rural watering hole. Domestic beers, country music, pool tables.
How many times did she come back to your truck, Bonnie's camper?
He never came to me. I never saw her.
Okay. Never saw her at the Christmas tree farm?
No, I never saw her at no Christmas tree farm. That's the only time I ever saw her.
So y'all never hired her?
Pool. No, she didn't work out there.
That's not what I mean.
Hired her. Oh, yeah, no. I had nothing to do with any of that. There was no sexual thing with her whatsoever.
What about Ronnie?
I barely remember playing a little bit of pool. Now, he may have. Like I say, I don't remember seeing him with her or anything.
What John mostly remembers is that detectives were looking at Ronnie pretty closely. He describes one time when detectives showed up at the farm, how Ronnie had asked him to head over to the barn with him, hoping the police would just leave them alone. They didn't. They interviewed Ronnie at the farm, but not John. Ronnie was the only person of interest. John says, in general, he doesn't remember bringing any women back to the farm at night. He says he kept to himself as much as possible, and maybe Ronnie had people out there that he didn't meet. He did say he knew Ronnie had used his camper for sex. That is, John's camper on the property. John wasn't pleased about it. Felt like it was a violation.
Did Ronnie ever share any stories with you about hiring an escort and maybe some stuff he might have done?
No.
So you never heard that Ronnie at the time
was telling people that he did this?
No.
He never said that to you?
He
never took credit for this?
No, he never said, I would have remembered that. He was just, and there was one thing he told me. He said, he just outright said, I don't know why. He just said, he says, if they don't catch you in the first 30 minutes, they ain't going to catch you. I'm like, really?
When did he say
When he
that?
told me that. It was just later on after
the
met the
detectives
detectives, yeah. And I'm thinking about that. I mean, that's not really true, but if he did something like that, I guess it might have been for him. I don't know.
It's an indication that he does criminal activity, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a clue.
And another thing he told me, he says, you're not going to pass a lie detector test? I said, no. I'm not thinking about them. He said, you break off a toothpick, and you put it between your toes in your shoe, and you just squeeze that thing real tight. So I guess he's thinking it just keeps like a stress level.
Probably keeps a baseline stress level.
Yeah, from jumping or something on a scale or whatever the hell they do it. And, I'm thinking, man, that's weird. What's he talking about all this?
John seems like he's being forthright with us. He appears to understand the severity of the circumstances. His answers seem organic, thorough, genuine. And people who know John now seem to speak well of him. Like, yes, he had a temper back then, but he's not like that now. We spoke to the family of an ex-girlfriend of his, a woman who had since passed away. They had nothing but good things to say about John. They couldn't imagine him being involved in a crime like this in any way. But even with all of this holding true, something is not quite right during this interview. Yes, he struck us as sincere, but something is amiss. At several points, he laughs nervously. This is common for people under pressure, but I can't help but wonder if maybe he's not being fully honest with us. We know he was fired from one job at a different Christmas tree farm, but John refers to it as him quitting. When we ask him about sleeping in his car in the Walmart parking lot, which is where he got arrested for disorderly conduct, he says he did it to take a break from sleeping at work. Okay, fine enough. But when we then ask him about the knife found in the back of his car, he gets a little defensive, acting like, what does that have to do with anything? He offers up a possible explanation. Someone borrowed his car. They could have put it there. Ultimately, though, John tries to offer up information when he can. The bars they hung out at, the type of stuff Ronnie said to him. He seems like he's trying to be cooperative. Basically, our overall impression is that John is telling us the truth. Just maybe not all of it. And I am not sure why. I told John during the interview, the statutes of limitation are pretty much up on anything you could have done back then. Like if you lied to the cops, we can't get you in trouble anymore. So unless he murdered Renee, John has no reason to believe that we'd arrest him. So this all begs the question, what exactly is John holding back? We end the interview and thank John for his time, sending him on his way.
Got you in my contacts.
Right, I'll give you my business
you give me
card.
a card too if you want to.
And if you think of something when you're driving home or be like, I forgot to tell him this, call me. If I don't answer, leave me a voicemail because I'm not in the office a whole lot.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate you driving down here.
Thank you.
I know you worked all night. You got to work tonight.
Well, I hope that does shed a little light.
It does. Every little bit helps.
Yeah.
The next week, John calls us in Matt's office.
Hey, this is Detective Peak. How are you?
Pretty good. I've been thinking, sitting here by myself, just been thinking about stuff. And, there was one occasion I remember. We were both sitting in my truck right there by the barn. And he all of a sudden came up and said to me, he says, let's go lay up in my trailer, man. Come on. And, I said, dude, I don't do that. I'm not coming there to lay up in your trailer. And
and he was talking in a sexual manner?
Yeah, that would come lay up in my trailer.
Yeah, that's how I would have taken it.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, I don't do that, man. So he eventually went on his trailer, and we went to bed, and I slept in the truck there that night. I did remember that earlier. I just didn't say nothing to y'all because it's kind of embarrassing.
Sure. I mean, I totally get that, man.
Yeah, but I figured I got to tell you.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did.
And because I'm not gay and nothing like that, but I'm also, I'm not a womanizer either.
Sure.
At that time, I was more worried about, my money, bettering myself, and I was afraid of getting too close to any women at that time.
John says that Ronnie made an advance on him, offered to sleep with him. John says he turned Ronnie down. This explains why John didn't seem forthright with us. He was holding back. Just what he was holding back had nothing to do with whether or not Ronnie was involved in Renee's murder. It was about a moment that might have been embarrassing for him. And that was really the end of any thought that John had been involved. There was no physical evidence connecting him. In all the stories about Ronnie, there was no mention of John, or anyone else for that matter. I no longer think John is a viable suspect here.
But I just want to tell you this, and there's one other thing.
Okay.
And this is a bigger thing. When we were drinking, this was before, I guess it was before, he wanted to do all that, I'll come lay up with me and all that crap. I don't remember, but I know we were drinking, and I was pretty lit up, but I remember him, I don't know if it was in the bar or him sitting in the vehicle when he said it, but all I can remember is him making a gesture towards his neck, like cut, and he says, and I remember those words, cut their head off.
Really?
I swear to God, yes, I remember that. I don't know what context it was in, whether he was talking about a man, woman, or what, but I just remember him making that gesture.
I'm going to say something that you're not going to like.
Okay.
I'm getting mixed feelings on him now. And let me explain why. He's almost over cooperating. Now, he has lied, but I'm wondering if we're looking at the wrong guy.
For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? Since 2019, I've been investigating the 1993 murder of Renée Bergeron in partnership with the Mobile County Sheriff's Office, and I've pursued multiple leads, active serial killers.
There are a variety of indicators that you have a sexual homicide here, even without the presence of evidence of that.
A boyfriend.
I would get upset over that, but not enough to kill her or nothing like that.
Yeah.
It'd be like cutting my own throat.
A drunken braggart.
But all I can remember is him making a gesture towards his neck, like cut, and he says, and I remember those words, cut their head off.
Really?
I swear to God, yes.
And a good friend of Renee's, who the original detectives never really looked into.
I was always scared for her life, man. I think that's why I was so concerned about her. I tell you what, man, I wish I could swap my life for hers and bring her back.
Here's what I know. Whoever killed Renée is filled with rage. Towards women in general, very likely, but most certainly towards this woman in particular. And it is a rage specifically about her womanhood and her sexuality. You can see this in the object rape of her body and the cut from her pubis to her navel. It's also clear that the person or people who killed Renée likely have a history of violence and are comfortable with it to a significant degree. And they had a disgust for Renée, personally. The injuries to her body are sadistic, even for a murderer. I'm honing in on two separate theories of this case, and with those theories, two separate primary suspects, Ronnie Parker and David Young. At the time of Renee's death, Ronnie is a manual laborer at a Christmas tree farm just a few miles from where her body was found. He comes onto the sheriff's office radar when a friend of his named Mike informs the police that Ronnie bragged to him about picking up a drunk woman at a bar and trying to rape her. First with a beer bottle, then with a knife, before dumping her on the side of the road. But I have not yet found Ronnie. I've spoken with people who know him, but not Ronnie himself. He's no longer in Mobile. I need to find and interview him so I can learn more and maybe even collect his DNA to compare it against our small sample. The other suspect I am pursuing is David Young. This is part of an entirely different theory of the case. David was a close friend of Renée's who seems to be obsessed with both her life and her death to a shocking degree. Plus, he was among the last people to see her alive. We are able to collect his DNA, surreptitiously, so now we can test that against the newly acquired sample we have from Renée's body. But David keeps trying to lead us in another direction, or more accurately, many different directions. He claims Renée's murder must have been related to organized crime. Then he claims it must have had to do with illegal baby selling markets. Then he claims it was just black people, in general. Sometimes he'll claim all of these nefarious entities are responsible for her death in a single conversation. Is he trying to hide something? Or is he just an overly concerned friend? My partner, Detective Matt Peake, and I regularly debate this case. Which of these two suspects seems like he could be the killer?
I mean, as much as David hates to hear it, this just looks like white man shit to me.
Oh, yeah.
What's done to her.
And that's why I keep going back to Mr. Young.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. David creeps me out. But being creepy is not a crime. I keep going back and forth. Is he just a weird, sad old guy who knew Renée well and is genuinely upset and deeply affected by her death? Then I think of his evasive answers, his contradicting stories, his visits to the family, the fact that he had so many personal items of Renée's, or the fact that even to this day, he regularly visits the spot where her body was found. Not her grave. That would make some sense. This is essentially returning to the scene of the crime, and that is impossible to ignore.
I hate to put my money on this guy just because, but if I had to make a decision right now, I'm kind of torn. I'm like 60-40 David.
Yeah.
But I don't know who the other guy is.
It's somebody out of that Parker nonsense. I just don't know who it is, right? Because for a long time it seemed like it was Ronnie, but now it's like all of a sudden it's like this sort of like the cobwebs are falling away, and it's like they were all pointing at Ronnie.
See, that twists things with if they're doing this to get reward money now.
Well, and the thing is,
really
I don't think from the beginning they were, because the reward money wasn't even announced until after Mike Musgrove came in. Musgrove made his statement to the police on November 23rd. And the reward money wasn't even announced until later in the month or even into December.
We have two viable theories, two serious suspects. Our job isn't to prove one of them did it, but rather to work to eliminate them. When a suspect becomes impossible to eliminate, only then will we begin to move towards proving his involvement. Can we find any more physical evidence to link either of them, or anyone for that matter, to this murder? It's a Friday morning, and David is scheduled to come in for another interview. The case against him is heating up, and Matt and I agree we need an arrest warrant soon. But as of now, we still don't have any physical evidence linking David to this murder.
And oh, that was the other thing I was saying, depending on how it goes today, if we walk out of this and we're like, oh, he's lying even worse than we thought, then I think we should probably bring Keith up to speed, because without physical evidence, we need to know, what does he want? What do we need to get him to agree to say, yeah, I think it's time to make an arrest? Because we're really probably not going to have physical evidence for this case.
You remember Keith Blackwood, Assistant District Attorney? He's really who we need to talk to in order to get the ball rolling on an arrest warrant.
But what is going to be his standard for saying, yes, I would move forward and prosecute this? Because I think in a case without physical evidence, we're going to be hard-pressed. I mean, if we get in there today and David says, fuck you, I want an attorney, then it might be time, you know, and then we build the rest of it without. I don't think so either. But we don't know because we've never confronted him with a single bit of
a lie.
Conflicting, right? And now we've got a bunch.
Yeah, we won't call it a lie. Hey man, I don't know if you're intentionally misleading us or what, but we've checked your stories and your alibis out. They're not accurate. They're not true.
Where the fuck is he? This isn't like him to be late. I mean, I guess you said 9 or 9:30, right? Yeah. You watch if he doesn't show today.
Matt and I are still waiting. No sign of David. We give him a call.
Hello?
David.
Yeah.
Hey, you coming in or what?
Yeah, I had to go by and get my sister. She wants to listen in. She's called her attorney.
Uh-huh.
She's going to talk to him.
Cool.
And see if he can advise her about what's going on.
Looks like we're wrong. David might want that attorney after all. What's more, he tells us that his sister wants to join the interview. He's a little ornery on the call. We remind David that this is all voluntary. He can, of course, bring a lawyer, but his sister will not be joining. This is an active homicide investigation. Random civilians cannot sit in.
Yeah. She's just curious about why this is the third interview.
Yeah. Well, because you're very close friends with her, and we just like to keep talking to you about her.
I know, I told her that, but I don't see no reason why she can't sit in and listen, you know.
Well, what we talk about is, well, I don't like it because this is what we talk about stays confidential because it's an active investigation.
That's what I told her, you know, but she's my sister and she's concerned.
Yeah, well, she got nothing to be concerned about. You hadn't done nothing wrong, man. You got nothing to worry about.
The DNA ought to prove that.
Yeah, yep.
You know, the DNA ought to prove it.
I agree.
Nobody has in this world has ever seen me touch my finger on Renee's finger.
Yeah.
Nobody in this world.
Well,
now, if we hadn't seen each other in a long time, like when she came back from, we hadn't seen each other a couple of years.
Well, y'all were close friends.
Did you catch that? David just claimed he hadn't seen Renee for a couple of years before her death. He says it again and again.
When me and her went to New Orleans?
Yeah.
Because I hadn't seen her since then, up to the time she died.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how long it was that she died after we went to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen her since then, period. Since she died or anything, huh?
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, I hadn't seen her since that day.
Now, this directly conflicts with the information we got from Laura Morris that places Renee and David together the night before she was killed.
Okay, so you're at David's house one particular afternoon and Renee shows up?
Yeah.
2 days before she's murdered?
It was dark. It was the night before.
The night before. Okay, so who was she with?
She was by herself.
We need to get David into the office to confront him on this. Now.
All right, well, we'll see you in a few minutes, man.
Okay.
All right, bye.
All right.
Her sister's not coming in.
No.
I'm not.
He sounds like he's getting defensive.
He's getting real defensive.
Well, his sister's making him think that way, though.
Yeah.
His sister's like, why they want to talk to you?
His sister's making him aware of the fact that, you know, she's not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly am not sure why he didn't see that before. I'd have figured I was a suspect the first time we rolled up and knocked on his door. Because and I think here's the thing, I think he is aware.
Well, we're going to call him out on some of his lies.
Yeah. And I think we need to make him aware that we have at least one witness who places him being the last person to see her alive. Laura Morris puts her at his house on Friday night.
David finally arrives with his sister, but we interview him alone. His sister waits downstairs in the lobby.
I know I ain't got long left. I'll be 66 in December.
Really?
66 years old.
My birthday's in December, too.
And it would really hurt me if I had to go to my death without finding whoever killed her. Yeah. And that's what it's looking like. So
well, I don't know, man. We've made a lot of headway. A lot.
Like I told you.
We've had some setbacks. But we've made a whole lot of headway.
I'd get on my knees and heck off if I could.
Well, you have been a tremendous help.
Indeed. He has been a help. Now, David seems to respond better to Matt. He's dismissive towards me, hostile even. That's fine. I'm used to it. Comes with the territory, being a woman in this line of work. He's not the first, and he won't be the last suspect to be offended by the idea of answering to a woman. So it's clearly best for Matt to take the lead on this line of questioning.
So some of the timelines and things that you've told us since we talked to you at your house, and then you came up here and spoke with us again. Mm-hmm. We've looked into some of those things you told us.
Yeah.
Where you were, what you were doing, some of the people you told us about. Yeah. We've interviewed those people. Mm-hmm. We've sent DNA off for testing. We've done a whole lot of stuff. So that's what I wanted you to come back down so we can get some more clarity, because some of the things aren't making sense to us. You know what I mean?
This is part of our larger strategy. Given that this case is decades old, we have a lot of circumstantial evidence, but considerably less physical evidence, especially since the DNA results have not yet come in. We believe that our best bet at solving this case is if we can get the killer to confess. Of course, that is not going to be easy. However, if we can emphasize how much investigative work we've done, then if David is the killer, maybe he will understand how serious this is. And if he is responsible in any way, maybe he will feel compelled to confess.
Well, it's possibly, it could have been a white psycho.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said it's possibly it could have been a white psycho that did it.
Yeah.
You know, like Estes told me, he said they ride up and down the interstate all day long looking for somebody to kill. Mm-hmm. And they flash money and drugs in front of a woman, and they go anywhere they want to go.
Yeah, my gut's telling me this is somebody who knew her. This isn't just a random person. You know, Renee was...
Somebody knew that area out there. How you gonna find that on Service Road?
You're right. You're exactly right.
That's like a needle in a haystack.
Tell me, are you related to the Youngs out that way?
Yeah, sure am.
Which ones?
Clyde and Patricia?
Yeah.
Remember the Youngs? Drug trafficking, busted by the feds, stoned cows. David is not part of the immediate Young family, but he's part of the broader extended family. He's named after one of the patriarchs. And David's father was a Young's Neck Young.
Was Renee moving marijuana for them?
Huh?
Was Renee moving marijuana for them?
Not that I know of.
How are you kin? Like, are you cousins? Or, like, who... Show us the family tree, right? So, like, we know Clyde and Patricia, Clyde Sr. and Patricia.
You can ask anybody out there if they know Albert Shag Young. He was my dad.
That was your dad. It was Albert Young. Okay. Well, the part of the reason that we're looking at that and that we're asking about it is because they had part of their operation was at the dead end of that service road.
And that's what we wanted to ask if Renee, if she had ever mentioned selling or dealing with those people out there.
Oh God, man, they cut you up. I mean, that sounds like something that they possibly would do if you ripped them off to her. There was some mean suckers, man.
So David denies any regular contact with that side of his family, but does know about their reputation for drug trafficking and retaliatory violence. Interesting. It's time to bring up the story that Laura told us about seeing Renee right before her death, to see how David reacts and whether he remembers this at all.
So what we have found, and maybe your mind just slipped you or something, okay? I'm not saying that you misinformed us, maybe you just didn't think about it right, is that you were in Creighton at your mother's house. And you were with...
Mother was dead at that time. Mother died in 86, I think.
Correct, but you were
staying at the
house, and you were dating a girl at that time. You remember her name?
Laura Morris.
That's right.
I just want to interject here to say that Laura says that she and David never dated or hooked up. But David says Laura was his girlfriend at that time. Just an interesting difference of opinion between the two.
Laura Morris, the weekend that Renee was killed, was at your house in Crichton, where you were living.
Might have been, because I remember me and her was in there, me and Laura was in there doing the thing, and Renee knocked on the door.
That's right. Renee showed up, middle of the night.
And Laura puts that as Friday night before Renee turned up on Sunday.
I don't know about that. But I automatically let Renee in, and Laura run in the bathroom or something, put her clothes on.
Yeah, yeah. What did Renee want that Friday night?
I'll admit now, I don't know what the hell she even come by there for. Because she just came out of nowhere. I hadn't talked to her or been expecting her. She just knocked on the door.
Just in case you didn't catch that at the beginning of his answer, when he mumbles to himself, this is what David says, quote, "I don't know what the hell she even came by there for."
And that's the way Laura described it as well. She drove up Friday night.
Yeah. Well, it could have been. I thought it was during the day. So y'all timelining it the Friday night?
Laura timelined it the Friday night. She was very explicit.
Well, she's smart. She's got a good, keen mind.
Remember, in our very first conversation, David said he had not seen Renee in months before she was killed. And on the phone earlier today, he said he had not seen her for years, was adamant about it. But here he is agreeing with Laura's account that they both saw Renee shortly before she was killed, even if he is not sure whether that was during the day or the night.
It had to be something about some drugs or something, man.
Maybe was she selling pills to you?
Yeah,
or,
that's all.
I mean,
pills was all.
I mean, I don't want to speculate to what she was doing there. Maybe she was coming to you for help. I don't know. Right? And that's
no, if it'd been that, I'd have known it. I'd have been all over that shit because I carried a gun all my life.
There are a lot of facts here that are not adding up. David has previously told us he was living in a motel the weekend Renee was killed. He also said he found out Renee was dead by reading the local newspaper. Now he's copping to the fact that he was at his deceased mother's house in Crichton that weekend and probably saw Renee then. Laura told us that Renee looked beat up when she saw David, but David is saying Renee's visit must have been something to do with her selling him pills. If Renee had been beat up, he says, he would have done something about it.
I'm less concerned with why you stay the night with a friend in a motel than I am with why you would be so sure you hadn't seen her in months. It feels like it would have been for Laura, the way that she was really jarred by the fact that she saw as well that this woman had been murdered and she had just seen her. And I'm struggling to understand how, if she's one of your closest friends,
Who?
Renee,
Oh, Renee, yeah.
if you open up a paper on Monday morning and you say, oh my God, she was brutally murdered.
It's on the front page.
I know. I've looked at the papers. Yeah. Why you would forget that you saw her 2 days earlier.
That Friday night
when she came over to the house.
Well, I'm gonna have to think about that because I can't put together me being at the motel, me and Laura being at the house and Renee comes in. I can't put the timeline together on that. Y'all trying to say it out back to back.
We're just that Laura was pretty clear that it happened, that it was less than 48 hours from when she showed up at the house to when the guy sees her on the service road.
And that's where it got confusing for us, was you told us that you hadn't seen her in a long time.
Well,
but that wasn't accurate because you
dead
saw
truth. I'm telling you, God strike me dead right here in this chair.
God, it's so hard to interview David. I go left, he goes right. I try to spin him, he tries to spin me. It's frustrating. And what's even more disturbing is how he speaks about Renee. Like at one point, early on in the interview, while I am asking him a totally unrelated question, David just offers this, unprompted.
She didn't really love nobody, I guess, but maybe her people. you know, with mom and daddy and stuff. She didn't love nobody.
What makes you say that?
Oh, she was a wild runner, you know. She
Doesn't mean she didn't love
well,
people.
she left her baby. That's because she was on crack, you know.
You got anywhere to pick?
What I want to say to David, what I want to point out to him is this. Renee loved lots of people. She loved people very deeply. Maybe she just didn't love you. And I think maybe you hated her when you realized that was never going to change. I toy with the idea, deciding if it will be productive or just shut him down entirely. I choose to err on the side of caution because we do still need him to keep talking to us, which he does. In total, we talk to David for about an hour. We thank him for coming in. Then Matt accompanies him out of the building before returning to the office to discuss the interview.
Man, he wouldn't fucking answer a question again. Like he just wouldn't answer anything. He just keeps
shocked that when we talked to Laura and 2, now we're putting Renee at his house Friday night.
Yeah, and he said, "What are you getting at?" Mm-hmm. I'll tell you the other thing too that I just was like, "Fuck you," was when he goes, "She didn't love anybody," and that right there, that's damn near motivation. If she, you know,
well, he followed it up with because you responded of.
What?
How dare you say it? Yes, you did. He was like,
"No, I didn't say that. I said, what makes you say that?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, she didn't love anyone. She left that baby."
Left her kid, which I can understand that. I've got feelings like that as well. Of you might, you're a piece of crap if you leave your child.
Or you recognize that you are 17 years old and the child is better off with you as a visiting frequent family member rather than in your care.
Looking at David Young's perspective of this girl's a prostitute, drug user, and she's left her kid.
Sure, if he then didn't flip that by saying, "I don't want to die without knowing who did it. I go see her grave all the time." Like, That's what I'm saying.
It's this flip with David that strikes me. The complete concern for finding out who killed Renee, with making a show of cooperating, even sharing funny anecdotes and warm memories. All mixed in with saying just flat out ugly, hateful things about Renee. But there's another dimension to David that gives me pause beyond his personal relationship with Renee. And it gives Matt pause too. How close is he with the Young's Neck Youngs? After all, we've learned that Renee was a confidential informant for the sheriff's office. It's hard to dismiss that could have played a role.
I wonder if we could ever make the connection that David was moving marijuana for the other Youngs.
Right. And that she was moving through him or
moving through David. Okay.
Or that he
and
knew
then guess
it.
What? Renee did something stupid.
Yeah.
Either lost the money, smoked the money, whatever. And the family was like, "David, you better."
That's what I've been saying. That to me would be the link between those two.
Because he was conflicted now. I really like her. I love her.
Well, but here's what's interesting.
Now I've got to kill you.
I've got to kill you, but there would be a sexual component.
Right.
Because he was into her. I've always wanted to sleep with you, so I'm going to put this knife in you instead. And that's then the curiosity and maybe hesitation marks. And also why she would have gone with, you know what I mean, like somebody she trusted and she's alone with that night.
We don't know what our suspect's motive would be to kill and mutilate Renee beyond personal animus and sadism. So if David is responsible, what was the tipping point? Could it be something to do with his family and drug trafficking? After sleeping on it for a few days, I want to bring David back in. Matt disagrees.
What else are we going to ask David?
He said he wanted to talk to us again. Remember, I think he wants, unless you think it's a total waste of time.
We've got him backed into a corner really good because a lie is almost better than the truth.
100%.
Because you can disprove that. So I don't know what else to get at with him.
I know. He had wanted to come in, and without the pressure of the sister.
Yeah.
And I just feel like he wants to say it. He thinks she deserved it.
Yeah,
and he thinks if he just explains it right, everybody else will think so too. Right.
I mean, I get it, but I don't think without.
I'll tell you what, you're right. I think you're right.
I think if we interview Musgrove, we interview Parker, and it sheds new light towards David, we can go back at him again. But I think we're beating the dead horse if.
I just feel like if we sit with him, he's gonna fucking say it.
Yeah, there's the chance that we get lucky and he slips up.
I don't even think he's gonna slip up. I think he's like.
I don't think he's going to just outright confess.
You don't think so?
I don't get that.
I didn't after the first time, but I did by the end of last time.
Let's say we're right. Let's say that he did do this, and he likes the game. He's been playing the game for a long time.
Yeah, but nobody's been playing with him till now.
Correct. So he likes the game. Why would he want the game to end right now? I'm going to say something that you're not going to like.
Okay.
I'm getting mixed feelings on him now. And let me explain why. He's almost over cooperating and telling us. Now, he has lied, but I'm wondering if we're looking at the wrong guy.
So, my
and
response.
I hate to say that.
No.
But I think I need to.
My response to that is every time we talk to him, whether on the phone or in person, with the exception of the Friday before the storm,
yeah,
I walk away with the same feeling, and then it kind of fades as I like evaluate the other stuff. I don't. It's not evaluate his statements. Evaluate like kind of all the other stuff pointing at it, and evaluate the fact that over cooperation is indicative
I agree.
of guilt.
I agree.
But there is something about him where you feel like I just don't know. I totally.
Is he just a
I get
weird
that.
guy?
It's not.
Is he's
Now,
he's a perverted old man.
He's a perverted, but he's also like all the stuff he was just talking about, whether it was, I mean, you know, the stuff about what he would do, the stuff about the judge, here's what the judge is going to do. This man has a deep, rich fantasy life. Like that's all he hyper focuses on things, and that can just be a weird person. Or it can be dangerous.
I wasn't raised around the most outstanding people. So, I mean, I take that's not the right verbiage. I saw some things when I was a kid and got exposed to.
Sure, me too.
People as very similar to him.
Yeah.
In his mentality. And I kind of understand his thought process of, and why the way he is. And blacks are bad.
Oh, totally. I don't think that is what makes him
old Southern line of thinking that.
Yeah, you couldn't beat that out of him. I totally. That is
influences his thought process with everything.
100%. And I roll my eyes at that, but that stuff isn't why I think that he's capable of this, or that the stuff he says. It's not the she got with the blacks that makes me think that.
Yep.
It's the need to punish her for that. If you know what I mean?
I get it.
So I am also right there with you. I don't dislike you saying that because I go through that. I cycle through that, and then I think, you know,
who else could it be? Then?
Who else could it be? That's what happens to me anyway. Whenever we talk to him, I'm like, I don't think he did it. And then a couple hours later, whatever that human reaction is, I'm like,
I mean, maybe he's just pulling the wool over my eyes or something. I don't know. But I'm usually pretty good at.
I think so. I think you're also a decent person, so your empathy reaction is strong, you know?
Mm-hmm. But
I'll just be surprised if you don't change your mind again.
Yeah, I've never seen a case like that.
You know what Occam's razor is, right?
Yeah.
Simplest explanation is usually the truth.
That's right.
But David is not our only suspect here. It's beyond time for me to interview Ronnie, the man at the center of Mike's 1993 tip to the police. Remember, I learned that Ronnie scares a lot of people in his life, so much so that most people only speak to me under the condition of anonymity. And his arrest records show that he has been convicted of drunken disorderly conduct and, more importantly, domestic violence. It takes me a while, but I finally find Ronnie. He's living out in the boondocks between Muscle Shoals and Moulton, Alabama. This is about 6 hours away from Mobile. Those who know Ronnie tell me that he can be seen in town, driving his tractor to get his errands done. Here's my strategy. I expect Ronnie to be quite surprised. Whether guilty or innocent, he will likely be essentially stunned into an honest reaction. To be clear, an honest reaction is not the same thing as honest answers. It does not mean someone is telling you the truth with their words, but their demeanor and how they interact with you will be organic. This point is very important. This is not about junk science or gut instincts or declaring how someone should react in certain environments or situations. It is about my nearly 25 years of experience and a pretty solid track record, an innate ability to read people and interpret reactions to stimuli. At the end of the day, that's really all psychological profiling is, whether you're working with a suspect or a crime scene. Reading stimuli and response, understanding the minutia of human reaction to very specific events and circumstances. I make arrangements with the local sheriff's office to provide backup support for the initial contact, as well as an office at their station in which to conduct the interview. As I drive up to North Alabama, I can't help but notice how different the terrain is. Just 25 miles south of the Tennessee border, it feels much more like Appalachia than any place you'd think of when imagining Alabama. There are rolling hills, forests, actual mountains just a short drive away. Ronnie's house sits alongside a winding country road, so I park in the grassy roadside a couple 100 yards away. I want to see what I can suss out about him before making my approach. Neighbors pull up to me and ask if I need any help. This is code for, what the heck are you doing here, stranger? Then I see Ronnie saunter out to his mailbox. Ronnie Parker is much smaller than I'd expect. He only stands about 5'8" or 5'9", same height as Renée. He's wearing denim overalls and a Bear Bryant hat. It is Alabama, after all. He is weathered, clearly a man who has spent much of his adult life laboring outside. He strains to look down the street as inconspicuous as possible to catch a peek at my car. No doubt his neighbor alerted him to my presence. I decide it's time to make my approach. I call local dispatch. I am not approaching anyone's door alone and unarmed, never mind the home of a homicide suspect. But as I wait for a deputy to come meet me, Ronnie takes off in a little sedan with an enormous American flag attached to the roof, flapping furiously as he speeds away.
He just took off like 12 minutes ago. He's driving a little silver Corolla with like a big flag on top.
The deputy arrives and we don't have much to do. We drive around on country roads hoping to find Ronnie. No luck. So we park at an intersection near his house and wait.
I was sort of surprised you got here as fast as you did, because I was like, most rural counties I know is only a couple of deputies out at a time.
I mean, he's, I don't see him going too far.
And now there's a hurricane coming in, so we keep losing time.
His little sedan creeps by on a side road. A local deputy spots him, then runs his sirens to try and pull him over. Ronnie keeps driving for a short moment, then pulls over. It's not a thrilling chase, but Ronnie definitely hesitates. I roll up behind the deputy as Ronnie gets out of the car. I hear the deputy explain to him, "This lady has some questions she needs to ask you."
I got somebody needs to talk to. Who's that? This lady right here.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Parker?
How about you?
Good. My name's Sarah Cailean. I'm a special investigator with Mobile County Sheriff.
Ronnie's little chihuahua runs around in circles, barking furiously, protesting the entire scene. But Ronnie agrees to join us at the nearby station.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Okay.
For this interview, I don't have Matt with me. It's just Ronnie and me, meaning I have to be the good cop and the bad cop.
I think the best thing to do is you remember the case to some degree.
and you remember talking to the investigators and stuff. So I would love it if you would start from the beginning, what you remember about the case and what you remember about what they talked to you about, and what, just anything you remember from the time about maybe what made the investigators think that you were involved, that they sought you out.
That's mine. I tell you the best I can tell you.
Ronnie describes the police pulling up to his workplace, the Christmas tree farm, and questioning him. They did this twice, actually.
I told y'all I don't know nothing about it. I said, if I was guilty, you don't think I would have been running somewhere when y'all pulled up the second time? Because I know that's what y'all was coming back for.
Clearly, Ronnie remembers being investigated for Renée's murder. But I am curious if he remembers, or ever actually knew, why he was investigated.
So that's kind of what I'm getting at too. So I've got audio. I've got a bunch of written notes, and I have audio recordings of no fewer than 5 people, possibly 6, depending on how you read one of the notes, claiming that you said that you did it. And a lot of people will say stuff like that after a crime, especially one as gruesome as this, right?
They won't get you in trouble.
But the reason that I'm here now, coming up on 27 years after her body was found, was that the stories that people came forward with of you telling them that you had done it included details that were not known to the public, that were true.
Well, like I said, a lot of that stuff is like you going out here and people go picking at you,
Right. But these people, they don't all know each other, Mr. Parker.
I'm just saying, the person maybe picking at you is doing this.
He points his finger as if poking someone.
Are they going to accuse people of raping and murdering a woman and cutting her head off and slashing her breasts off?
Some of them will.
Really?
Some of them sick. I'm telling you down there. Some of them bad off.
Okay.
They'll do it to make a joke out of it. It might not even be nothing to it, but they'll do it to spike you, if there's a way they can do it.
Right.
If they figure it bothers you bad enough, they'll do it.
They're going to let you take the fall for a brutal rape and murder.
Yeah, they don't care. It ain't them. They don't care a bit.
Now, but here's the problem with this. One, yeah, you obviously should probably pick better friends because you've got a number of people coming forward. Part of the problem with this, though, and again, why it's hard for me to just walk away and not talk to you at all, right, is that some of these people don't know each other. Yeah. So what were the odds that 2 people who never met would both reach out to the police and say, Ronnie Parker told me he did it. Here's what he said in detail. There were details involving a Budweiser bottle, details involving that Christmas tree knife.
I didn't tell that.
You never told anybody that?
No. It would have showed up on lie detector staff when I went and took all this, but it was all sold.
Ronnie is defensive, that's for sure. But there are holes in the case against him. Like, for instance, when I look into that friend group, I can't verify that Ronnie individually told multiple people he hurt Renée. What I can verify is that there was a rumor that went around, one in which each new iteration attributed the story to Ronnie, but always as second or third-hand hearsay. No one but Mike Musgrove ever claimed to have heard it directly from Ronnie. And Mike, by the way, now denies ever making that tip to the police, even though we have a recorded interview of him doing so. It's all a little convoluted. Maybe Mike thought he could get reward money. Maybe Ronnie was right, and Mike and the rest of the group were picking on him. I'm not sure. But Ronnie believes he's cooperated fully, both back then and now.
When I signed that paper, clearing myself up there, that meant I was clear. The rest of these people can talk whatever they want to talk, But I cleared myself when that paper got signed.
But the problem is, again, like I said, I keep coming back to 2 things. The 2 people who don't know each other telling the exact same story down to the Budweiser beer bottle, raping her with a beer bottle, okay, which matches
I don't know nothing about all that.
The autopsy. And stabbing her in the vagina with a knife, which matches the autopsy.
and then the Christmas tree knife being a matching weapon for the decapitation.
See, that Christmas tree knife, that long, like I said.
Oh, I know. No matter which direction I take it, what angle I try to come at him, Ronnie's responses are natural, even the defensive ones, always keeping with the stimuli in that moment. He is clearly suspicious of and angry at Mike Musgrove, that's for sure. But Ronnie's story never wavers. It matches up exactly with what John told us, that he did not see Ronnie with any woman that weekend. Even the people we spoke to who were afraid of him, what they had to say about this specific allegation seems to corroborate Ronnie's version. When we again look at it with that term we discussed a few episodes ago, the totality of the circumstances, a picture comes into focus. Do I think Ronnie is someone capable of violence, possibly even extreme violence in his younger days? Yes, I do. Do I think there's a strong enough chance he committed this particular act of extreme violence? No, not really. Not enough to continue to pursue these vanishingly plausible leads. I ask Ronnie if he will submit to a DNA test. Yes, he says, without missing a beat. The local deputy hunts down a buccal swab kit, and I take the sample myself, a swipe of DNA from inside the cheek. I bag it for transport to the Mobile County CSI team, then I wrap up the interview. I'm going to let the deputy run you back home. Mr. Parker, I really appreciate you coming in willingly. All right, Mr. Parker, I really appreciate it.
I sure appreciate it. No problem. You have a safe field.
Thank you. Thank you.
I now have interviews with both of my lead suspects, and I now have both of their DNA samples, too. But already, I'm honing in on the one suspect whose story just does not add up.
I can't understand how somebody could kill something they love.
It happens all the time.
People do things in fits of rage that they don't want to do and had no intentions of doing, but it just happened. And then their body needed that release, if you would. You know, I guess in some cases. Yep. We've seen it. I've seen it personally.
It happens a lot.
Yeah.
I had too many opportunities for this man for anything like that to ever happen. You know, if I'd have been involved in that, she never would have been found.
For ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? In a recent conversation, I asked Renée's daughter Amanda what closure might look like for her when it comes to her mom's murder.
Answers, you know, and I feel like I don't want a big trial, and I know that's selfish because, you know, you can't control what happens, but I feel that it's owed to me that you've gotten away with this for over 20-something years. Tell me why. Tell me why. Admit that you did it. Admit that you've been able to live free for the past 20-some-odd years. After doing this and tearing our life apart, I deserve to know why. I deserve for you to admit it. And that's why I say I don't want a trial. I don't want it to be a question. I want somebody to come out and say, I did this. And this is why. And until then, I don't know if I would ever get closure.
Real answers. I have been investigating this case for 3 years in search of just that. I've spoken to Renée's friends and family members, at least the ones still living. I've interviewed convenience store clerks, bartenders, an ex, former detectives, former tipsters. I've pored over her diaries, personal letters, address book. I've driven up and down the service road where her body was found so many times that I could probably describe it down to each piece of gravel. I've made maps and murder boards. I've hit so many dead ends. And more than anything, I've interviewed one person over and over again. David Young. I tell myself I am doing this because I can't eliminate him as a suspect. Not yet. And that's true. But I think I'm also doing this because if David did do this, if David did play any role in Renée's murder, he might give me the one thing I want. The one thing that could provide Amanda closure. A confession. But if there's no confession, at least not yet, maybe something else will help us get there. DNA evidence. Renée's life ended terribly, and her killer walked free. He may still be walking free to this day. But Renée may have taken something from him, too. Something that he had left behind. Something that in 1993 wouldn't have been on his mind the way it would be on a killer's mind today. Information about himself. His DNA. I didn't realize that DNA could be a possibility in this case until one day when I found a little envelope in Renée's case file. In it, there were fingernail clippings. It was in the evidence storage area, so it was climate controlled, but it was not preserved as well as it should have been. Still, it was something. I sent that sample off to Susanna Ryan, a DNA analyst with decades of experience, to see what we could find out.
So we're starting with a really low amount of male DNA, and it was partially degraded. So the results that we were able to get were only what we call partial profiles. And the right-hand males actually were seeing a mixture of males. So there were actually at least 3 males present in that partial profile. But I was able to pick out what we call a major contributor. So there's one person that did contribute a little bit more DNA than the other 2 individuals. So we have a major profile from that sample. And then the left-hand nails, we do have signs of a potential second contributor, very low level. But I was also able to pick out a major profile for that particular sample as well.
But Susanna says that only one sample from underneath Renée's fingernails is eligible for comparison to reference samples. That means only one is complete enough to even begin to build a profile of someone that we can then test against suspects' DNA. So now that we have this one partial profile, we have to make a decision. Earlier, Matt and I surreptitiously collected David's DNA off of a Coke can he was drinking during our interview with him. We also have Ronnie Parker's DNA, which he voluntarily gave to us in a cheek swab. Okay, simple enough, right? Well, money is limited, and it might be tough to convince the sheriff's office to bankroll 2 separate, expensive DNA analyses. So I have to make a decision. Which of the samples do I send first? Do I send Ronnie's sample, or do I send David's sample? As far as I see it, the more I look at David, the more reasons I am given to continue my investigation into him. The more I look into Ronnie, the less reasons I am given to do the same. I decide to send David's sample to Susanna's lab. Now I have to wait weeks. But one day, the results come over email. And they read, the major YSTR profile is not consistent with the YSTR profile of David Young. David Young is excluded as a contributor to this profile. In addition, all paternally related male relatives of David Young are excluded as contributors to this profile. Oh, God. Have I been pursuing the wrong suspect the whole time? Let me read that again. David Young is excluded as a contributor to this profile. What does this mean?
So what I did was I swabbed the mouth area of the Coke can, and I'm trying to pick up any saliva and then get a DNA profile from that, which I was able to. I got a complete male DNA profile from the Coke can that was from Mr. Young. Then I have this profile. Now I want to compare it to any results that I've previously obtained. In this case, it's from the right nails and from the left nails. And we do have a major profile from both the right nail and from the left nails. And that's what the comparisons are to, because the minor component is so minor that it's basically considered inconclusive. I can't make comparisons to that minor. It's just too little information. Now, when I compare David Young to the major component of the right nails, he's excluded as a contributor. It's just not matching up, right? So we just do a 1-to-1 comparison, and I can see that his DNA types at these loci or locations where I can compare are just not the same, right? So I exclude him. And then the same with the major portion of the swab from the left nails, where he is excluded from the major component. But I can't speak to the minor component of these profiles.
Can such a low amount still indicate that contact happened perimortem, like, in the fight, essentially, if there was defensive action taken? Or is it more likely that it's such a low number because it was just overwhelmed by the amount of her own blood or degraded over time?
Right. So, if this was a fresh sample from under the fingernails and had just recently occurred, it's a really low level. So if I see that, and this is a new case, not a cold case, then I'm more inclined to think, this is probably just casual contact. Does she have kids? It's not an overwhelming amount. Does it absolutely mean that someone couldn't have scratched or, gotten a hold of their attacker? No. But I think the other thing that makes me kind of lean more towards casual contact is that we have 3 nails, right, under the right nails. Right. So that kind of indicates that this person is maybe in contact with a significant number of people, including number of males, that just has a tendency to pick up DNA. Again, it makes it more difficult because it's a cold case, because a number of years have passed and the samples are degraded. So we don't really know the starting amount. We know what we have now, this many years later. So it makes it more difficult.
This is as far as the science can take us for now. Susanna says the lab had carefully preserved a little bit of that male DNA. Maybe someday the testing will allow us to get profiles of the other men who had clearly come into contact with Renée in the hours, maybe even just minutes before her death. But for now, DNA is a dead end. Looks like we will have to continue doing this the old-fashioned way. Gumshoe, boots on the ground, hitting pavement, knocking on doors. As I see it now, here is the case against David Young. David came onto the radar of investigators early on in their 1993 investigation. 2 tips were called in about him. One from a doctor, the other from a DMV employee. Both tips said that David seemed distressed about the murder and talked about it in detail. However, the original detectives chose not to investigate those tips. After her murder, Renée's family said that David visited them regularly. David bought Renée's car off of them. They also say he gave them items of Renée's, like a necklace she wore often. And he bought gifts for her daughter Amanda, including a bicycle, and wrote her cards. Then he disappeared.
I remember my grandma used to buy him a Christmas present, and it was a carton of Winston cigarettes. And then one year, he never came. And then he never came again. He just stopped coming. No letter, no phone call, and just stopped out of nowhere. So my grandma, I didn't know if something happened to him or just got busy. And I remember that box of wrapped cigarettes long after Christmas was over. My grandma just kept it out, in case ever he showed up, then she had it for him. And eventually she just threw it away.
Once I began interviewing David for this case, I noticed other things. David continually lies and changes his story when it comes to his relationship with Renée. First time we approached him, he claimed not to know her very well. But over time, he's indicated that they had a much closer relationship.
I was always scared for her life, man. I think that's why I was so concerned about her. I never did ask her who was looking for her. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
David also shares details of Renée's murder with us that are not publicly available. He speaks about the multiple wounds across her body, the fact that she must have been tied up to have the blood drained out of her. To me, he seems obsessed with her murder. Even to this day, he drives by the place where her body was found multiple times a week, despite the fact that it is nowhere near where he lives. He's also told me and Matt that he burned everything related to Renée, which is odd. Why would he do that? And David is related to a big drug trafficking family in the area, a family that owns property on the very road where Renée's body was found. Altogether, it feels like a lot of successive coincidences. But there are also flip sides to all of these points. David could have seemed obsessed with Renée's case because he was deeply grief-stricken at losing his friend. His visits to the Bergeron family could be read as his attempt to support the daughter his friend so dearly loved. And there are many reasons he could have known details of Renée's murder. There has been some media coverage of the case over the years. Also, his brother-in-law was a cop with a reputation for bending the rules. Maybe he shared Renée's autopsy report with David, even though that's not allowed. Yes, David is related to a very large drug trafficking family, but he says he has no close relationship with them. And importantly, David's DNA does not match one of the DNA profiles found underneath Renée's fingernails, the only one substantial enough to be compared against. Plus, David has been cooperative. He's sat down for multiple interviews with us. That's no small feat. Even though Matt and I think it's unlikely that he'll continue to cooperate with us, we decide to reach out to David again and see if he will do another interview. I want him to explain the discrepancies, to answer directly how he'd known the details of Renée's injuries, who he thought Renée was afraid of, and what his role was in the myriad illegal operations of his own family. And if he did do this heinous crime, if he killed Renée, I want him to confess to it. David dodges our calls, doesn't return messages. This continues for a week or two. So we decide to drive back to his house, knock on his door. It's early morning on a weekday. He opens the door. He looks the same, no worse for the wear of the 10 months since we'd last met with him. We ask if he'd be willing to come down and talk with us again. He seems reluctant.
Man, we're just going back through all these case files and all the times we've talked to you. Got a few more questions. I'd love for you to throw some shoes on and come down to the office with us real quick. Oh, man. You ain't got nothing going on.
He puts on his shoes and makes a phone call. We can only hear his side of the call. He says, "Hey, those detectives are here. They want me to go back downtown with them. About that girl. Yeah. I'll call you." He hangs up and follows us outside. He's nervous about a check engine light on his car, so we offer to drive him to the station. It's time to see if we can get any answers to all of the questions we have about David and the inconsistencies in his story.
You know, she knew somebody was after her.
Yeah, you said. And I really, I want that information. I wish we could get so much, you know.
Now I keep wondering why she didn't tell me.
Tell you who it was?
Give me some kind of name or something.
Right.
That could have been the key to most of it.
I think, and that's why, we're hoping maybe we can jog your memory, bring up some new, people from back in the day that she moved with, maybe see if it helps kind of shake stuff loose, kind of knock off the cobwebs a little. That's the hope. Because if we can do that, that might just be the missing piece to the whole puzzle.
This might be the last time that David speaks to us, so I want to be sure to cover all of our bases and ask every question on our mind. See if maybe we can get him to definitively rule himself out as a suspect, or confess to the crime.
So, from the times that we've spoke with you, we've got a lot of conflicting information, and we want some clarity on that. I don't think you were intentionally being misleading. But we've got some facts and evidence that show some of the things that you were saying just weren't true. And we just want some clarification on that. Was it just a slip of memory, or were you being misleading?
I ain't
what I mean?
Answer everything you ask me.
Okay, and that's perfectly fine. Clear. That's fine.
That's part of my rights.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And that's why, we want to talk about those things.
If you want any kind of DNA, we'll go anywhere and do it any way you want it. Blood, hair, slob. It don't matter. Because I figured they should at least got some kind of DNA off of her with all the action that went on with her, you know.
Yeah.
That the autopsy showed.
So you're okay with giving a DNA sample?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, I'll give you a DNA any way you want it.
Okay. Yeah, we might do that.
I can't remember how long it was from the time me and her took that ride down there when she, you know, mentioned that somebody might be looking for her. And I was telling her that Shannon had a trailer out in Sims out there.
Mm-hmm.
She could stay at if she felt that threat, you know. I could call him and get him to let her stay out there. She didn't want to do nothing. I can't remember how much time it was from then. I know that was the last time I seen her.
Was when?
When that happened. The day I went to New Orleans with her.
Okay.
I can't remember how much time it was from that point to the day that shit happened. It must not have been that long.
Remember, Shannon is Shannon Poole, David's brother-in-law. David says Shannon had a trailer that Renee might have been able to stay at if she was in danger.
All right, so that brings up another question then, or statement on my side. We know for a fact that the Friday before her body's found on Sunday, that Friday, she's at your house that night in Crichton.
When she pulled up and you and Laura Morris were there at the house.
That was during the day, that wasn't at night. That was during the day.
Okay, so that's the last time you saw her.
I don't know. Well, I can't put it together. I'm telling you that when me and her went to New Orleans, she told me someone might be looking for her or something like that.
Mm-hmm. She was scared, right?
Yeah, she was scared.
She
had done something. That was when she came back to Puerto Rico.
But what we're getting at is you said that was the last time you saw her, when in fact the last time you saw her was the Friday before her body was found.
Oh, y'all trying to plant shit, man, there.
I don't know how I would plant it. I wouldn't.
What kind of witness have you got that said they seen
Laura
me?
Morris. We've spoken with Laura. Laura tells us that she was there.
That's bullshit.
I mean, I'm not putting words in your mouth.
But actually, you said it too, though. When the first time we asked you about that, after we had talked to Laura, you said, Laura said that, she showed up at your house on the Friday. Hang on 1 second, David. And you told us the exact same story that Laura had told us without you even knowing, so you verified what she said. So now you're saying it's bullshit, but you verified it last time we talked.
You ain't gonna never place me nowhere near the time when she went missing and got killed. There's no way. Laura Morris was not in the picture to know anything about us.
Okay, but Laura puts that as Friday before she's killed.
God. No, that's bullshit. That happened way before.
So Laura's statement's not accurate?
Not in her saying, placing me that close to her being killed.
Well, I mean, it's not that close. I mean,
you saying that Friday.
What I'm trying to get at is some clarification of the statement that you made.
Yeah.
Saying the last time you saw her was when you picked her up from the airport, right? Well, we have Laura saying that actually the Friday before she was found.
Y'all talking to Laura a lot, ain't you? Maybe I need to talk to her.
What would you say to her?
I want her to tell me some things that she's telling y'all.
Well, if you don't trust me, just say that.
Well, I trust you, but maybe I need to talk to her. But I don't want to have no shit with her old man, because it ain't none of his business. And ain't nobody's business about me and her.
Yeah, I agree. That's between you and her. I'm just simply relaying information.
Murder. If it ain't got no involvement with her or Renee's murder, I don't see where there's anything to it, no way.
Well, it has to do with murder, because she is now a witness that says, yes, she was here with us Friday before her body was discovered. So, I mean, that's pretty relevant.
Y'all thinking I killed her, I know that.
Well, I don't know, to be honest with you.
It's never gonna happen.
I don't know.
It's never gonna happen.
I don't know. You've made some odd, in my opinion, and this is just me being man to man with you, David, is you've made some very odd statements. And we're starting to see repetitive mistruths in a lot of statements.
Well,
and that has to be accounted for, right? This is a murder investigation.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure,
We'd be doing a disservice to her if we didn't ask these questions.
Yeah.
Right? Renee deserves that. Her family should have the truth. If we don't have the truth, then we can't figure out what happened.
That crack got her, didn't it? Yeah, I think y'all looking in the wrong places for the murder.
Well, I want to move on, really do. But you have to help me understand some of the statements you've made.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have made them without a lawyer.
But the fact that you have.
I don't want to make a bunch of other statements without a lawyer. You know, he made that clear to me not to make no more statements unless he was here.
Okay.
Maybe I made a mistake when I didn't have a lawyer. I thought I was doing good by being honest about it.
Well, you've been helping us.
But that stuff with Lauren, that's bullshit.
Last time we interviewed David, he agreed to Laura's account that Renee was seen at his house before the murder. But now he's getting defensive, angry even. He believes he is the lead suspect. And he is not wrong. Right now, my partner Matt and I are interviewing David Young. We are anxious that it might be the very last time we do this, so we don't want to leave any question unasked, any stone unturned.
I hadn't understood the investigation on this since it started with
Cookie.
Yeah. Why couldn't they get something then?
There's a multitude of reasons. I think it was a totality of lack of effort, bad policing, technology, the crowd of people she ran with, and that y'all were around at the time. There was just a whole kit and caboodle of things that kind of did a trifecta, if you would, to where there wasn't a whole ton of evidence.
You rat on dope dealers, you're going to get killed.
Sometimes that's the case. You want to know my personal opinion on this thing? And based off of what I know from reading this case for the last 18 months, almost 2 years, I think it's somebody she was close with. I think it was somebody who loved her, honestly. I don't think it was a random dope dealer.
I can't understand how somebody could kill something they love.
Happens all the time.
People do things in fits of rage that they don't want to do and had no intentions of doing, but it just happened. And then their body needed that release, if you would. You know, I guess in some cases. Yep. We've seen it. I've seen it personally.
I had too many opportunities, man, for anything like that to ever happen. That if I'd have been involved in that, she never would have been found.
What would you have done differently?
I know how to murder somebody and make them disappear.
How?
You get rid of them. Why don't somebody leave her laying outside the road? They were sending a message. You rat on me, this is where you go.
Okay. How would you have done it though?
I'd have just got rid of her.
How do you get rid of a body? Because there ain't too many people know how to do that.
I ain't never did nothing like that, but I think if, from what I've learned in life, that, you would never let nobody find nobody that they've been done to. They'd take a stupid. It comes back to me that it was blacks involved in the whole thing because they're stupid anyway. They are.
And people in general are ignorant when it comes to this stuff. But so that limits things when you specifically say it's black.
A psycho when you think about what they did to her.
Absolutely.
That's what Estes thought it was.
Yeah.
He said these psychos ride up and down the interstate all the time looking for crazy ass girls,
Sometimes that psycho lives right in the community, though.
I just wonder how many people, these people this couldn't have been the only killing they ever did.
Why do you think that?
I don't know. It's just, it don't make no sense for somebody to do that and not have done it before or something, you know.
I find this back and forth interesting for a few reasons. First, David is critical of the investigation. He says there are clear persons of interest. Is he trying to direct our attention away from him? Second, David is again showing knowledge of the case. He references Cookie Estes multiple times, the former lead detective. Did he talk to Cookie firsthand? And third, he gives us a theory of how he would commit this murder if he did it. As we continue our interview with David, I know I need to ask him about his visits to the Bergeron family. Why did he visit them so often? And then why did he stop all of a sudden?
Well, I went down there a lot after that happened.
Right, but she said that you were coming down and visiting with her and her grandma and stuff till she was about 14.
Yeah.
So for a few years after that.
I guess, yeah, because I was working a lot. I was making good money then. And I was, I took her a couple of new bicycles and gave her money and stuff. And I would always done that.
What made you stop? Oh, you were very close with the family.
Oh, yeah.
And very concerned about the case.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just kind of stopped. Help me understand why.
I thought a lot of her mother and daddy,
That's just odd to me, right?
How long can anything keep going on, man?
Help me understand why you quit going over there, David.
Oh, to see them?
Yeah, so you went over there for years and years, and were heavily involved in their life.
Oh, I know.
And what?
And then one day to the next.
You just quit going down there, quit calling. They couldn't get in touch with you.
They thought you died. They literally thought you died when we reached out to them.
I know, you told me before.
So let's back up. Why did you quit going to New Orleans to visit the family?
I can't explain that. I did all I could do to try to ease the pain on what, because I knew nobody loved her except her family. They wasn't no. You didn't see no falling down on each other. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you're somebody.
Yeah.
Besides her family.
Yeah. I was killed over. I killed somebody over her.
Okay.
And I told her that several times.
That you loved her.
Yeah. I did. I was worried about her whole life.
Over the course of our many conversations with David, he said multiple things about his relationship to Renée. He didn't know her. He knew her casually. Now he says he loved her and would kill for her.
I don't mind what you're doing. I see where you're coming from and where you're shooting at, but that ain't getting back to the heart of what happened to her and who she was hanging around with at that time. There was a couple of girls I know she was messing with at that time.
Sure, if you just don't want to answer the question, just say I don't want to answer
no,
the question.
I don't want to completely just rule it out, I didn't have no obligation to keep going nowhere or doing nothing. I mean, it was costing me money to do what I did. Every time I went down
there. It didn't
there,
cost you money to answer the phone and talk to them.
Well, I know.
So why just cut communication with the family?
Well, I mainly started going down there after she got killed because I felt sorry for the family.
Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah, in a way it does. But
the reason you
why would I
down
keep
there?
going the rest of my life down there? I mean, I was concerned about them, and I just found out that her daddy was dead when I went to the mausoleum and seen this thing of her. And it kind of pissed me off because they had a picture of her up on the face of the door, and the flowers is gone. I thought about calling and having flowers put back up like it used to be.
I feel the conversation getting more heated. I worry that our time with David might be running out. We're pressing him, agitating him. We know he can lose control. We want to push him towards a breaking point, one where he might just finally release all that he knows about this case, all that he may be hiding.
And what I think is someone was close and loved her and was sick and tired of doing the things that was going on.
Friends don't do that. Mad, crazy lovers do that.
Sometimes they can be the same person.
How old are you now?
66.
66 years old.
I just don't. I thought about what y'all trying to put together too, and I don't like it.
What don't you like?
About y'all, the way y'all trying to put something together that it ran me crazy because she was going to bed with smoking crack, and I had to end her life because I couldn't stand that. It's crazy, man. That is crazy. They need to be found. I admit that. I'd like to find them myself. I'd like to do my justice. I don't want no courtroom justice.
Yeah. David, I think I'm talking to the guy who did it.
Oh my God.
Honestly, based on the conversations that we've had,
you are.
You want me to be honest? Yes, I'm being honest.
No, that lawyer warned me about y'all.
Okay. Put yourself in my shoes. Okay. Some of the statements that you've said, a lot of the statements that you said, appear to be not truthful. Right? And then when I ask you,
keep on going and giving you statements. I don't need no lawyer at this point.
Thank you for that. Okay. But my point is, and the reason I'm thinking this way is because a lot of the statements that you give are not accurate or not truthful. And then when I ask you questions, very simple questions about
how you think these hands.
Hang on, let me finish. When I ask simple questions like, you were so close with the family that you literally drove 2 hours to give their daughter gifts and belongings for years, and then you quit going, you won't answer that.
What, 6 months? Is that years?
No, it's about almost 4 years.
So it's the simple things like that concern
you keep on
me.
Thinking all you want to, but you'll never get nowhere with that. I'll give you any kind of DNA you want. It ain't gonna happen. Whoever's DNA they got is never gonna come back to me because I wasn't there.
Did you witness it?
That's how you prove somebody's guilty, is through DNA.
You're watching too much TV.
Yeah.
Too much Law and Order. You can't asking questions,
You can't
right?
convict an honest man. You can't do it. It ain't gonna happen.
What if it's possible that the reason there's inconsistencies, but that you are telling us the truth, that you're innocent, that you didn't do this? What if it's possible, David? Give me a second. That part of the reason there's a little bit of stuff that doesn't add up with the statements is because you know just a little bit more. That maybe you didn't do it, but you know a little bit more that you didn't want to give us at the beginning, and now you're kind of stuck in a corner that ends up making you look worse than you are. Does that make sense?
I ain't know more about it.
You don't know any more about it than anything you've ever told us. Who she was afraid of.
I done told you exactly what happened. She did not tell me that day who was looking for her.
Did you
Somebody
not think
was
to
after
ask?
her.
You were that close to her and you didn't think to ask who wants to kill? You're telling me you would kill for her. You would never let anybody hurt her, but you didn't even ask who she was afraid of?
I can't tell you why we didn't go there. Somebody was looking for her to kill her for something she done.
Somebody was looking for her to kill her for something she had done. That's what David says. David makes it impossible for us to eliminate him as a suspect, but he also does not confess to the crime. That was the last time Matt or I spoke with David. We included most of that interview here because I think it speaks to the difficulty of David as a suspect. He contradicts himself, he lashes out, he lies. But none of that means he killed Renée, and he is adamant that he did not do it. even if he will offer up theories as to how he would have killed her if he had. And without any other evidence, I can't say definitively that David did this. I can't hand the case over to the district attorney's office and recommend that they charge him, at least not yet. Matt and I debate whether we should keep pursuing David as a suspect.
Statistically, she has 80% chance that she's killed by somebody she knows, okay? So that's already right there. And now we know she's moving fairly significant quantities of weed. I mean, not like tractor trailers, but she's moving more than just a normal person who's sells a couple dime bags. Right. She's killed and dumped essentially on property owned by the largest traffickers in the area. The Bankses, who at that time were working with the Youngs. The odds of it being anybody else.
I agree. Me thinking outside the box is, why would you run to your murderers?
Because she trusted him up until the end.
Here's one theory of the case as I see it. Maybe Renee went to David for help the night she showed up at his house. Both David and Laura confirmed that she stopped by his house, though David later contested this. We also know that Renee called a detective, offering to be a confidential informant. Maybe she was in trouble. Laura says Renee looked beat up when she showed up that night. For me, the big question is, what did Renee and David talk about when she came over? Laura didn't know. David says someone was looking for Renee to kill her. So what did Renee tell David? Did she tell him that she was going to be a CI? Did she ask for help? What happened next?
Now, by this point, remember, he has said to us, I told her she didn't need to be snitching on nobody. And he says that angrily. So he may have felt justified in telling them when she showed up at his house at 9, 10 o'clock on Friday night. She showed up and said, I tried to call the drug cop and he wouldn't talk to me.
Yep, come see me Monday.
Now, none of this changes the fact that the sexual mutilation is not something even cartels typically do. The beheading, yes, but the sexual mutilation, no. And this is why I think he is still responsible for the posthumous mutilation.
I don't like the big words, Sarah.
After she was dead, Matthew, he cut her up. And he did that because he was tasked with disposing of the body. Or, never thought of this, he went back and did it later.
She's killed somewhere, not the dump location, but she wasn't there long.
Nope.
So it would all relatively be close, but the last place we know she was alive at
was David's house.
His house, Friday,
late Friday night. And think about how many times
David's girlfriend,
Laura Morris.
Laura Morris was there.
So, and how many times he's changed his story on that, right? So first, he hadn't seen her in months. He hadn't seen her in a week. He hadn't seen her in 2 days. If we lived in a world without DNA.
Very good person of interest and suspect in this case. No doubt about it. His stories don't add up. His stories change. The lies that he's told.
And the lies that he tells are very, very small, but they're only significant in terms of the case, right? So why lie about where you were living? Oh, well, it turns out you lied about where you were living because she's seen at your house.
Yeah, it's the DNA.
But the DNA is a partial from fingernails that could be from any part during the day, any part during the fight. We're all of the mind that this probably was not him. I mean, there's no reason for him to attack her on the head and beat her when she obviously at that point still trusts him. He could have surprised her and there would be no other wounds on her body if he's just going to kill her that night.
Mm-hmm.
So there's somebody else involved in this. And again, when you look at the odds, it happens on a road where almost all the properties are owned by the Bankses and the Youngs. And she's moving drugs, and he is connected to those people too.
But like I said earlier, it's a very tough case because your witnesses, one, don't remember a lot of what happened in 93, or don't remember a whole lot, or some of the witnesses are dead. So it's a very tough case to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. My opinion that if you go to a jury or a grand jury with this, we can indict a ham sandwich.
Yes.
Right? It's all on what you tell them happened.
Here's the thing. We don't want to indict someone until we ourselves are fully convinced that he did it. Matt certainly doesn't, but me neither. Still, something does not sit right with me when it comes to David Young.
You know, when you tell people the story about this thing, and you tell people about him taking Amanda there at 10, you tell people about him still going down there, everybody's like, oh, he did it. Which I agree that is not a reason to put somebody in prison. But I agree with you, an indictment would be relatively easy.
Absolutely.
None of us are in the business of putting somebody in jail who didn't do it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Right, that's what I mean. I don't want that. I don't want that either.
Doesn't meet, in my opinion, right now, doesn't meet that burden of proof to convict beyond.
So what do you want?
I think there
to
needs
feel
be
better
more.
about that.
I just think there should be more.
But what is more, Matt? What do you want?
Well, sometimes you don't have more. Sometimes you're only limited, obviously, to what the case gives you, and you can't just make things up. Not saying that that's been done, but you can't hope and wish that this is be resolved. It's just the lack of.
I know, but I guess I'm asking, what would seal it more for you in the absence of DNA? Because not every case is going to have DNA. That's just a fact.
Well,
in the absence,
obviously, a confession would be great, or an admission of participation in the crime.
Yeah.
Or knowledge of the crime.
Matt, Amanda, me, we all want the same thing. A confession. It feels like the only kind of certainty available in a cold case like this. And it's exactly what eludes us. I would like to be able to say to you that this is all resolved, that Matt and I aren't still debating in a circle, that there aren't nights I've literally cried myself to sleep, afraid of either not solving this case or of possibly charging a weird and dishonest but otherwise innocent man. I cannot say any of that to you. But I can say that in the weeks and months since that last interview with David Young, since we told him in no uncertain terms that he is currently the lead suspect in the investigation into the murder of Renée Bergeron, I have done a lot of work, and there have been some significant developments. I've been back to Mobile 3 times since then, staying for weeks at a time. I've obtained phone records for key dates, and even for specific phone calls. I've unearthed criminal records from David's past that, for some reason, had never come up in our early searches. Charges, in several cases, of violent felonies. I've interviewed half a dozen new people connected to Renée and this case who I didn't even know existed just a few months ago. One of those interviews was with someone very close to the case. Someone who may in fact be the missing piece we've been searching for this entire time. Someone who may know the whole truth and be able to give us the information we need to, at long last, wrap this up and hand it over to the district attorney. I hope to be able to share that with you one day soon. But I also, just weeks ago, received an anonymous tip. It was filed on the Mobile County Sheriff's Office website. There's a lot about it that seems credible, and it points to an entirely new suspect. It might be nothing, but it is very compelling. So I'm headed back to Mobile, and I will explore it thoroughly until it can be eliminated, or until it takes us someplace valuable, even if it's someplace completely new.
You rat on dope dealers, you're gonna get killed.
She was with David Young for quite some time.
But if I'd have been involved in that, she never would have been found. Friends don't do that. Mad, crazy lovers do that.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom? Five years ago, I was asked to reopen the unsolved murder of a woman named Renée Bergeron. It was important to me that her daughter, Amanda Campos, agreed, and she did. In December 2019, I met with Amanda.
When she would come visit and we'd take bike rides, she would say how she was planning to come back and how she was looking for a house, and how she was trying to get her life back together. And as a kid, you want so bad to believe that, you know, and I did. I truly believed it. It's like she really was trying to get it together. Like she had a plan. She knew what she wanted.
Yeah, there were steps in the process had been taken.
And it's like she just needed another week. And now I guess I feel more like 1 week. And my whole life could have been different in 1 week.
Renée Bergeron never got that week. On November 13th, 1993, a passerby found her body by the side of a remote dirt road. Amanda was 10 at the time. The police mishandled the case from the start, and no one has ever been charged. Despite tremendous efforts by Renée's mom, Joyce, and her daughter, Amanda, the case went cold, and it's left Amanda wanting to know.
Why can't we talk about what happened to my mom?
And so, for the last 5 years, that's what I've tried to do. With anyone who might be able to help us solve this horrendous crime, I've talked about what happened to Amanda's mom. We've made progress, and we have more to share. Before we do, let's look back at what we know. On November 13th, 1993, the body of 26-year-old Renée Michelle Bergeron was found on a remote dirt road. She'd been mutilated and decapitated, then thoroughly washed and disposed of in some bushes near the road. She was initially identified as Maria Martinez, an alias she'd been using for several years. In combing through Renée's letters, date books, and journals, several key theories of the case emerged, and with them, a handful of suspects rose to the top of the list. Several were viable, serious contenders, each with their own possible motive, and each requiring intense attention and allocation of investigative resources. But there was one who stood out in the crowd, one who seemed to go almost completely unnoticed by the original investigators. William David Young, just David to those who know him. Over time, we were able to eliminate the other suspects. We've tried to eliminate David Young, but he lies about things that matter only if he's trying to put distance between himself and Renée. He offers cooperation, but then withdraws it when we accept. He asks us why we suspect him, and we give him an actual itemized list. But he shrugs at each item and simply says, "Next." We surreptitiously collected a DNA sample, and it did not match traces of partial DNA profiles found under her fingernails. But that does not rule him out as a suspect, because remember, her body had been thoroughly washed before it was found. Someone removed any traces of himself. At the very end of season 1, we shared that a recent anonymous tip pointed to a new suspect, but we had not yet vetted the tip, so we weren't ready to say more about it. At the end of all of it, we were left feeling sure that David had some knowledge or involvement. We just didn't know exactly what it was. So that's where we were the last time we were in Mobile. In December 2023, I called Sergeant Matthew Peak to fill him in on recent progress and to begin preparing for my next trip to Mobile.
I cannot get over your beard.
You like that?
Matt has been my partner in this investigation practically since day one. Matt isn't even assigned to homicide right now. He's working with a completely separate unit. But we will remain partners in the Renée Bergeron investigation, both by assignment and by choice.
I want to say the last time we spoke, it was about a new person of interest that a leaf had turned over. And
Yeah. So you tell me what you want me to fill you in on.
How this lead was generated, how this person's name came about in the investigation, who he's connected to, if anyone, any other persons that we've already spoken with or have interviewed in the past several years. Or was this just a cold tip out of nowhere from previous podcast?
So it was kind of a cold tip out of nowhere. It was not out of the podcast. There were a couple of key points that were 100% accurate. And given that the podcast had not come out yet, and that a lot of the details as to the condition of Renée's remains when they were located and stuff had not been in the public, it made the tip seem at least worth exploring more deeply, because there definitely was a measure of credibility to the tip.
The tip started with a banger. Quote, "A lady was found decapitated near our home. I always thought my father was involved." End quote. The new suspect is a major development. We also have new information on our existing primary suspect, David Young. The first is from Laura Morris.
So you, of course, remember the witness who placed Renée at David's house.
Right. And then David corroborated that after.
Yes. And even though, she accepted that she and he may have been the last people to see her alive, other than her killers, she was pretty adamant when she spoke with us in 2020 and 2021 that she still didn't believe he could do this. He wasn't capable of this, that kind of thing. She has reached out to me since the podcast aired. There were things she learned from the podcast, because we had not been in a position to share them with her at that time in the investigation, that she heard other statements that he made to us that were played during the podcast that she says were bald-faced lies. And she said she now believes he probably did do it based on some of these statements. The last time she talked to me, she said she was going to his house to confront him because she full-blown thinks he did it and thinks he needs to fess up.
Wow.
Laura Morris didn't lose her confidence in David because of what I said, but because of what David said. She caught more lies, he told us, that we never could have known were lies. In addition to this call from Laura, there are a few things about David that I've worked through since we aired episode 8. 2 in particular from our last interview with him. So let's look back at July 14th, 2021. We had an interview scheduled with David, one he had originally requested, but then he went dark on us. For more than a year, this man had actively inserted himself into the investigation. He called, he offered to speak. He asked us countless questions about the case. But suddenly he'd started ghosting us, not showing up at the agreed upon times, not answering his phone or returning calls. That day in July, when he hadn't shown up at 9 a.m. as appointed, we waited a few minutes just in case. At 9:15, Matt looked at me and said, "Let's go for a ride." When we got to his trailer, David opened the door and sat down on the couch to put on his shoes. As he did, he also made a phone call.
I'll call you back.
Who was that?
David says, a friend of mine. We asked who, but he didn't want to say. David made this call to inform someone that he was getting questioned by police again, implying someone in his life was in touch with him throughout this investigation. Who could it be? David wasn't saying. But as we drove to the sheriff's office, he was talking to Matt in the front seat. I was in the back seat listening and recording. It was a typical conversation. And then out of nowhere, David started talking about a dream he had recently.
I had a dream about her, man, a crazy one the other night.
Really?
Yeah.
What was that about? Just a random dream?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and then all of a sudden at night I had a dream about 3 o'clock in the morning. It woke me up after it was over with. They was in there, they was digging her grave up. And there was a girl right beside her that had been murdered too. They dug both of them up, and I could see Renee, where they done dug up the
grave.
Yeah, I could see her and the other girl. And all of a sudden I woke up.
The conversation moved on, as though he hadn't just given us something we'd want to investigate further. See, dreams can play a big part in criminology, but I didn't want to give that away in that moment in the car, so I stayed quiet. We got to the station, and we conducted our third interview.
So, from the times that we've spoke with you,
we've got a lot of conflicting information, and we want some clarity.
We spoke for almost 3 hours. He talked in circles. He changed his story about Laura Morris being at his house, but otherwise he gave us nothing. After the interview, I couldn't stop thinking about the two things that had happened on the way to the interview. David's story about his dream was chilling, and it was completely unprompted. Honest statements by offenders told through dream narrative are significant and common. The reason this dream is chilling is less about routine detective work. It's more about criminal psychology and investigating serial crime involving extreme violence. I called to discuss this with my mentor, Dr. Ann Burgess, a pioneer in crime scene analysis and treatment of trauma victims.
Dreams are ways that people bring forward information. That is not unusual for someone to talk about doing something as a dream. And it could have been, even if you want to get psychiatric about it, the dissociative state that he goes into, and he thinks it's a dream and he's not really sure, and it's his way of still confessing without having to actually confess. It's very incriminating, I think, yes.
Can you actually, let's elaborate on that a little bit, because I think that the general public would be very surprised to learn, because we see that in movies, right?
Right. We should be telling mental health people or even law enforcement to ask about dreams. We don't do that, and that's a good outcome for this. And it can be prefaced with, we know that people think of things and they think that they're kind of dreaming, they're not sure it's really happening, and that could be a way to get them to confess. I never thought of that. Yeah, I think the dream, and it certainly has some implication in this case.
The dream stuck with me. So did the phone call he made while Matt and I waited for him. Less than a minute long, just a couple dozen words. But it proved to us he has been talking to someone else about the details of this investigation. David wouldn't tell us who, but if we could find this mystery person, maybe he or she could tell us what they've talked about. I spent weeks thinking about that quick call. I wanted to know who David spoke to, so we subpoenaed the records. We waited almost a year. The records eventually came through, but I was at a loss interpreting the data Verizon sent us. That's why I need a full team on any investigation. Our forensic researcher, Jen Leahy, got to work piecing together David's phone records, and being the saint that she is, she was able to nail down the number David called that day. In August of 2022, we set up an interview with the person whose number David had called that day.
I'm a special investigator with the Sheriff's Office. This is Josh. We're going to be talking to you today. I really appreciate you coming down. Have a seat in here. Since I got here first, I took the squishy chair. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right, I appreciate you coming down so much.
I'm going to take this chair.
Detective Josh Grimm is filling in for Matt.
That's right, you take the other comfy chair. So, I know Corporal Gazier was a little bit vague on the phone. Do you have any thoughts on what we're talking about?
The man shakes his head.
No, you got no clue. Okay.
We settle ourselves into the tiny, windowless interview room at a remote substation of the sheriff's office. We have an 8x10 photo of Renee with us, in case this person knew her by another name. It only takes a few minutes to realize this isn't who we need to talk to. The person on the other end of David's call was this man's wife. He tells us she's at home and offers to go pick her up. About 20 minutes later, he's back with his wife by his side.
Hi, come on in. I'm Sarah. Nice to meet you. That's Josh. There's Renee. He's going to sit there.
She is soft-spoken, and the way she says Renee's name when she sees the photo of her signals to everyone in the room this is still a deeply personal issue. Because of her role in an active investigation, we're going to anonymize her. We'll call her Elizabeth. Elizabeth has a close history with the Young family, going all the way back to her childhood. She was around the same age as Renee when Renee started spending time in Mobile, and she knew Renee and David very well. I don't even need to tell her what we're here to discuss. She knows, and she seems genuinely frightened.
I mean, when he called you last July and said, I'm going down there to talk to them, prior to that, when had he spoken to you? Because there's another phone call to the same number that afternoon after we dropped him off after the interview. So a longer call. So he would have had to have called back.
He had just told me like y'all had been talking to him about Renee's case.
Why do you think he called you though?
Well, we were it's after we reconnected. Oh, you mean that day? I don't know.
Well, I can tell you.
Okay.
She's probably the closest thing he's got left that's alive.
Did he say to you one way or the other, I didn't do this? Or like, did he ever flat out say to you?
He says he ain't done it. He didn't do it.
Has he said that directly to you?
Right. He said, I don't know why they keep messing with me because I didn't do it.
What do you think he did?
I don't know. That's the only one that knows that is him and God.
Elizabeth is being cautious with her answers. Still, she strikes me as honest.
Okay. What kind of person is David?
He would hurt my feelings with his words.
When you say that, like, he would hurt you with his words, like, what kind of stuff?
I remember one time we went fishing, and it was a cat. The fish wasn't big enough. It was my first time going, so it was like a catfish. And I wanted him to put it back in the water, and he wouldn't. I couldn't stand it because it was too little.
What's happening in this moment doesn't really come across in the audio. Elizabeth is laughing, but her body language says she is not enjoying this moment. She's wringing her hands, and then she freezes. Elizabeth clearly remembers this story as if it just happened, even though it would have been more than 40 years ago. The story stuck with her for a reason, and yet in retelling it, she stops suddenly, seemingly afraid of what the ending of the story might mean to the investigators in front of her. Something happened to that fish. Something that left an indelible memory for Elizabeth, stamped in her brain, visible in her mind's eye at a moment's recall. And I can only speculate because Elizabeth completely shuts down when the vision hits her. But what I speculate is that something terrible was done to that fish, a harmless creature, hurt or killed in some way that a 12-year-old girl found so distressing she never really got over it. Much of what we know about criminal psychology comes from the behavioral science unit at the FBI, the so-called Mindhunter studies. Decades of rigorous scientific research have undone a great deal of what we knew from those early days. But one thing remains consistent. Abuse or torture of animals by an offender means, or even predicts, future abuse and torture of humans by that offender. I want to know what happened to that fish. But Elizabeth is clearly worn out, even from a relatively short, gentle interview. She is scared or sad or both, and I don't want to press her or add any more trauma to her load. She's holding something back, but nothing can be gained from pushing in a witness interview, so I ask if it's all right to reach out again sometime in the future, and she agrees. One thing I definitely want to follow up on is her perception of David and Renee's relationship. When we started speaking with David, we wondered if he and Renee were ever romantically or sexually involved. David said they were not, and we largely accepted his answers on the matter. Elizabeth remembers things differently.
Every time I seen them together, they were laughing and happy. I never seen them ever not talking and stuff.
Okay.
You think that she felt the same way about him that he felt about her?
A little like it.
Yeah.
To me.
Do you know if they ever had a relationship or was it just a friendship?
I'm pretty sure they had a relationship. When you put your hand on somebody's butt and they're standing up there,
Is that him on her or her on him?
Both. It was obvious.
I gotcha.
Wasn't just friends.
Elizabeth is now the second person to tell us David and Renee dated, even lived together as a couple. We also heard it from Renee's mom, Joyce. And yet, this is something David has denied throughout our investigation. More than once, we asked him point blank if there was ever any sexual relationship between them, and he was adamant that there was not. He's told us he loved her, insisting that he meant that as a friend, and then reiterated that a friend wouldn't do what was done to Renée.
And what I think is someone was close and loved her and was sick and tired of doing things that was going on.
Friends don't do that. Mad, crazy lovers do that.
Sometimes they can be the same person. Was David a friend or a mad, crazy lover? Why does it matter? Why do I care so much about whether they dated? Because it would change the entire lens through which we view the degree of violence and the entire calculus of his potential motive. If David and Renée were ever a couple, this shifts from a case in which we are trying to determine if obsession is enough to lead to this kind of explosion, to one in which we are simply looking at a particularly horrendous but all too common end of intimate partner violence. Renée's body was found in a state that implied her killer felt aggression towards women in general and towards this woman's sexuality in particular. There was object rape and mutilation of her sexual organs. Both elements Dr. Burgess warned were signs of this sort of thing.
Well, we certainly know that rage was a part of that. Anger, rage, there was such intensity, if you will, of injury to this young woman that you automatically think was conflict, argument, what happened, or why was she being targeted? You always want to know why. And then she was killed, and then she was moved into a vehicle of some type and just thrown, I felt just discarded. So the not only was it the rage and the anger, but it was the misogyny, maybe. Somebody was really angry at her.
Maybe that somebody was David. We don't know. What we do know is that they met under suspicious circumstances when Renée first arrived in Mobile, when she was 14 years old. Initially, we were led to believe that Renée met David through her former husband, Clay. But then David said something else.
And she met Clay, and boom, that was it.
David made this admission accidentally. Let me explain. David was 26 when Renée came to Mobile. She was 14, but Clay was only 19 or 20. The first time we sat down with David, I asked him.
I know it was a different time, but did it ever strike you as maybe potentially problematic that she was so young, the age difference? I mean, at that point, technically, it would have been statutory.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Even with Clay, I think it was still.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No. That's all I was talking about.
Okay.
When she got with him, that was the end of it. Him and her got an apartment out on Azalea Road.
The end of what, David? In that moment, I think we're talking about Renée's relationship with Clay. What relationship was David talking about? As he said this, he physically pulled back from the table in front of him. This was the first time I saw David's tell. When he seems to be pushing something away, his entire body moves back so forcefully, his arms come up to his chest. In that first interview, I made a note of it for myself. But it was clear he was done with the subject, and we didn't think it was a good idea to push too hard. But it was enough to make me wonder about David's intentions with Renée when he first met her, before Renée met and fell in love with Clay. It made sense that she'd choose Clay over David. He was younger, he was incredibly handsome. Big warm smile, that softly feathered 80s hair. And every story I've ever heard about Clay at that time was one of a warm, funny guy. These were, as it would later turn out, not at all the stories told about David in the 80s and 90s. When we realized we were wrong about how they met, that they did not meet through Clay, we asked David, how did you meet?
Well, she ran around with that Ace Saber. You ever hear him? Ace Saber? Ace Sager. Andy Houston's little brother.
Ace Sager?
Yeah.
We couldn't quite make out the name. We were both pretty sure he was saying Ace Sager. Ace, like an ace in a deck of cards. David kept mentioning Ace. He'd say, we should talk to this person. He'd say he met Renée through this person. He even said he met a fairly recent girlfriend through this person. But whenever we asked him to clarify, he'd say, yeah, Ace Sager. We couldn't find anyone with that name anywhere. Obviously, Ace was a nickname, so we needed to get a real name if we were ever going to talk to this guy. We called people who lived in the area around the time Renée arrived, hoping they could help us. Eventually, we found someone from David and Laura's old neighborhood who was willing to speak with us.
What about a guy named David Young?
Yeah, I know David Young.
David.
I knew all the Young, Judy and Teddy.
And what about Clay Beard?
Yeah, Norman Clayton Beard.
Yeah.
He and I grew up, and we were real tight.
It's great to find someone basically neutral who can tell us about the neighborhood in the early 80s, the groups of friends hanging around each other, all those interpersonal dynamics.
Again, we're just trying to find more witnesses, really more than anything else. Ace Sager?
Yeah, I remember Ace.
So is he still around? Do you know? And is Ace his real name, or?
You know what? I think it was AC or Acer.
Like AC, like the letters AC?
A-C-E-R.
Acer.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew him, but oh God, I ain't seen that man in 40 years, man, 50 years. I bet you.
So he knew Ace, but he still doesn't know Ace's real name. I'm starting to think that Ace is a ghost, and we are never going to nail him down. But I can't shake the sense that he could be a key player in all this. But no one can give us enough to figure out who this guy is or how we can reach him. From the beginning of my work on this case, when I wanted to find details like this, I'd go through the intelligence unit at the sheriff's office. For a while, that meant going through a deputy. Well, since I was last in Mobile, I've been deputized. I can now make my requests directly. The bulk of my requests are handled by a woman in the unit named Rebecca Miller. Rebecca is a lot like Jen Leahy, brilliant, dogged, and resourceful. She has the added advantage of full access to criminal records, pertinent life history details, all the stuff that comes with access at the highest levels. Rebecca is now as invested in Renée's case as anyone else, and she is determined to find the elusive Ace Sager.
Well, here's what I know. I don't know if this guy having such limited information. The AC guy.
Yeah.
I found a guy, and his name is Robin Asa Sager.
With only a nickname for a first name, a last name with multiple possible spellings, and absolutely no idea where the mysterious Ace lived, she found him. I'd been looking for 2 years, but in 2 days, Rebecca Miller, goddess among mortals, found Ace Sager. We now have a full name, a criminal history, a list of associates, and a complete address and phone history. With these, we may actually be able to turn this ghost into a real live man we can talk to. Rebecca determined that Ace ran in the exact same circles as David. And like David, he has a pretty substantial record.
If you run, there's a Robin Asa Sager in our area that has an ID card.
And he's still alive?
As far as I know. Now, I wanted to, before I did a whole lot of figuring out how to contact this person, I wanted to make sure that it even sort of was on the same path you were going down.
Yeah, it's 100% on the same path.
This is him, Robin Asa Sager. As Rebecca told me about him, puzzle pieces started to lock into place. Suddenly, I can see exactly how Renée got to Mobile. There's something Joyce told me in August of 2022 that I couldn't fully vet and didn't know what to do with. Now, hearing about Robin Asa Sager, it all clicks. First of all, Sager isn't from Mobile. He's from Kenner, Louisiana, just a few minutes from the Bergeron family home.
And then he was local here, I think in Grand Bay and also in Whistler.
That tracks. The early 80s is when Renée was picked up at the skating rink by somebody who wasn't David, but who then gave her to David.
I'm going to summarize Joyce's story because it's a bit complicated. Essentially, one night when Renée was 14, Joyce gave her permission to go roller skating with a friend and said she had to be home by 10 p.m. 10 p.m. came and went, and Renée never came home. At 10:15, Joyce and her husband called the other girl's house and spoke with her. His friend said Renée got into a car with some guy. The guy asked if the friend wanted to join, but she said no and ran straight home. Joyce spent the next few months searching for Renée. The cops considered her a runaway. It is the 80s, after all. So Joyce became an investigator herself, a damned good one. She at last tracked Renée to a house in Mobile, Alabama. She went to that house with the Mobile City Police in tow and finally took her daughter home. When Joyce brought her home, she and her husband immediately put Renée into a therapy program. They didn't know exactly what had happened in Mobile, but they knew Renée needed care and support. At the time, teenagers who left home without being dragged kicking and screaming were often labeled as runaways. But we have different names and legal definitions today for what happened to Renée in 1981. Abduction, and possibly even trafficking. Before Joyce shared this story, all we knew was that during that time in Mobile, Renée met Clay and fell head over heels for him. Not too long after she got home, Renée left again, this time completely on her own, deliberately heading back to Mobile to be with Clay Beard. We know she was originally taken to David. And with the pieces we're starting to put together, I think Ace Sager was the guy who picked her up at the roller rink. This all helps drop some pieces into place, some area of Renée's life and her connection to David's world. It's becoming a more complete picture. Still, even as we develop this clearer understanding of David and Renée's past relationship and David himself, we're keeping our minds open to other potential suspects. And as of a couple months ago, we have one, a new suspect. I had mixed feelings about the tip we received in November 2022 from someone saying they believed their father killed Renée. There seemed to be an element of armchair detectiving going on. But there was something in the details that felt really important to explore and understand. We tried to track the IP address on the tip. Unfortunately, it came back to a public park. This was really frustrating because it looked like the tipster hadn't intended to remain anonymous. They'd just run out of characters allowed on the website tip box. The very last line simply read, quote, "My name is." Well, lucky for us, a couple months later, in January of 2023, the tipster reached out, completely out of the blue. As I prepare to head back to Mobile in early 2024, I fill Matt in.
I spoke with her a number of times via text and email, and then actually had about a 2-hour-long remote interview with her. The very long and short of her version of events is that she did know her as Maria, but that when she was about 10 years old, she knew Renée, knew her as an acquaintance of her parents who would come to the house sometimes.
Renée traveled to places around the country for work, sometimes driven by the tipster's father, who was indeed a trucker. And the places the tipster remembers them going, they do match up with details in Renée's own calendars and date books.
It's super, super in the weeds. So within Renée's address book and her date books and stuff like that, there are mentions of trips to Chicago. And nobody in the world right now living in 2023 would have a reason to know that Renée was frequently going back and forth to Chicago, either for escort work or, whatever dancing stuff like that was going on up there. And so when he said sort of out of the blue,
Matt's looking at me with some surprise, but he's excited too.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird. Like a couple times she rode with him when he was on trucking routes to Chicago. And that to me, obviously, stood out as like, okay, this is definitely something we really need to explore because clearly she did know this woman. The other thing that she said that I found really interesting was she was with her dad in their truck. And her dad said, I got to go meet somebody for work. And they met up with Renee on the service road, back there on the service road down by where the Banks' property was.
This is a moment the tipster was there for, with her father. There are other moments she's only heard about.
So some of the information she was sharing was that her dad has largely within their family circle, like even extended family, uncles and cousins and stuff like that, has claimed responsibility for Renee's murder from day one. That when the news went out, the Monday or Tuesday after her remains were found, that he started telling people he was the one who killed her.
What years was this that he's talking about?
In 93. Okay. Oh, so she saw her at least during the course of 1993. And of course, Renee is murdered in November, like the end of the year. And it may have gone back as far as 92. I would have to go back and either check my notes or ask her for more detail. Now, her dad was an over-the-road trucker, because of course he was. He did oyster deliveries out of Biola Battery.
To keep all of us on the same page here, hauling oysters out of Biola Battery was a real thing. The shrimping and oyster harvesting are huge industries there, just like Bubba explained to Forrest Gump. But in the 80s and 90s, there was something else being hauled out of there for a very different kind of industry. In this context, in this conversation, it means this man was most likely moving drugs for the Youngs and the Bankses. Remember? Stoned cows? Yeah, those guys.
I said, is there anything that would give you the impression that maybe he was also moving any kind of drugs or contraband out of Biola Battery? And she said, oh yeah, no, he carried weed in there. There was more weed than oysters in the truck. And, kind of corroborating that with some of the, the guys who were working drugs at the time, they said, yeah, absolutely, an oyster truck moving stuff out of Biola Battery would have absolutely been. So given the area that he was living, and given some of the names that she gave as his immediate superiors in terms of marijuana trafficking, it's pretty clear that was working for the Youngs and the Bankses at the time. Probably the last thing in this that you really need to know is that has told people over the years, sort of laughingly, that the quote was that he rode around with Renee's head in a cooler for 3 days before he decided what to do with it.
We know that's not accurate.
And exactly, we know that's not accurate. But what did jump out at me is the last time she's seen alive is Friday. And it's entirely possible that he rode around with all of her in a frozen truck because her body she had certainly not been out there in those bushes.
Right.
The condition of her body, she had clearly just been placed there. Her whole body had been cleaned.
Yeah.
And so, we have often wondered, where could she have been kept, or was she held alive for a certain amount of time? Because 18 to 36 hours was the time of death.
Refrigerated trucks?
Yeah, his oyster trucks were refrigerated.
There's one more thing that the tipster shared that's really important.
She said, if Maria had cuts in her abdomen or anywhere a womb would be, then I guarantee you my father did it. So she said that because apparently the reasoning he told people that he killed her was that she claimed she was pregnant and that it was his. And what he has said to people is, I wasn't paying for no more fucking kids.
Clearly, there was a lot to look into here. And that first conversation with the tipster convinced me to do so. I need to know if he's just another in a long line of drunk talkers, or if there's real meat on the bones of this tip. It's pretty clear he definitely knew Renee, but did he kill her? If so, was it entirely personal? The tipster says she only saw them interacting in business deals or at home with the tipster's mother. She doesn't know the extent of her father's personal relationship with Renée, only that he later claimed to have killed Renée because she was pregnant. So, was he one of the ones she promised to snitch on? Could he be linked to David in a way that might explain all of David's lies and strange behaviors while allowing us to eliminate David as a suspect?
Now, when we look into legal past, there isn't a ton, there isn't as much as you would hope to find for somebody who's maybe a multiple murderer. But there are some interesting points, one of which is that just under a year before contacted us, there was the remains of a sex worker found murdered and mutilated in not a dissimilar fashion to Renée, were found about a mile from where lives now.
Really? Very interesting.
Yeah.
How old was the female?
Early 20s.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And they don't have any suspects in that case?
I can't start looking into that case, at least not right now. But I can look deeper into Jimmy. That's the name we'll use for him. Preserving the integrity of the investigation at this moment means we can't use his real name. Looking through records, I started to understand more about his criminal past. The most glaring of his crimes fell into a very specific breed of robbery. Home invasions, in which 2 or 3 guys selected a home deliberately, sometimes even that of a fellow criminal. They kick in the door, they go in, they beat the shit out of the guy, steal whatever they're going to steal, and they leave. You know who else was involved in this type of home invasion in the Mobile area around that time? David Young and Ace Sager. In 1990, a person was killed in a home invasion, and police later arrested Ace. They charged him with homicide, but shortly before it was to go to court, the 16-year-old witness recanted, I would imagine out of fear. David, Ace, and Jimmy. Could all 3 be connected? I want to follow all of these threads. I want to talk to the tipster and eventually to Jimmy himself. There's a lot to do to prepare for an interview like that, and the first step is to get back to Mobile, where all of this transpired 30 years ago. This will be my first trip to Mobile in nearly a year. Between following this new lead on Jimmy Williams, figuring out Ace's role in Renée's life, and trying to tie up loose ends on David Young, Matt and I have a lot to juggle.
What do you want to prioritize while I'm there?
Doing some light case review and then setting a to-do list, if you would, for lack of a better word, an itemized list of things that need to be done while you're here, the people that need to be spoken with, and I think we'll have to utilize some of the newer guys that are in homicide or major crimes to accomplish all of those goals, to get as many people interviewed as possible while you're down here.
Do you anticipate roadblocks? Do you think that is there anything specifically that jumps out at you? I know obviously we constantly run into roadblocks and dead ends.
Right, we always anticipate roadblocks. You know, it's been said before that you can plan for war, plan to do something, but there's all that never happens. What you think is going to happen never truly happens the way you think. So you have to be flexible. You need to kind of be able to roll with the punches and be quick on your feet with your thoughts and the investigation. So yes, there's going to be roadblocks. Yeah, there's going to be hiccups and things that we didn't think of, but I feel very confident that when the time arises and when we find the right person, we'll know it. We will absolutely know without a shadow of a doubt that this is the person or persons responsible for Renée's death.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome, right? Isn't that what they teach us at the academy?
To the list of priorities, I add one more. I want to talk to Elizabeth again. In our first conversation, I got the sense she was holding something back. Not for nefarious reasons, but out of caution or even fear. I'm hoping she will open up a bit more about whatever that is. And I really need to know what happened to that fish.
Obviously, it's exciting when you get new leads that may be fruitful. This has been a very, very long investigation, very frustrating investigation. There's been ups and downs. You know, people that we thought at one point in time were 100% responsible for this, and it turns out, I don't think they are anymore. So it's more of a roller coaster ride. And anytime you get somewhat credible information, like from what was telling us about her father, that's exciting because it's new information that we haven't vetted yet, and it's the unknown, the surprise of the unknown. What else are they going to tell us when we sit down with them?
Things have changed in the past year, and now the clock is really ticking. I've learned that David is terminally ill with lung cancer, and he doesn't appear to be seeking treatment for it. I want to talk to David again. I want to finally find Ace Sager and see what he has to say. And I want to get a better understanding of this new suspect's role in all of it. All of these men are getting up there in age, especially when you take into account living a pretty hard life all those years. I'm running out of time to get answers for Joyce and Amanda. Was it David? Was it Jimmy? Is there anything connecting the two of them that further reveals the truth of Renée's death? I'm headed south to find out.
I think y'all looking in the wrong places for the murder.
A lady was found decapitated near her home. I always thought my father was involved.
What's his name with that Ace Sager? You ever hear him? Ace Sager? Ace Sager.
1 week. And my whole life could have been different. In 1 week.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom?
I feel like this is also not completely correct.
And we're gonna take another left up here.
I'm in the car with our researcher, Jen Leahy, and our producer. We're back in Alabama, and we're trying to find the house where Renée Bergeron lived in the final months of her life. The house where blood was found on the porch, but no formal search was ever conducted. I don't know if this search really matters. Maybe it matters only because I want everything about her to be as real as possible, to feel just a little closer to her, to stay focused on the real person at the heart of all this. The address is 5801 Theodore Dawes Road in Theodore, Alabama, which is about 15 minutes from Mobile. Unfortunately, when we tried to find the house before, the address didn't seem to exist. It's smack dab in the middle of a county water department compound. We've always figured the house was torn down to build the compound. But Jen, forensic researcher extraordinaire, has discovered that a segment of the road, a main artery through the county, was just picked up and moved.
What we're on right now is, my understanding is, back in 93, this road was Theodore Dawes.
We find what we think is the house. There's something about it, too, that strikes me as like, that's exactly how I pictured the house. I don't know. I don't know what value that has, but... Like the question of the house, so many things remain black boxes in this story. These black boxes are what brought me back to Mobile in January 2024. After our attempt to find the house, I call Matt to talk about the biggest of the black boxes, the woman who sent an anonymous tip to the website and later called me to say she thinks her dad killed Renée.
I will say is a struggling human being. It is very clear that this life, that growing up with this man and in these circumstances has caught up with her. But I think you and I have interviewed a lot of people together, and I can usually tell whose story you buy and whose story you don't. And I think you will also believe that she is incredibly credible. And so I think we should interview her and then make a game plan for interviewing him.
I know that she's saying some things that not too many people should know.
Right.
But if we can credit any of her statements or her timeline of events, then that just adds more fuel to the fire to believe her.
Yeah.
I know she's got some substance abuse problems and whatnot, but in this day and age, there's not too many people that don't. So that doesn't mean we just automatically discredit someone like that, right?
Yeah.
So we'll listen to what she's got to say and kind of proceed from there.
When I first spoke with the tipster, she explained why she decided to come forward now. She told me that this was not an ordinary event, even in her chaotic childhood. Eventually, her family started telling her that the murder was solved and someone had been charged. But some part of her mind seems to have never believed that. The tipster says she thought of Renée often throughout the years. This is evident in a series of diary entries that she shared with me. In those entries, I noticed one of the most striking things about the tipster's story isn't something that necessarily points us to a definitive answer on the killer. Rather, it's something that lends tremendous weight to her credibility as a witness. That is, just how intensely Renée's death has impacted her own mental state. The tipster was only 10 or 11 years old when Renée, who she knew at the time by her alias Maria Martinez, was killed. She remembers her well and speaks of Renée as warm and friendly. At different times in her life, for reasons even she herself can't explain, she chose to write to Renée in her journals. To protect the tipster's anonymity, we've asked a voice actor to read one of these entries.
Maria, for some reason I have many moments today. Drift of thoughts I wish I could make sense. It's also crazy, maybe finding out on the web, at least hearing the stuff I've been hearing from different people the last few months is true.
Throughout her diary, her suspicions are right there. She doesn't seem to believe that this case was ever solved. A kid today would be able to get on a smartphone or a computer and look up the case. All the tipster could do was wonder.
Maybe all of this can get to a place where I can make myself finally understand why I always think of you. I don't know why you have stayed with me the way you have. Come on, help me help you, chick.
Though something obviously felt off to her through the years, her suspicions began to solidify in 2021, thanks in part to our investigation.
Tonight, investigators are hunting down a killer and a 27-year-old Mobile County murder mystery.
A 27-year-old cold case murder.
As we started investigating, one of our witnesses, Laura Morris, started writing Facebook posts about the case. The tipster saw that her own mother was liking many of the posts. Her mother and father are just recently divorced. Remember, her mother had told her, a year after Renée's death, that someone had been caught and the case was solved. So why would her mom be following an investigation now?
There are several people of interest in this case who are still alive today.
She asked her mom to explain, and her mom reiterated that the case had been solved. Her mom refused to talk about it any further. And yet the tipster says her mom had been telling other people it remains unsolved. The tipster concluded that her mom has been lying to her all these years. It's striking that during a childhood she describes as being rife with trauma and abuse, something about Renée's death still stands out from the rest. I don't expect that she has hidden memories or any such nonsense, but I do believe she knows her father well and has perhaps suspected him all along. Only now is she able to frame it in a way she can present to the authorities. Anytime someone comes forward after years of silence, it's difficult to parse out why now. In this situation, perhaps it's partly to do with the fact that her parents recently divorced. She feels her mother is safer now. Her siblings live far away. It also seems to be a part of the process of shedding a past shaped by this terrifying figure.
Was the female caller or anonymous caller, was she abused in any way by
Yes.
Or do we know?
Yes.
Okay.
So the mother actually had finally divorced only in the last couple of years. There has been throughout a significant history of domestic and sexual abuse within the home. The mother was hospitalized in a coma at one point for like a month because of a beating, apparently with a phone, an old style phone receiver.
There's a lot to be said about the dangers of domestic violence, enough to fill 1,000 podcasts. Obviously, there's tremendous danger for the immediate victims, but domestic violence is also frequently a harbinger of wider violence to come. As a precursor behavior seen in every category of multiple murder offenses, serial, spree, or mass, just knowing there's an extensive history of escalatory abuse within the home is enough to justify looking more closely at a possible suspect. Without serious intervention and treatment, domestic abusers will reoffend over and over, sometimes exclusively within the family structure, but often branching out to the wider public.
There are 3 other kids in the family, and she has asked her siblings to speak to us, and they have all said absolutely not. They're still terrified of him to this day. She has stated that she is not. I mean, I think that she probably is, but she has stated that carrying this around, she has believed for some time that he really was responsible for this.
Does she remember who the father was telling that he had killed Renée? Obviously, she was present for these conversations. Who was he telling that to?
His immediate family, I guess, like his brother and then some other like cousins who are around the house. This has apparently just been a thing that the family talked about for quite a while, but everybody is kind of afraid of him. And I think there's probably an element of maybe it's bullshit, maybe it's just somebody saying something.
I don't know. Usually when things are reported like that, family members will talk about those things. Maybe just in-house or in their close family circle. But those things do get out, hence the reason is called.
She did say that he has a brother who she believes would also speak to us, who has been present for these conversations since day one. So there does seem to be that there's sort of a crack in the facade now where more people are willing to talk about him.
In Mobile, I try again to get her to sit down and talk formally, but she's gotten a bit skittish recently. Her statements are extremely important, and there could come a time we need to work out a way to get her on the record officially while keeping her safe. But we're not quite deep enough into this new theory for that yet. For now, we'll rely on what she's told me so far. In January 2023, the tipster told me that her father had told people that Renée was pregnant, and that's why he killed her. We know she was scrambling for money in her final days. Matt and I think it's possible she said this to Jimmy, hoping he'd offer money for an abortion. But we also wonder if it's more complicated than that.
I see the theory with the abortion and possibly being pregnant, and it's good, but I think the aspect of the drug trafficking and sex working, and that if was a participant in all of those, was he pimping her out, or was he helping with the drug transactions? Did she owe him money? We know from multiple witness statements that she was panicked and had recently had her arm broken coming back from Texas and was scared of people and was panicked begging for money. So that usually only means you owe someone money if you're begging for money from other people. It just adds to all of the other tips, Which ones do you believe and which ones are somewhat credible?
Matt and I are talking through possible theories and potential motives. Motive can be blurry in sexual homicide, but it's important to determine if there's anything tangible there, because there will always be bullshit tips and straight-up lies. In season 1, a retired sheriff's deputy revealed something we'd never known about Renée.
So we're working on that.
She was an informant for me.
Are you serious?
Yeah. She called me 2 days before that about setting somebody up.
That's Richard Cailean.
She didn't get much, but I was in narcotics at the time. And she was just, flaky.
Yeah.
I knew she was a prostitute.
Yep.
And
she was more of a high-end prostitute, though.
David essentially confirmed this for us as well.
You rattle dope dealers, you're gonna get killed.
Other people told us she'd been an informant and it got her killed. Just word on the street style. Matt and I didn't really give it much credence because we've both heard that 1,000 times in other cases. But now I'm wondering, could Renée have been ratting on Jimmy? We need to find someone who can help us untangle this. It's hard because so many of the people Renée knew in Mobile have died or moved away. But there is one woman we can try. We heard about her a few months ago when someone called to tell us a woman was apparently telling people in the area that she'd done escort work with Renée back in the day. And what's more, she's acting as a sort of confidant to David Young right now. I try calling her.
We're sorry, you've reached a number that has been disconnected or...
Damn. Yeah, you get more of that than you don't. That's all right. I'll poke around. We'll see if we can find something else.
We try another number and get a voicemail. I don't leave one because I want to pique her curiosity. So all I can do is hope this woman calls me back. In the meantime, I add this to my list of questions for Jimmy. At this point, there are several reasons we want to talk to him. There's the obvious. We consider him a suspect. The second has to do with our other suspect, David Young. We've always believed there was a world in which David knew what happened, but wasn't directly responsible. If they knew each other, Jimmy could help us confirm or eliminate David Young as a suspect. Matt and I both think it's really important to explore that possibility. As we started looking into a connection between David and Jimmy, we realized these two men ran with the same very tightly knit groups and subgroups operating in the drug world of 1980s and 90s Mobile County. That means they were likely answering to the same people at the top. But it doesn't mean they knew each other. At least, I'm not willing to say they did until I can find a direct connection. Sometimes the connection we're looking for might be as simple as a name, the same boss, the same ex-girlfriend. Sometimes it might be a location, the same floor in an apartment building, time spent together in jail even. And we are looking for those connections. One afternoon in Mobile, I spread the case files across a large table in a conference room at the sheriff's office. I look over statements from the tipster about crimes her father got away with specifically. And suddenly, it becomes crystal clear. What connects Jimmy and David is not a name or a place. It's a very niche kind of crime. The tipster described to me how her dad and always one or two other guys would target the home of someone, often someone else in the criminal world, and hit them with a blitz-style home invasion robbery for drugs, money, guns, whatever goods were in there. In one robbery, the tipster told me her dad shot someone in the home. The person survived, but took seriously the threats to keep his mouth shut or get a repeat visit. David Young's record reflects one similar robbery in the 80s. And there's one more person who matches up with this history.
We tried to connect the dots between David and this new tip.
Yeah, that's Ace Sager is the dot. Like Ace seems to be literally like in the chain, he's the link between the two. And, you know, we know for a fact he's connected to David. David talks about him all the time. We don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt he's connected to, but there's pretty solid circumstantial evidence. They've got a lot of overlap in their circles and in their criminal history.
Robin Asa Sager, Ace, the man David says introduced him to Renée. Not only was Ace involved in these home invasion robberies at the same time, he actually killed someone during one.
And so he was charged with murder, but it was never prosecuted. So it does seem like David and there's some link there that would help make something. So we've been trying to run down Ace Sager this week.
After more than a year of searching, we finally know Ace's full name, and now I know why he really matters. Now it's time to see if he's willing to come in for a nice little chat with me and Matt.
Let's try this first number.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Is not available.
available.
Let's try the landline.
We're sorry, you have reached a number that has been disconnected.
Oh, this is a fun game.
The phone numbers aren't working, and we can't seem to find an address. People are squirrely with addresses, especially people who want it to be a challenge to find them. We can firmly place the Sager family in the same neighborhoods as the Williamses. And in some spots, David Young seems to live between the two. But this is just more circumstantial evidence, something we're absolutely drowning in with this case.
Got his ex-wife. She's still, I think, alive.
Yeah, let's see if we can find her. She might at least know what the connection is with David.
I mean, hopefully this is the right person. It's the only one whose name matches, you know?
Yeah.
Please leave your message for 75.
Hi, this message is for Sharon. My name is Sarah Cailean. I'm a special investigator.
She'll either call me back right away or never. She definitely sent me straight to voicemail. I hope she calls back. If she ever knew anything about it, it's unlikely she could have forgotten.
Hello?
Hey, is Ace there?
Who?
Ace Sager?
Ace Sager?
Yeah, is that the wrong number?
I don't know. Who are you looking for?
Somebody named Ace Sager.
Ace Sager?
Yeah.
He's Pat.
Robin Asa Sager, who goes by the nickname Ace?
Yeah, he has Pat.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could you tell me, do you mind telling me when he passed?
It's been a while. I don't really remember when he passed.
Okay. I'm sorry. So my name's Sarah Cailean. I'm a special investigator with the Mobile County Sheriff's Office. It's definitely a surprise to me because it hadn't come up in any of our records that he was deceased. Can I ask your connection to him?
He's my uncle.
He's your uncle. Okay. Well, obviously,
Yes,
firstly, I would say I'm sorry for your loss. I didn't mean to surprise you with this information.
Thank you.
So, okay, well, I apologize for the intrusion, and I appreciate that. I'll see if we can, figure out what went wrong in the records on our end.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm at a complete loss for words here.
I hope they're wrong. I hope this guy's wrong. I just don't understand why.
Even if he's passed, it doesn't mean I have other names for contemporary, family that might be useful.
It's not the same.
I know.
It's just weird that he doesn't come up as deceased in this report. Now, this report's a year old, but when the nephew said it's been a while, I don't feel like he meant 6 months ago, because it feels like he would have said that. But of course, you never know. Yeah, it's possible, but he's also living a fairly on the grid life, at least up until 2018 with all these records and stuff. He's got a regular bank account and stuff. You can't pull off playing dead if you're going to the bank with a paycheck every couple of weeks or something.
There's just something that's not right about all of this.
Yeah, I really am very, very curious. It did not feel like a pre-programmed don't tell people where Ace is phone call. It just was too what, huh? And most people are not good actors.
The nephew certainly seemed pretty surprised by the call, but there's no death record for Robin Asa Sager anywhere. His social security number is still active. His driver's license is still active. We found one more number to try.
Hello?
Hi, I'm trying to reach Ace Sager.
Who?
Ace Sager? Is that, this is a number that I was given for him. Is that not correct?
Don't know who that is.
Okay, all right. I must have been given a wrong number.
I can't give up on the idea of finding Ace until I have some kind of proof he's dead. I feel like I'm getting closer to understanding the links between David and Jimmy, and I'm determined to solve this element. I'd like to know more before speaking with Jimmy directly. So there's one more person I know I need to talk to.
Your storage room? Yeah. Hey, come on in.
Elizabeth, a woman who knew David Young well during childhood and was in touch with him enough in recent years that he called her the day we went to pick him up for our third interview. I asked her to come into the sheriff's office to speak with me again because she's my best hope of untangling the complicated web of Jimmy, Ace, and David.
The problem with this case is, I'm sure I don't have to tell you, is that Renée lived in kind of a wild world at that time when she died. And part of the reason I wanted to talk to you, one, are you in touch with David?
All right, after I talked to y'all, I think he called me and he was at the hospital.
Okay.
And I think after that I blocked him, and then I figured he died. I just had this feeling. So then I refound his number and I called him back. It ain't been that long, I don't think.
When she called him, he told her to listen to the podcast.
He wanted me to listen to it, so I did. But when I listened to it, it just kind of I just listening to that thing and finding out all the stuff that happened to her just devastated me.
Yeah. I'm sorry you had to hear it like that, too, because obviously, when you know somebody, it's that much harder to...
And thinking about her little girl.
Something has shifted significantly in Elizabeth. Though the subject matter is painful and sad, her demeanor is completely different. She is more confident. She seems lighter, more open. She is also clearly no longer afraid of him. At least, she's not afraid to speak her mind about him anymore.
I might have talked to him once or twice, but I blocked him again. I'm not ever going to talk to him again because...
Walk me through that. Why did you feel the need to block him last year? And I understand why you would unblock to check and see if he's alive, but what is it that you just are I don't want communication with this person anymore?
He wanted me to come down to the hospital, and then I just was too scared. I wouldn't go, number one.
Are you scared of him?
I don't want to be around him. That's just the truth.
Why do you think he chose you then, of everybody, to start calling when we started talking to him?
I don't know. Maybe because I knew Renée a little bit. Not really.
The last time we talked, we were talking about this description of him as sometimes he could be mean.
Yeah.
And the very first, I said, well, tell me what that looks like to you, right? Because everybody's got a different definition of what mean is. And you immediately started to tell this story about the fish.
Yeah.
What happened to the fish?
He run over it.
With a car?
Mm-hmm.
In front of you?
I was in the car.
Oh, you were in the car.
And I was young, so it really just...
And he did it on purpose. It wasn't a... oh no, I forgot we left that there, and oh my God, he did it on purpose.
And there it is, the ending of the fish story. She had shut down, held back last time when she got to the part about this little fish just being too small. Now we're a little over a year later, and her voice, the way she tells it, is much stronger. I had guessed it was something cruel, something that would let us into that dark corner of his mind. I honestly wish I had been wrong. It would have made it easier to let go and move in some new direction with this case. Instead, it makes me even more certain that he's capable of having at least been involved in Renée's murder. I tell Elizabeth where we're at with the case.
The sheriff is pretty confident we could put this before a grand jury, and just on circumstantial evidence, he'd probably be indicted. But we don't want to do that because, contrary to popular belief, we don't want to put him in jail if he did not do this. And so we would rather, unfortunately, a guilty man be free than an innocent man be locked up, even if he doesn't have a ton of time left, right?
The information she gave us today is not enough to move forward with an arrest, but it's helpful. There's one more thing I'm hoping she knows something about.
Did you ever hear the name? He would have been a truck driver.
Elizabeth is shaking her head.
No. Okay, I'm just curious because there is, like I said, there's the tip on this guy is pretty credible. And this, again, is what I mean, where it's like maybe Jerry did this and David doesn't want to rat this guy out. You know what I mean? Like, and that's all it is. And if that's the case, we would want to know that because we don't want to accuse somebody.
I give her a few more details, but nothing lands. She doesn't remember Jimmy Williams. It seems like no one does, even though he lived here for years and was active in both legitimate and not so legit industries. It makes sense that Jimmy's full history is difficult to nail down. When someone's job is to know as much as possible about people whose prosperity or even their freedom depends on other people not knowing anything about them, the person searching often comes up against a lot of carefully constructed brick walls. Aliases, stolen identities, fake records. It's not likely to be a coincidence that David, Ace, Jimmy, even Renee herself, leave very light footprints for us to follow in the world outside of structured criminal activity. I've gathered what I can about this man, and it's time to try to initiate contact with Jimmy. One of the most important moments in an interaction with a potential suspect, especially in cold case investigations, is that very first contact. How they react in the moment to an out-of-the-blue question about a crime they may not have thought about in years can tell a great deal. If nothing else, it will always be an honest reaction in that moment if they aren't expecting you. Not necessarily a truthful response, but an honest reaction. Because we really want to surprise him, we'll drive 6 hours to knock on Jimmy's door, hoping that he'll be there.
The problem, in a way, is really just simple logistics.
No, I don't think there's going to be any difficulties. I think we're going to drive up there. I think we'll get the local authorities involved, and he's going to come to the office or their facility where we're going to talk to him. I mean, it's not hard. It's not rocket science. It's just talking to people. And short of him just shutting down and saying, you know what, screw you guys, I've got nothing to say. We haven't really ran into that in this investigation. We're pretty good at speaking with people and making people feel comfortable with us so that they will speak to us. So I don't think there's going to be any problem speaking. Now, are we going to get a confession? I don't know, but getting him into the office and speaking with him, I don't see issues.
I tend to agree with Matt. I don't think we'll have issues. Still, as a precaution, I call the local sheriff's office to ask if they'll send an officer out with us. This way, if he does start to talk, we can do everything through official channels. The sheriff's office agrees, and we set a date to go see our new suspect.
So we got an ice storm that is unfolding to kick off a Monday morning commute. Less than ideal. So please limit your travel.
A massive ice storm is moving across the U.S., and I'm driving across state lines in a region that is not even slightly prepared for snow. What should have been a 5 or 6 hour drive has turned into 10. But eventually I make it to Jimmy's small town, and I meet up with detectives from the local sheriff's office. In the parking lot of a donut shop, no less. Now, for the record, this was not my choice. Anyway, we've already chatted a few times on the phone in preparation, but we run down the pertinent details one more time. We even discussed 2 murders in the last 2 years within a mile or so of where we're sitting, as these detectives are now wondering if they might also want to poke around in Jimmy's life a bit. Finally, we make our way to the house. The whole neighborhood is lovely, full of gorgeous trees, currently heavy with snow. Pulling up to Jimmy's address, we see a quaint ranch house on a large lot. Every house in the neighborhood looks similar on a similar lot. Jimmy's front door doesn't look like it's ever used, but the porch is nicely decorated with some fading ceramic animals and a welcome sign. We follow the driveway around to the carport behind the house, and it's clear this is where everyone comes and goes. More knickknacks and welcome signs, some wind chimes. It's all very homey. We knock at the door. We wait a few minutes, knock again. No answer. I walk back to my car. I decide to park nearby where I can keep an eye out for his return. I promise the detectives I'll let them know as soon as he turns up. I wait for hours. Where can he be? The roads are a disaster. Nothing is open within a 50-mile radius. No one seems to be out. I can only wait so long if I'm going to make it safely anywhere before the sun goes down and the conditions get even more treacherous. It's time to call it. Unfortunately, there's nothing more we can do today, and we can't go much further until we speak to Jimmy face to face. Ultimately, I settle for knowing I'll have to come back another time. I'd hoped this trip to Mobile would solve the riddle of David Young or Jimmy Williams. Maybe Jimmy, David, and Ace. We are closer to an answer, but not quite there. And while we have not yet made an arrest, we've come a long way in our investigation. I plan to revisit Jimmy Williams until I get a chance to speak with him. There is no doubt that, at least with the original investigation, the silencing of women played a huge part in the failure to solve Renée's murder. The witness who lived just yards from where Renée's body was found, she called detectives twice to tell them about the screaming, the wailing, to be precise, she heard in the woods behind her house the night Renée was killed. No one ever called her back. The other woman who called and left messages for the detectives saying she'd been with Renée all day Friday, she never got a return call either. Both of those women are dead. What priceless, time-sensitive information was lost from failing, even refusing, to hear what all of these women had to say? Who knows? If they had talked to Joyce, they might have had a reason to speak more with David, and that could have led them straight to Laura Morris, placing Renée on that porch, the last time anyone can report seeing her alive. When we reopened the case, we did find Laura Morris, and she placed Renée at David's house within 48 hours of Renée's body being found. When we first spoke with Laura, she defended David. She did not think he'd killed Renée. She maintained this position for 3 years. Well, Laura no longer believes in David's innocence. Few people do, and for good reason, Matt included.
As an investigator, when you walk out of an interview with way more questions than answers, that person should stay a person of interest or suspect. You can't eliminate David Young. We've tried and tried and tried to eliminate David Young, and we can't. He's still hanging in there after 3 dang years. And until we can eliminate him or prove otherwise, then he will be a person of interest in the death of Renée.
This case, just because I've been on it so long and invested so much time away from my family and other friends and with you, that it's close to home now, right? It's like I know Renée just probably as good as her family does. So I want to see it solved. I want to figure out what really happened.
We know through our years of investigation that David and Renée were in an on-again, off-again relationship. They lived together at times and even raised Amanda together briefly during the first year of Amanda's life. Even in the last year of Renée's life, the house she was living in when she died, with the blood on the porch no one had bothered to test, she and David actually rented that house together in May of that year. Then they split up again and she got back together with an ex-boyfriend. With everything we've learned, I've started to think that we may be looking at a case of intimate partner violence. And if that's true, it changes everything. At this point, Sheriff Birch, Matt, and I agree that we could get an indictment and possibly even a conviction based on the circumstantial evidence. But we have no intention of charging him if he didn't do it. We are not sure yet, and we don't want to charge the wrong person. We're still working on locating Ace. Yes, his nephew said he's dead, but I can't find any record of his death anywhere. So I'll keep looking for him, because his version of events certainly needs to be told. We are finally getting a clearer picture of how Renée got from New Orleans to Mobile at such a young age. That picture was viewed one way back in 1981 when it happened, at a time when almost every missing kid was chalked up as a runaway, and often no one but the child's parents went searching. It is one I think we would view very differently today. Remember, Renée was 14 years old. David Young was 26. She was carried across 2 state lines without her parents' permission and dropped off at the home of a grown man she'd never met. Imagine if that happened today, how we would view it, what we would call it. Renée, by today's definition, was abducted. With certain details, it might even be classified as trafficking. But at the time, she was just a runaway. And if Ace Sager was involved in any part of that, we need to know more about it, from him if at all possible. There are very real reasons to solve this case. None more than closure for Renée's family, if that's actually possible. I started this entire process with Amanda's blessing, and I've kept her up to date throughout the investigation. For years, Amanda carried the feeling of, why won't anyone do anything about this? Why can't we talk about my mom? She finally feels this is changing.
She is getting attention. She is getting what she deserves in this aspect of people caring, because she was disregarded for so long. We definitely got their attention now. And that's what we need, because the more people that pay attention, the more people are going to ask questions. I want everybody to know her name. You know what I mean?
Are you feeling like we are making progress, that there is something approaching closure?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you got to realize, like, it's been 30 years. Any attention, any steps in the right direction, any interview, any lead, any tidbit of information is a step into where we've been wanting this to go. And for somebody to even look at this case after everything that my grandma went through is reassuring. Of course, I would love it to be like a SVU episode. We know what happens at the end of an hour, but it's the real world. I waited 30 years. 6 more months isn't going to kill me. 6 more months isn't going to kill me. So do I want answers before, heaven forbid, something happens to my grandma? Absolutely. I want her to die at peace with that. But I also feel that my grandma knows now that we are doing everything we can. We are listening to her. We are talking about Renée. You know, everybody knows who she is, what's going on. And the more we talk about it, the more response we're going to get and hopefully lead to the right direction. So I'm very optimistic.
I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it, that this is the most important case in my life that I've ever worked or that I ever will work, and that I'm not going anywhere either.
And we're closer now than we ever been, so.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart to even think of this investigation having to carry on past the point when Joyce can get those updates and answers. And it fills me with rage to think that had things been handled differently at the beginning, there's a real possibility she could have had those answers a very long time ago. But I do know that she knows it will keep going, and I'm glad to at least be able to give her that. To the outside world, to the true crime world, it may seem like this is coming to an end. But I was on this case years before we made a podcast, and I will remain on it until we are all satisfied with the answers. For reasons deeply personal to me, reasons only Amanda and a few other people know, Renée's case is the case that will never leave me. And I'm sure that because of that, she knows I won't ever give up on her mom. Back in 1993, Joyce wrote to the original detectives, offering her help with any information or names of friends they might want. Then she wrote to them, asking for updates and status. Then she wrote to the sheriff, pleading for him to step in and get her some answers. Then she wrote to the next sheriff, telling him she was desperate for someone to even respond to her. I have one of those letters. Please write to me with some kind of report as to what has been done and what is being done. If you know of anything I can do or anyone I could write for help, just let me know. She was no angel, but we love and miss her very much. The person who killed her killed my dream. One day she would move down here to be closer to Amanda. She would be near us, and she would be Renée again. Someday, someone somewhere has to answer. Maybe not in my lifetime, but her daughter's. Please don't let her be an unsolved case. If you have any information on the murder of Renée Bergeron, please contact the Mobile County Sheriff's Office at 251-574-8633 or online at mobileso.com. Case 93-110576, the Renée Bergeron murder, remains our case until it is solved. My January 2024 trip to Mobile served two purposes. In addition to Renée's case, I came here to get started on another case. It's the one that brought me out of retirement, the murder of a 20-year-old woman named Jennifer Judd. When I first heard the details, I couldn't sleep. This case is one of many associated with a self-confessed serial killer named Jeremy Jones. He confessed, yet the case is considered unsolved. Paul Birch took that confession more than 15 years ago. In this new podcast, Paul Birch and I aim to answer the question, who killed Jennifer Judd?
This is for Jennifer. This is for my best friend.
I know that she's not here. I never said anything.
He's just such a liar. I've just felt like the guy's a creep and that he's done a lot more than what people know he's done.
It just makes you question everything you ever thought was real.
She loves her brother, but she knows that her brother's done wrong. I just will never be convinced that Jeremy Jones is not part of many of those.
I don't think that there was a true effort made to solve this.
Why Can't We Talk About Amanda's Mom is produced by ARC Media for ID. The network executive producer is Meredith Russell. This series is hosted and written by me, Sarah Cailean. Our senior audio producer is Danielle Elliott. Our producer is Eden Turner. Our associate producer is Amani Leonard. Executive producers are Zachary Herman and me. Score is by Travis Bacon. Sound design and mixing is by Dean White. Audio engineering and editorial feedback provided by Josh Wilcox at Brooklyn Podcasting Studio. Forensic research provided by Jennifer Leahy.